High up in the palace on Paradise Island, Mera, Queen of Atlantis, stood beside Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons, watching the war spread across the island below them. Where's Diana? Don't we need her down there? Mera already knew the answer. She asked anyway. She wanted to see what the Amazons would choose with their backs against the wall. Because the math was simple. If Wonder Woman came home and fought for this island with everything she had, shoulder to shoulder with the Amazon warriors, then even Superman showing up wouldn't be enough to break them. The island would hold. The Amazons would live. The only cost would be the ordinary survivors sheltering here. A steep price. But when people are truly cornered, steep stops meaning very much. Hippolyta caught her meaning immediately. The Amazons still had a home to defend. Atlantis was a kingdom in name only now. Arthur the king himself had been one of the first infected when the virus broke out, and his people had been drifting ever since, with nothing left to go back to. Under those circumstances, it wasn't hard to understand why Mera had gone so far past reason. So Hippolyta didn't take offense. She simply gave the answer the Amazons had already agreed on. Diana has her own battle to fight. Is that so? Mera's expression didn't change. Then I won't leave Atlantis standing here looking useless. She stepped forward and raised both hands, and the ocean answered her. Seawater surged up from every direction at once, breaking apart the mass of infected Atlanteans swarming the shore. The currents twisted upward and gathered in the sky into one enormous sphere of water, and at its center hung Arthur. Arthur. Whatever love was still left in Mera's eyes went out. She flicked her hand, and the sphere slammed into the ground with him inside it. Then she drew a trident out of the water, a near copy of his own, and went at him. Their queen was fighting on the front line herself. That was enough. The surviving Atlanteans, homeless and half-broken, picked up the weapons the Amazons had handed them and turned their blades on people who had been their friends and family a month ago. Most of the infected following Arthur were Atlanteans, and there weren't that many of them to begin with. Between the heroes, the Amazons, and Atlantis, the battle actually started to turn. Right up until someone had to die for it. Mera was never going to beat him. Her trident was a replica, it had none of the real weapon's power. Arthur swung the trident of Poseidon and the sky went black. Lightning came down on Mera like a hammer. The Sea Queen, the one figure her people still believed in, was thrown backward and hit the ground hard, and didn't get up. My queen. Jackson saw her lying there, saw Arthur closing the distance, and panicked. He reached for the sea and pulled up at Tsunami to drive Arthur back. But Arthur was Aquaman. Infection hadn't changed that. One wave of the trident and the tsunami blew apart the whole wall of water, burst into rain and came down over the entire battlefield, soaking everyone in it. Get out of the rain. Clark saw it and his stomach dropped. He shot up over the section of the field where the Amazon warriors were packed tightest, filled his lungs, and blew, scattering the falling water before it could land. Because the sea around Paradise Island was already thick with infected blood. The water wasn't the problem. What was in it was. But he was one man, and the island was big. Some people got lucky. Plenty of others took a drop in the eye or the mouth, and after a few seconds of screaming they were on the other side. Damn it. Arthur would keep doing this. Clark knew it. So he turned to go straight at him, even knowing how that would probably end. There wasn't another option. Then a shield came spinning at him out of nowhere, and he caught it on reflex. This is. He turned around, and the grief hit him all at once. Not far off, an infected Amazon warrior was snarling at him across the field. Shavana. They'd made a bet not long ago, the two of them who'd still be standing at the end. He hadn't expected to win it this fast. Clark shut his eyes. Since the day he'd arrived in this world and met Superman, he'd watched the virus eat human civilization, taken Black Adam's lightning to the chest, and nearly been crushed to death by the Martian Manhunter in the deep sea. None of it had felt like this. There was no time to grieve. When his eyes opened again they were burning red. The surge of emotion made his Kryptonian body do what it did on instinct, pull in the solar energy stored inside the armor, all of it at once. His heat vision, several times stronger than it had ever been, went through Shavana's heart before she could take another step. Rest in peace, Shavana. While Clark was caught up in that, Arthur's trident punched through Jackson's chest. He was never infected. He died clean, which was its own small mercy. And then Arthur was standing over Mera, lifting the trident above the woman he had once loved more than anything. He never brought it down. Mera pushed herself up and threw her arms around his waist. Something in the infected Arthur registered the wrongness of it, and the trident in his hand drove straight through her back. She didn't let go. Die with me, Arthur. She had known from the start that she couldn't beat him head-on. Her control over water was nothing against the trident of Poseidon. But there was one body of water Arthur could never take from her. Her own blood. Having said goodbye, Mera's body began to swell. She could control the water inside other people. Her own was easy. For one moment she went from beautiful to bloated and wrong, and then she burst. Every drop came out like a blade, moving fast enough to punch through stone. And Arthur, holding her at point-blank range, took all of it. Paradise Island has fallen. Mera's suicide barely registered with anyone. The battle wasn't over, and the people who just barely survived the last few minutes had nothing left over to spend on someone else's death. But Clark saw it. His X-ray vision cut straight through the blood mist, and his fists clenched, and his eyes went red. You son of a bitch, go to hell. The no-killing rule. Giving the infected a chance. Clark threw all of it out right there. And why not? Superman him.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Himself was infected. They couldn't even protect themselves anymore. Where exactly were they supposed to find the luxury of protecting the infected? Because Clark could see him clearly. Arthur was still standing in the middle of that red haze. Mara's blast had torn him up badly, sure, but torn up and out of the fight are two very different things, and Arthur was very much still in the fight. Clark couldn't let him walk away from this. There was no strength left on the island to survive another one of his attacks. Halfway there, Clark fired his heat vision. But he wasn't Superman, and it showed Arthur brought the trident up and turned the beam aside without much trouble. Then he swung it, and a tsunami reared up into the sky, and Clark had to break off and turn straight into the wall of water. I can do this. I can stop it. He kept repeating it to himself. He pulled in a deep breath and used his super breath again, but not the one that made storms. This time he went for cold. The freezing current hit the tsunami and the surface of it locked solid on contact. But Clark wasn't Superman. Not even close, not yet. His freeze breath couldn't take that much water at once. Every time the front of the wave froze, the water behind it shattered through the ice and kept coming. Stop. Even a Kryptonian can only break past his limits so many times. The tsunami didn't stop. It came down and swallowed almost all of Paradise Island. When the island surfaced again, most of the Amazons and Atlanteans had been infected by the anti-life equation virus. The only ones who came through were the handful who could fly, the ones who'd been standing on high ground, and the ones who were simply lucky. Paradise Island had fallen. The one piece of good news, the Ark had powered up and was already lifting off, slow and steady. Arthur used the tsunami as his exit. He dove into the sea, and when he came back up he was riding the Kraken. Out of the heroes still standing, Clark was the strongest one left. That fact alone tells you how bad things had gotten. Despair was spreading through every survivor on that ship. Up on the Ark, people were crying without even noticing, staring down at what was left of the island, where barely a tenth of their own people were still on their feet. The Kraken wasn't about to let the Ark leave. It reached its arms up toward the sky, clearly meaning to drag the ship down into the water the same way it had pulled ships under back in the Age of Discovery. The tentacles were seconds from touching the hull when Clark cut across their path like a streak of black light, wrapped both arms around one of them, and held. And that was everything he had. The Kraken was a legend, the strongest thing the Earth's oceans ever produced, and holding one of its arms had already emptied Clark completely. If the other heroes hadn't been taking some of the weight off him, the Kraken could have swatted him aside with its second tentacle without even trying. Meanwhile, up on the Ark, a man in a green vest had climbed to the very top of the ship and pulled the bow off his back. Damn Batman. Didn't even bother making a plan for me. The nerve. Green Arrow. He was supposed to be riding this thing to the second Earth, and he still intended to, but he wasn't going to sit inside and watch an 8-year-old kid break himself in half covering everyone's escape. All right, Batman, watch what the old man can do. Down below, Clark was locked in place holding that tentacle, and Arthur was coming along the length of it toward him, fast. Nobody watching had any illusions. The trident of Poseidon would go through that black armor and kill the 8-year-old Kryptonian wearing it. Arthur reached him. He drew back to strike, and a diamond-tipped arrow came in and punched clean through his skull. Even Arthur couldn't walk that off. He dropped. With Arthur gone and the trident out of the picture, the Kraken's appetite for the fight started draining away. The heroes kept hitting it, and eventually the pain won out. It gave up and sank slowly back beneath the water. Once the sea monster was gone, nobody had any interest in continuing the fight with the infected. Every remaining survivor went straight onto the Ark. For a ship built to carry 700 million people, a few extra bodies weren't a problem. Clark was carrying the last surviving Amazon warrior aboard when little Jonathan came running over. Clark looked toward Gotham. Gotham. Clark turned his supervision that way, and there it was, Superman, the man who used to be hope itself for millions of people, fighting Wonder Woman. I'm going. Keep the survivors safe. And he was gone. Superman landed, but he did not wave to everyone with a smile as usual. Instead, he used absolute power to penetrate the dozen-story building. The building that once housed countless survivors of Gotham City collapsed in an instant. Those who failed to escape were injured or killed by the falling debris, but these sacrifices could not shake Superman's heart at that moment. Superman is too strong, so strong that he can't find the same method as Martian Manhunter to brainwash himself. The only option is to destroy everything head-on with his tyrannical strength. In other words, leaving only one day for humanity and the now fragmented Justice League is already the limit of his willpower. If humans cannot show the power to fight against Superman, then Superman's next move is only one, which is to kill them all. When Superman landed, his eyes released powerful heat vision that swept across the surrounding streets. The supports of houses and buildings were cut off, and everything nearby was turned into endless ruins with a roar on the ground. The survivors who were boarding the Ark panicked, and they rushed into the Ark one by one as if they were running for their lives. Those who had already entered the Ark urged the heroes to leave quickly. The reluctance to leave home disappeared in just a few seconds when Superman appeared. If the price is facing Superman, they are undoubtedly willing to give up any home. And how could the heroes simply abandon the survivors who had not yet boarded the Ark? So much so that the hero Meng Hai had not even started fighting Superman, but was already confronting the people they were protecting. Superman? Stop it. A blue beam of energy came from the sky and hit Superman accurately. However, the beam of light that was powerful enough to melt steel did not cause any harm to Superman except for causing his feet to move slightly. I won't let you continue to hurt these ordinary people. Cyborg fell from the sky, and Diana stayed in the middle of Gotham City and Paradise Island to be alert to Superman's possible appearance anywhere. At this time, Diana, who had received the news, was on the way. What Cyborg needed to do was to delay Superman as much as possible and buy time for the survivors. And just when Cyborg was ready to sacrifice himself at any time, Superman appeared in front of him, grabbed his arm and pulled it hard. One of Cyborg's mechanical arms was torn off alive. The flashing electric current from the machinery and the blood spurting out from the torn flesh dyed Superman's blue battlesuit red. Cyborg knew that he was no match for Superman, but he never expected that he would have his arm torn off before he could even withstand a single blow. Because of the influence of the mother box of Apocalypse, Cyborg, a half-human, half-mechanical god, would not die from having his arm torn off, but when he saw Superman's next punch heading towards his head, he truly felt the breath of death at this moment. It doesn't matter what happens to the body, but once the head is destroyed, Cyborg is dead. At the critical moment, it was not Diana who arrived in time, but a green barrier that blocked Superman's fist. However, even so, the barrier shattered in an instant. The shockwave from the fist alone blew Cyborg away and smashed heavily into the ruins. Canary, it was a close call. The green energy was naturally the Green Lantern energy. Canary, who had completed the call for help from the Green Lantern Corps in the universe, did not waste time waiting there, but rushed directly to Earth, just in time to rescue Cyborg from Superman. Do you think that after being infected, Superman will still play house with you and fight with you? The appearance of Canary naturally attracted Superman's attention, and next, the one who had to bear Superman's attack was naturally Canary. Superman soared into the sky and arrived in front of Canary in the blink of an eye. He punched Canary with a fist that was powerful enough to flatten a mountain. Even though Canary used the protective shield formed by the green light energy to block the blow, the shield itself was covered with numerous cracks, making it impossible for Canary to withstand a second blow. Come and help quickly. Cyborg, who stood up, naturally knew that even if the two of them joined forces, they would most likely not be Superman's match, so he quickly flew up and fired an energy beam with one cautious arm, attacking Superman from behind. As a result, the irrational Superman turned his attention to Cyborg again, and Canary was able to attack Superman from behind. Taking advantage of this, the two continued to fight with Superman, but in less than a minute, things changed. Cyborg and Canary were already out of breath, and they had been engaged in a terrifying offensive and defensive battle with Superman at supersonic speed. Even if the two of them can attract Superman's attention separately, this is Superman. How can his attack be resisted so easily? Cyborg's other arm was also severely injured, and he almost lost both arms. As for Canary, even with Cyborg sharing the pressure appropriately, the Green Lantern energy has reached its limit in the face of Superman's almost non-stop attacks. The energy output is completely in line with the frequency of Superman's attacks. Once again, Superman punched hard on the green light barrier constructed by Canary. This punch not only completely dispersed the green light energy, but also the impact directly brought the battlefield to a height of thousands of meters. Superman, come and kill me if you can. Cyborg continued to reach out and attack Superman with energy beams, but this time, Superman seemed to have grown in the continued battle. Although he was still irrational, he was not so easily swayed by hatred. His eyes were still fixed on the Canary in front of him, his hot gaze ready to strike. If Canary, whose green light barrier had just been broken, were hit by Superman's merciless heat vision at this distance, the result would naturally be death. Boom! At the moment when Superman's eyes released heat vision, another figure rushed to the battlefield. It was Diana. She finally arrived here and knocked Superman's head crooked with a punch, and the heat vision flew past the ends of Canary's hair, avoiding another headless corpse in Gotham City. Superman fell to the ground after being hit, leaving a huge hole in the ground of Gotham City, but in the blink of an eye, he flew high into the sky again, swinging his fists and colliding with Diana. Blood dripping from the sky. But the one who was injured was not Diana, but the extremely powerful Superman in front of him. His fist collided with the Godkiller's sword, and the kryptonite-infused Godkiller's sword almost cut Superman's entire fist. The battle has lasted for such a long time, and this invincible Superman is finally injured. Now, let's go together. Diana shouted and took the lead in swinging the God-slaying sword to launch an attack, but the Superman in front of her was faster than him. After the hurricane generated by his super breath blew Diana away, he directly attacked Cyborg, who was in the worst condition. As the battle becomes more intense, Superman's confused brain gradually awakens his awareness of the battle. When the siege became unfavorable to him, he chose to attack Cyborg, the weakest man, first, intending to kill one person first. Don't think about it. Canary shouted, and green energy formed a giant around him, wrapping Cyborg inside, and Giant One's huge fist collided with Superman's fist. But after this attack, Superman still stood in the same place, while the giant formed by the green light energy was collapsing inch by inch. Even the canary who created this giant had a red face due to the reaction force, and bright red blood flowed from his nostrils. Superman. How much self-control does he usually have? Only when you truly stand on the opposite side can you realize how powerful Superman is. Perhaps this is why the people who know Superman best are always Superman's mortal enemy Luthor, and Batman, who has always treated Superman as an imaginary enemy. Superman is too gentle, so gentle that people ignore his strength. Just when Superman was about to take advantage of the victory, Diana rushed over in time and forced Superman back with her sword. Diana's thoughts now are exactly the same as Luthor's when he saw Clark break free of his shackles and rush towards Dark Vision. What happened to the Kryptonian being restrained by kryptonite? Why is the Superman still so strong? Even if he could indeed hurt Superman's body with the God-slaying sword, the opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he could not hit him at all. Canary, Cyborg, help me get a chance to kill with one strike. Knowing that she could not defeat Superman alone, Diana decisively chose to cooperate. At this time, the Ark had already taken off, but as long as they did not deal with Superman, even if the Ark left the solar system, Superman could destroy the two Arks in a breath. Understood. After wiping the blood from their faces, Canary and Cyborg nodded to each other and rushed towards Superman in one go. Facing the attacking enemies, Superman naturally did not retreat, but when he rushed towards the two men, they tacitly dispersed to both sides. This sudden change made Superman stunned, but he still rushed towards Cyborg immediately. He would pick on the weak first, and Cyborg was in the worst condition, so he naturally became Superman's first target. But at the moment when Superman turned his back to Canary, the Green Lantern ring suddenly shone brightly, and the rich green energy formed a thick barrier that wrapped Superman. The route to attack Cyborg was blocked, and Superman could only turn back to attack Canary. Even though Canary used her determination and will to die to activate the Green Lantern ring, and her powerful will triggered Green Lantern energy that was no less than Hal Jordan's, the barrier was eventually shattered by Superman's repeated punches, and Superman came in front of Canary. At this time, the only thing separating the two of them was a Green Lantern barrier that was on the verge of shattering. Diana? Now. At the moment the barrier shattered, Cyborg used all his strength and fired an energy beam from behind that was enough to engulf a person and hit Clark. But even with a beam of light of this size, the only effect achieved was to cause Superman's movements to pause slightly. But this momentary pause is enough. Diana seized the opportunity, attacked from the side, and slashed at Superman's neck with the God-killing sword in her hand. If this blow hits, the God-killing sword infused with kryptonite will definitely cut off Superman's head. Even if he is a Kryptonian, he will definitely die if his head falls off. But in the end, Superman was able to react with his speed far exceeding that of other people, and his body flew backwards. Diana's God-killing sword did not end the battle with one blow, but instead cut off Superman's right arm directly from the elbow. Since there's no end in sight, Diana is worthy of being the best warrior on Paradise Island. She still reacted in such an emergency situation. After realizing that she could not cut off Superman's head, she cut off her right arm while holding the God-slaying sword in her backhand and inserted it directly into Superman's heart. What? Even if infected, one will still feel pain. Superman let out a deafening roar the moment his heart was pierced. Just when Canary and Cyborg thought the battle was over, Superman showed no mercy and punched Diana in the abdomen with all his strength. This is Superman. Even when seriously injured, to kill a strong person like Diana, he only needs to hit her with one punch. One punch is enough. Diana, Cyborg and Canary were shocked, but the next moment, Superman pulled his hand out of Diana's abdomen and looked up at the universe. At this time, the Ark had already left the atmosphere. He was already seriously injured, and continuing to fight the heroes was no longer a good option, so killing the weak ones who escaped from the Earth naturally became the first factor. Thinking of this, Superman soared into the sky and flew directly into outer space. Even though he was seriously injured, his speed was far beyond the reach of Canary and Cyborg. The two of them could only fly to the ground and saw Diana lying in the ruins, spitting blood. Diana, Superman Cyborg didn't know what to do. Diana fell down, and Superman was now going to attack the Ark. Who could stop Superman? No, don't worry. Hearing Diana's words, Cyborg nodded. That's right. Although little Jonathan is not as good as his father, Superman is seriously injured now. He should be able to. Not little Jonathan. Diana's denial caught the attention of the two men. They looked up at the sky at the same time. In the direction where Superman left, a figure with the same red cape but wearing black armor was rushing towards Superman at almost the same speed. That's Clark? How could? Diana smiled and said lightly, that child is a qualified warrior. Just leave the rest to him. After saying that, Diana looked at Canary and handed over the God-killing sword in her hand. Canary, take the God-slaying sword away, or give it to Clark. This is the only thing I can do. At this moment, in the air, Clark's skin had become transparent, and from under the skin, the red energy of the sun was constantly shining. Superman, here I come. Clark endured the pain, bit the red kryptonite in his mouth into pieces and swallowed it. The energy in his body began to run wild under the influence of the red kryptonite. At the same time, his body uncontrollably absorbed the solar energy released by the armor in a violent way. This brought endless pain, but at the same time, it increased Clark's speed again, allowing him to successfully surpass the seriously injured Superman. Before the opponent was about to approach the arc, he successfully overtook and blocked Superman. Superman? This road is blocked. On the arc, everyone felt despair as they watched Superman approaching rapidly. Even Damian, who inherited the mantle of Batman, found it difficult to remain calm at this moment. In this situation, he is still able to manage his facial expressions, which is already his limit. The survivors here have all been protected by Superman, so naturally, they are also very aware of Superman's power, until Superman was able to completely destroy the two arcs carrying 1,400 million lives in a single breath. But there was one person who did not retreat at this time, but took a step forward as if he had made up his mind. Joe. Louise's calling speaks volumes about the person's identity. Jonathan Kent Jr., the son of Superman, is the closest person to Superman on Earth today. Under the current circumstances, perhaps he is the only one who can barely fight against Superman. Joe, you are no match for Clark. Louise persuaded him. He understood the tension of the situation. If no one could stop Superman, then all 1,400 million of them would be buried in the universe along with the two arcs. In that case, mankind would be completely extinct. But even though she knew, she understood that only her son had the possibility to stop Superman, but as a mother's instinct, she was still unwilling to let her underage child go to the battlefield, not to mention, facing his invincible father. Mom, there are some things that only I can do, and I have to do them. Little Jonathan gently rejected his mother's request to stay and unzipped his coat, revealing the family emblem of the Al family and his red and blue Superman suit. I will buy enough time. Even if it means risking my life, I will stop my father from continuing to destroy and kill. With that, little Jonathan was about to fly out of the arc, but at this moment, Damian grabbed his friend. Damian, are you going to persuade me too? This is not your style. Damian and little Jonathan have a better relationship than Batman and Superman, but at the end of the day, Damian grew up under Batman's training, and in this situation, it's Damian's instinct to make the right judgment. No, I just want to give you something. As he spoke, Damian took out a special smoke sprayer from his bat belt. According to the information left by Batman, this is a gas that can slow down Superman. After special modification, it can be used in outer space. But as you know, Superman's speed is far faster than the speed of the gas sprayed out by the sprinkler, so it must be close to the face to have a chance of success. It can be regarded as a kind of guarantee. In fact, this kind of thing is very dangerous when given to little Jonathan to use, because he is also a Kryptonian. The special gas that works on Superman will also work on little Jonathan. But Damian had no choice. It seemed that everyone had experienced a lot after the virus broke out, but if you counted carefully, it was only a month. Damian simply does not have the time and resources to make his own preparations and research. All he has to rely on now is Batman's legacy. Apart from handing the sprinkler over to little Jonathan, Damian can't think of any other way to deal with Superman, who is completely controlled by the virus. Thank you. Little Jonathan naturally realized that this spray can was also very dangerous for him, but he didn't care. Or rather, at this point, he had no choice but to take any kind of guarantee, even if it was dangerous. Holding Damian's gift, little Jonathan flew at full speed towards Superman. At the same time, he also bumped into Clark, who was catching up with Superman at a faster speed and blocking him. Clark, you're still alive. There was surprise in little Jonathan's tone. He originally thought that Superman coming out to hunt them meant that all the heroes on Earth had been wiped out. He didn't expect that Clark was actually alive and came here at this time. Joe, go protect the survivors. I'll take care of Superman. Unlike little Jonathan, every word Clark spoke seemed to tremble. The red kryptonite disrupted the energy absorption in his body. His body absorbed the solar energy produced by the armor at full speed, without caring whether it could withstand such powerful energy. At this moment, Clark felt as if every cell in his body was taken out and roasted in the flaming mountain. Although such violent absorption of solar energy allowed Clark to gain powerful strength in a short period of time, and was even able to barely match the strength of the seriously injured Superman, even Clark himself was not sure how long his willpower could last. Little Jonathan also noticed that Clark seemed to be in pain. He shook his head slightly to reject Clark's suggestion that he leave. Then he flew to Clark and said just a few simple words. Let's fight together and protect everyone. As Jonathan Jr. finished his words, the intercepted Superman took the lead in launching the attack. His body once again turned into a red light and rushed towards the two men, while the two men also rushed towards Superman head-on at the same time. In the end, Jonathan Jr. used all his strength to suppress Superman's remaining left arm, while Clark collided head-on with Superman's torso. How to describe the force of the collision at this moment? Describing it as a mountain would be a bit of an understatement. At this moment, Clark only felt that he was hit head-on by an asteroid. Even though he had been strengthened, the powerful reaction force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The black armor on Luthor's body, which was made by combining all the high-end technology on Earth, had also undergone serious deformation at this time. The armor, originally created to amplify Superman's power when necessary, is now completely unable to withstand Superman's strength. But even so, Clark still had no intention of retreating. He desperately pushed Superman in front of him away and punched him in the face. However, this full-strength blow only made Superman tilt his head slightly and left a scratch on his cheek that healed in an instant. It was obvious that even with all the enhancements, Clark had only just gained the qualification to stop Superman. It was a fantasy to want to defeat Superman. Even Superman, who had his arm chopped off and his heart pierced and was seriously injured, was not someone Clark and little Jonathan could face. The next moment, the terrifying heat released from Superman's eyes swept across, almost accidentally injuring the Ark which was moving away in the distance. Clark reacted in time, grabbed little Jonathan and dodged the attack, but the moon, which was also within the attack range, was not so lucky. A small piece of land was almost flattened by the thermal vision just now, turning part of the land into a huge plain. Seeing Superman's counterattack just now, both Jonathan Jr. and Clark broke out in cold sweats. They had no doubt that if the attack just now had hit them, both of them would definitely have died. Clark couldn't help but concentrate again, staring at Superman who was looking at them with violent eyes after launching the attack. Little Jonathan suddenly laughed after looking at Clark. "Clark, are you ready to fight?" Clark simply didn't have the energy to respond to little Jonathan in any way. The physical pain and Superman's strength had drained all his energy, and he no longer had any extra energy to deal with other things. But little Jonathan knew that how could Cultivation, who had made sufficient preparations earlier than himself and faced the fact of being an enemy of Superman earlier, not be prepared to fight to the death? His battle on Paradise Island had already proved his will. Thinking of this, little Jonathan hid the sprinkler given by Damian behind him, and then took the lead in attacking Superman. To be honest, Clark didn't know whether little Jonathan had thought of any way to deal with Superman, but now that he had taken the lead in launching the attack, Clark could only follow. What really scared Clark was the way Jonathan Jr. attacked. He had no intention of dodging Superman's attack, but rushed straight forward, as if he wanted to compete head-on with Superman to see who was stronger. This scene scared Clark a lot. Is he crazy? He actually wants to compete with Superman in strength? Just now, the two of them could only scratch Superman's skin. But no matter what, Clark is powerless to stop what is about to happen. He can only persuade you to fly towards the two of them and try to prevent the tragedy from happening before Superman kills his son. Deadpool proved that Clark's judgment of the strength of both sides was not wrong. Even with only one hand, Superman easily defeated little Jonathan. The opponent's fist was broken by a greater force, and then Superman's big palm grabbed little Jonathan's head. With Superman's strength, perhaps the next moment, little Jonathan's head would be crushed. Clark, who saw this scene, hurriedly used thermal vision to stop it, but it was of no avail. His thermal vision shone on Superman and could not have any effect on Superman at all. Unless the power gap is too big, thermal vision is always the least effective attack method in the battle between Kryptonians. Just when Superman was about to kill his son, little Jonathan's hand, which had been hidden behind his back, suddenly stretched out and moved directly in front of Superman, turning on the sprinkler nozzle at almost zero distance. The green gas mixed with green powder enveloped Superman's head. Even though Kryptonians don't need to breathe in space, Superman was caught off guard and still inhaled a lot of the gas. Feeling his strength ebb, he suddenly became manic. He let go of little Jonathan in his hand, and the next second he punched the other party, knocking little Jonathan away. At the same time, his eyes shot out hot rays, intending to crush little Jonathan who had plotted against him to ashes. At the critical moment, Clark finally rushed to little Jonathan, raised his arms to block the attack of the hot vision, and protected little Jonathan behind him. Clark could no longer feel the pain. Compared with the pain of being burned by red Kryptonian cells, facing Superman's heat vision head-on was not painful. But even so, Clark could feel the black armor melting under the impact of the heat vision. Finally, when Superman's heat vision stopped, Clark's armor had completely melted, turning into molten iron hanging on his red and blue suit given by Superman. Thanks, Joe. At this time, Clark already knew Jonathan Jr.'s plan. He was using his life to help him weaken Superman. The green gas was probably a mixture of kryptonite powder and some special substances. Superman's powers were weakened again due to breathing in the gas, which is why Clark was able to survive the heat vision just now. With a gentle push, the unconscious little Jonathan floated towards the Ark, away from the battlefield. At this time, all hopes are placed on Clark alone. Superman, I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I have parents who are just like yours, kind and love me with all their hearts. Clark tore off the black armor that had melted into molten iron, and through his skin that had become transparent, his body began to glow with golden light. They taught me what love is, love for myself, love for my family, and love for the world. The golden light became more and more intense. Unlike the previous reckless absorption of solar energy, Clark chose to release all the energy he had absorbed to strengthen himself at once. Opposite him, Superman seemed to feel threatened and took a step back, but soon he was controlled by the virus again and rushed towards Clark. I used to worry my family, hurt my friends, and couldn't even love myself. Clark transformed into a small sun and collided heavily with the rushing Superman. Now, Superman was weakened again, and Clark once again burst out with stronger power, and the battle was finally evenly matched. That's why I admire you so much. When I knew that you and I were the same person, I almost made you my goal without hesitation. I want to be someone like you, protecting everyone around me so that they won't get hurt and won't have to worry about me. The two people who had collided violently randomly separated again, like two meteors in the dark universe, constantly oscillating in the universe. Even though they were far away, everyone in the Ark could still feel the real trembling fluctuations. Even in a universe without a medium, the impact of the collision between the two still shocked everyone. So, I understand you. It is so sad to hurt others uncontrollably. I know it best. You are the one who is suffering the most. Superman's battlesuit was constantly torn in the collision, and now he is fighting with almost bare upper body. As for Clark, his battlesuit has begun to melt due to the heat he releases, which is almost far greater than the sun. Only the L family emblem, which represents hope, is left, still clinging to his chest. With another collision, Clark's body flickered again. He knew that it was time for him to leave. The next blow would decide the outcome. So, I will stop you. I will do everything I can to stop you. Gambling everything on the final blow, Clark instantly exploded all the solar energy in his body. His body, which had gradually become stronger due to the absorption of solar energy, shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, but in return he gained faster speed and greater strength. With the power that seemed to destroy everything, Clark punched Superman in the face. The next moment, a light like a sun explosion lit up the entire solar system. Kansas, United States. The elderly couple who hosted the Parkers 8 years ago are still busy on the farm. But at this moment, the old man suddenly felt that the temperature around him became very high, and in just a few seconds, he was sweating profusely. But when he looked up, he found that in the sky, the second sun was slowly falling, directly into the valley near the farm. Not far away, Richard, who was driving on the trail looking for something, also saw the sun setting in front of him. Shit. Is God kidding me? This is America? There are no descendants. The dazzling light slowly dissipated with time, and everyone in the ark stared at the ball of light in front of them. Even though their eyes could not bear such a strong light, they still stared at the front without blinking. Clark, did it succeed? As the light disappeared, everyone's heart sank to the bottom again. Because after the violent solar energy disappeared, the bruised and battered Superman was still floating in the same place, while Clark had disappeared without a trace. How so? Many people fell to their knees. No one knew that Clark had actually returned to his own world. In their eyes, Clark was dead. He burned himself to death while protecting them and fighting Superman. At this time, Superman's son Jonathan Jr. had fallen into a coma, his body floating in the universe without any movement, and the little Superman from another world had also died in the battle. So who can fight against Superman next? Who can protect them? 1 minute. Damian, who was also watching this scene, spoke calmly. He had been calculating the time silently in his mind. From the time when little Jonathan fell into a coma and Clark exploded to now, he had successfully resisted Superman for 1 minute. Even if he risked his life, he could only resist for 1 minute. Damian, what do you want to do? Green Arrow noticed Damian's abnormality and quickly stood in front of him, but was finally pushed away by Damian. I can only hope I can hold on for half a minute. Yes, little Jonathan is in a coma and Clark has disappeared without a trace, so these heroes who are born alive must hold on for even 1 more second even at the risk of their lives. But before Damian could leave, a green light flew out from the earth and appeared in front of Superman. A step too late. Canary saw the unconscious little Jonathan, but did not see Clark, so he had a rough guess about what happened. He did not expect that the battle was over in just 1 minute when he flew out of the earth. Then I'll deal with you, Superman. Holding the god-killing sword given by Wonder Woman, Canary was not afraid and planned to attack Superman. The same goes for Superman on the opposite side. In his judgment, even if he suffered heavy damage again in the battle with Clark, it would still be more than enough to deal with Canary, who had just become Green Lantern for less than a month. Just as the battle was about to begin, more and more green lights lit up in the dark universe, and Green Lanterns from various galaxies in the universe appeared in the solar system under the leadership of a guardian. They finally arrived and came to Earth before humanity fell into complete despair. The day is bright, the night is dark, demons and monsters have nowhere to hide, traitors and evil parties are afraid of my divine light, the green light is always on, shining forever. Along with the oath of the Green Lantern Corps, all the Green Lanterns, together with Canary, used green light energy to create a green giant whose size almost surpassed that of the Earth, and launched an attack on Superman with endless power. What? Superman roared angrily, but his body instinctively began to dodge. He was already seriously injured, and faced with the super giant formed by the will of many Green Lanterns, he felt powerless. Fortunately, even though he is no match for the Green Lantern Corps in a head-on battle, he still has the ability to dodge attacks. The giant jointly constructed by the Green Lantern Corps is not so easy to control because it comes from different people's different thinking. Just when everyone thought that victory was only a matter of time and that Superman would definitely be defeated if the fight continued, Superman's actions changed. After realizing that he was no match for the Green Lantern Corps, under the control of the virus, Superman changed his method of exterminating humans. After dodging a punch from the giant, he did not continue to fight with the giant, but flew directly towards the sun. The Green Lantern Corps came into contact with the colossal Titan and chased after Superman, but as they got closer and closer to the sun, even the Green Lanterns were ultimately unable to move forward. They are not Kryptonians. If they get too close to the sun, even if Green Lantern can protect them, they will no longer be a match for Superman. And in front of them, Superman rushed into the sun, freed himself from all restrictions, and began to devour the sun's energy. He wants to put out the sun. Everyone saw through Superman's idea, and the Guardians quickly calculated that at the speed at which Superman's ears absorbed solar energy, the Earth would enter a mini ice age in 3 years, and the sun would be extinguished in a few decades. But even if they knew, they were completely helpless. There is no way they can chase into the sun and defeat Superman. Let's escort the Earthlings to their target planet first. In the end, the Guardians also chose to give up. They had no way to deal with such a Superman. It would be better for them to seize the time and transfer the Earthlings to a planet without the virus to continue to reproduce and survive, and then slowly study ways to fight the virus later. However, the Guardian did not take it too seriously, because as of now, the only planet where this virus appeared was Earth, and the only person who had the ability to transfer the virus to other planets was Superman, who had entered the sun. The Ark left, carrying the last hope of mankind, and headed for a new home. They will one day return to Earth and defeat the terrible virus. At the same time, on Earth, Cyborg, who voluntarily stayed here, was binding Wonder Woman with the lasso of truth. He knew that there were other survivors on Earth struggling to survive, so he would spend all his time watching over Wonder Woman in front of him and making sure she would not pose a threat to the remaining humans on the planet until Damian and the others found a way to come back. However, looking at the lasso of truth in his hand, a question suddenly arose in Cyborg's mind. Does the anti-life equation virus itself have consciousness? This virus will not cause mutations in the human body. The infected Martian Manhunter still possesses all the abilities of a Martian. The infected Black Adam can still be empowered. Superman is still the extremely powerful Kryptonian who can absorb solar energy. In other words, this virus is actually spreading the consciousness of the anti-life equation to the infected people in the form of a virus, right? Looking at Wonder Woman, who was bound by his lasso of truth, Cyborg suddenly wanted to know, was it Wonder Woman's own consciousness that was affected by the anti-life equation, or was it completely taken over by the anti-life equation's consciousness? Thinking of this, Cyborg asked the question tentatively. Anti-life equation virus, is there an antidote? After saying this, Cyborg stared at Wonder Woman in front of him. He wanted to get an answer from Wonder Woman. At this moment, Wonder Woman, who had been extremely violent, suddenly regained her composure when she heard Cyborg's question. The fierceness in her eyes completely disappeared, as if she had regained her sanity. No way. Cyborg knew that the lasso of truth was also useful against the infected. When fighting against Black Adam, he used the lasso of truth to make Black Adam say the word Shazam. But no one has ever thought that the lasso of truth can actually restore a person's sanity. What a stupid guy. Wonder Woman spoke up, her tone smooth and totally unlike the crazy looks of the others after being infected. The answer is very simple. If the virus originated from your body, then the antidote must be hidden in your body. As soon as he finished speaking, Cyborg felt something explode in his mind. Sure enough, the so-called anti-life equation virus is nothing more than an anti-life equation that spreads in the form of a virus. When infected with the virus, it also means that one's own consciousness has merged with the anti-life equation. Then naturally, the person who knows how to deal with the anti-life equation is the anti-life equation itself. The virus is essentially a two-part anti-life equation, born within Cyborg along with the power of death. While this makes Cyborg a pathogen, he is also the only one who is immune to the virus due to the anti-life equation in his body. The antidote has actually always been in his blood. Everyone ignored this point, or rather, they tried their best to avoid researching Cyborg, for fear that something outrageous would be created from Cyborg's body again, thus missing out on the optimal solution that was right in front of them. If only I had known this earlier. Cyborg wanted to try harder. He loosened his hands that were tightly holding the lasso of truth, rushed to the edge of the cliff, and shouted to the sky, hoping to use this method to inform little Jonathan, who also had super hearing. Come back, everyone, we found the antidote. But Cyborg's call was in vain. At this time, the two arcs had already left the dead planet under the escort of the Green Lantern Corps, and left the solar system where the star was beginning to quickly extinguish. Cyborg's call received no response. The only one who took action was Diana, who had been infected. Without the restraint of Cyborg, she easily broke free from the lasso of truth, rushed towards the unsuspecting Cyborg from behind, and grabbed his head tightly. Cyborg's body was too fragile under Diana's power. His head was twisted off and he fell into the endless abyss along with his unconscious body. The people remaining on Earth will face a more difficult threat than Superman, a demigod whose sole purpose is killing Wonder Woman Diana. After an unknown amount of time, the two arcs carrying the hope of mankind arrived at a completely new place. Here, they saw a blue planet that was very similar to the Earth, with green land and blue ocean. This will be where the hope for the future of mankind lies. On the observation deck, Louise and little Jonathan stood there, gazing at this planet which was as beautiful as the Earth. They knew that the danger did not disappear because of their escape, and the monster was still chasing them. But the following story belongs to their future. In Kansas, Richard came to the edge of the cliff alone. He had persuaded nearby residents who wanted to watch the excitement to leave. With Franklin's help, this was easy to do. But just when Richard prepared his equipment and wanted to enter the cliff to find out what was going on, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller's name, Richard frowned. It was obvious that Richard didn't like the person who called, but he had no choice but to answer the call. What's the matter? I remember I've already asked for leave, and my nephew is missing. Can't I have some personal time to deal with my personal affairs? The person on the other end of the phone seemed not to hear Richard's extremely complaining tone and continued talking to himself. We have discovered a huge energy reaction in Kansas. According to the positioning, you are very close to the location of the energy reaction. It seems that you have already started the investigation, right? Richard looked at the bottom of the cliff and nodded. You wouldn't believe me if I told you no, right? And after this phone call, I will definitely throw away this phone. The person on the other end of the phone still ignored Richard's complaints and continued speaking. In that case, please start the investigation immediately and report the situation later. The rest of the team is on the way to where you are. After saying that, the other party unilaterally hung up the phone. This scene made Richard helplessly hold his forehead. If Benjamin had thought it through earlier, the two brothers would have started their own business earlier. In this way, he would not have been involved in such troublesome things. But he didn't finish his meal, because Richard himself was curious about what the falling sun was. After making preparations, Richard started to rappel directly. His skillful movements did not make him look like a scientist who had worked in the Austin Corporation, but rather like a well-trained agent. Soon, he reached the bottom of the cliff, but the next person he saw shocked him. How come? Richard learned from Benjamin that they encountered a tornado on the road and he fell into a coma, but when he woke up again, Clark was completely gone. Because Benjamin was also injured, Richard searched around here during this time. But who could have thought that the one who fell into the cliff like the sun was actually his own nephew? Seeing the only remaining S logo on Clark's chest, Richard's outrageous guess seemed to be confirmed. Superman, huh? Although the experiences were similar, Richard never really thought that Clark was still the same Superman. After all, the latter was just a fictional character in the comics. But now it seems that even if he doesn't want to believe it, this is the fact. Richard picked up his nephew's body, which had become thin due to the energy burst, and the roar of propellers suddenly sounded above his head. Only then did he realize that his troublesome organization had come to his door. Realizing that he couldn't let the other party know about his nephew's specialness, Richard didn't hesitate. He smashed the ringing phone in his arms and ran to the bottom of the cliff with Clark in his arms. What? You're saying that not only can Richard not get through on the phone, but even the signal has disappeared. Just above the cliff, a huge transport helicopter was slowly landing. A man with sparse hair sitting in the crew cabin looked incredulous after hearing the pilot's report. Is there something dangerous below the cliff? The man did not suspect that Richard had smashed his phone on purpose to avoid them. In his opinion, although Richard's concern for his family obviously outweighs this important job, overall, Richard is still a kind person with a strong sense of justice. Besides, in terms of personal friendship, he also has a good relationship with Richard, and they still maintain a good level of trust even in this situation. Prepare for a rappel, bring your weapons, and be ready for emergencies at any time. The man gave the order, and the soldiers around him, who had already put on various equipment, nodded and began to hang ropes on their combat uniforms. The man himself did not wear such complicated equipment, still wearing a standard black suit. Don't be fooled by the thinness of this suit, but in terms of bulletproof ability, it is not much worse than the bulletproof vests of other soldiers. This is a material developed during World War II. Although its resistance to cutting by sharp weapons is almost zero, its bulletproof performance is very good. The group quickly completed the rappel and landed at the bottom of the cliff. There are traces of high-temperature scorching, and the surrounding rocks have all been deteriorated. Could it be that some strange power has descended upon the Earth? At this moment, he recalled the mission he and the director had experienced. Those people who could fly into the sky and hide in the ground are still unforgettable to him. Could it be that another weirdo like that has appeared on Earth and has already attacked Richard? At this time, he also found Richard's broken cell phone, and his face suddenly became anxious. Immediately, start a carpet search. Yes, sir. The soldiers immediately began a quick search at the bottom of the cliff. The man himself was not idle either. He began to walk around and observe any possible clues around him. At this time, Richard was hiding in the rubble holding Clark, who was still in a coma. Richard also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the man leading the team. It's Carlson. Fortunately, he's not a troublesome character. This person is his good friend, so at least he won't be hunted down because of what happens next. But this does not mean that Richard can rest assured, because although Carlson has a good personality and is also his friend, his own abilities are very worthy of recognition. It is almost impossible to leave quietly under his nose. Sure enough, just as Richard was thinking this, Carlson also discovered the abnormality of the pile of rubble. Could it be? Staying alert, Carlson took out his pistol from his waist and began to approach the pile of rubble step by step. The other soldiers had already searched far away, so Carlson did not notify them to come over immediately. Richard, are you hiding in there? At this moment, Richard held his breath and watched Carlson approaching him step by step through the tiny gaps between the rubble. Although he was touched that his workplace friend did not shoot and empty the magazine immediately because he was worried that he was hiding in the gun, Richard still wanted to say sorry to this friend. It's now. When Richard noticed that Carlson was close enough, he stood up from the rubble suddenly, startled Carlson, and rushed forward to grab his hand holding the pistol. Richard, how come? Carlson was surprised by Richard's appearance, but more importantly, he was puzzled by why Richard attacked him. But before he could say anything, Richard hit Carlson hard in the face with his head. What? This blow almost broke Carlson's nose. Seeing this, Richard felt guilty, but no matter what, He could not expose his nephew to the eyes of this organization. At least not yet. Sorry Carlson, I'll buy you a drink when I get a chance. Without giving Carlson time to react, after repelling the opponent, Richard continued to move forward quickly and hit Carlson on the back of the neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. All this happened very quickly. Although it was not as fast as the battles between Kryptonians in the DC world, for ordinary people, this kind of battle could be said to be very clean and neat. After doing all this, Richard picked up Clark again and walked to the rope he used to come down. Richard couldn't help but sigh as he tied Clark behind his back with another rope. I don't know what happened during this period of time. You have lost so much weight. But now that you are back, I don't have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Richard carried Clark on his back and climbed up the cliff along the rope. Before the soldiers, Carlson, and others could react, he drove away. When Richard started the car, Carlson slowly woke up at the call of the soldiers who realized something was wrong and returned. Damn it, such a cruel move. Carlson naturally would not lose his memory, nor would he doubt his memory. The person who attacked him was definitely Richard. But why? What on earth is it that Richard must avoid me? It's hard to understand. Although Carlson saw Richard and confirmed that Richard attacked him, due to Richard's sudden attack and deliberate protection, he didn't notice Clark at all, and didn't connect this incident with Richard's missing nephew. Sir, do we need to pursue him immediately? We have received intelligence and confirmed that he is now driving away from here. The soldier reminded, and Carlson was also thinking about this question, but in the end, he shook his head. No, Richard has already left. We have obtained the identity and cannot pursue Richard in a high-profile manner under such circumstances. This sentence not only shows Carlson's final trust in his friend, but is also a statement of fact. Since Richard started running the company in partnership with his brother 2 years ago, he has become less and less concerned about the organization's mission. Not only did they firmly prevent the organization from spreading its influence to their Parker biotechnology company, they also turned down most of the missions. Even the original mission to lurk in the Austin group was directly abandoned. Sometimes, Carlson felt a little envious of Richard, envious of how he had been able to successfully retire from their profession 2 years ago with his wisdom and accumulated resources. Now, he is already a successful entrepreneur, and his influence is much stronger than theirs. Many of his products have even begun to connect with the military. In this situation, even if his director wanted to do something, it would be completely impossible. Pack up the team and return to Washington. I need to report the situation to the director in person. A triangular curved wing building standing near the White House in Washington. This is the organization that Richard and Carlson belong to, the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Of course, this name was the name before it was separated from the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA. Although it is still called this name, the organization itself has begun to separate from the United States, so the word territory naturally does not exist. And Richard's identity naturally became clear. He and his wife Maria Parker were both agents of the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. When they worked there, they were more responsible for matters related to the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, which was originally integrated with the CIA. A few years ago, thanks to the director's efforts, the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency was completely separated from the United States. This organization is no longer an American organization, but a global organization that rationally protects the world and obeys the World Security Council. On the surface, it is almost at the same level as the United Nations. Because of this, Richard and Maria, who were originally responsible for this work, naturally changed from CIA agents to agents of the Homeland Security Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. I really don't want to increase the word count, but he really didn't change his name during this period. It's troublesome for me to type such a long name. Richard and Maria's first mission is to serve as agents in the emerging group Austin Corporation, which has great potential. As for what happened later, everyone knows it. Because of Clark's appearance and his brother Benjamin's request for help, Richard gave up his pursuit of justice and kindness, put the so-called world security behind his mind, and wholeheartedly worked with his brother to build a family belonging to Parker. At this time, Carlson had already arrived at the current director's office. 5 years ago, this director was just a senior agent, but because of the incident 5 years ago, he showed extraordinary abilities and handled an incident between the Earth and aliens. Therefore, he was appreciated. Now, 5 years later, after the former director stepped down, this predecessor became the new director. Carlson, come in. After getting permission, Carlson quickly entered the director's office and saw the black man sitting behind the desk. I heard you were attacked by Richard. After hearing the noise of Carlson coming in, the director named Nick Fury moved his eyes away from the documents on the desk and looked at Carlson, who had just returned with a small amount of blood on his face. So why do you think Richard attacked you? And is there a possibility that he was controlled by someone with special powers? Like Carlson, Nick Fury also failed to connect Richard's abnormal behavior to Clark. After all, even Richard himself only realized the fact that his nephew was the Superman in the comics after seeing it with his own eyes. So in his opinion, Richard's sudden change was more likely to be manipulated by someone. After thinking about it, Carlson really wanted to say that Richard just knocked him out and did not hurt him, but such a statement could not rule out the possibility that Richard was controlled. We can't rule out this possibility. Maybe we need to monitor Richard for a while. Nick Fury nodded. Cowlson's answer satisfied him, and it also confirmed that Cowlson had not undergone any special changes like Richard. In that case, you will be in charge of all matters related to monitoring Richard. I will also assign some personnel who were originally planning to infiltrate the Austin group to you to try to infiltrate Parker Biotech. But there is only one request, that is, you must not contact Richard in person before finding out the truth. Clear? Cowlson nodded. Without knowing the reason, ordinary agents could naturally still be used. Those low-level agents were just tools. But he, Cowlson, as a senior agent after Nick Fury took office, knew too many things. If safety could not be ensured, it would be better not to act personally. It's not like they have no one available in their Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support Bureau. At this time, in a motel in Kansas, Richard put down his newly bought phone. He had just finished a call with his younger brother Benjamin and told his younger brother everything about his situation and the organization he originally belonged to. From the moment he took action against Cowlson, Richard knew that it would be impossible for him to return to that organization, and he would even be the focus of attention in the future. Because of this, he wanted to erase all connection between Clark and that son. If they discovered that Clark suddenly appeared beside him, combined with his attack on Cowlson, Richard had no doubt that the new director, who was more ruthless than his face, would notice that something was wrong with Clark. Although I have been covering up Clark's extraordinary talents for so many years, the premise is that Clark will not enter the vision of these people in advance. So, he told Benjamin everything, and the other party would rush to Kansas as soon as possible, and after taking a series of cover measures, quietly take Clark away. Create the illusion that Richard attacked Cowlson and left alone, and Benjamin returned to Kansas after being discharged from the hospital to look for Clark, and finally found him. Even now, Clark was not with him in this motel, but was left by him in the grass near a gas station on the road, and a locator was installed on him. Although it would be hard for his nephew, there was no other way. If he wanted to avoid those people's sight, he had to do this. From the moment Richard attacked Cowlson, everyone he released in the future would be thoroughly investigated. It's time to leave. Not long after, Benjamin boarded a plane with his arm still slightly fractured, and soon arrived in Kansas. Using the positioning software installed on his mobile phone by Richard, he successfully found Clark in the grass in the distance. Finally found you, kid. Benjamin cried with joy. Only God knew how much he had suffered during the month that Clark disappeared. The fact of losing his child almost became a demon in his heart that tormented him, but now it is finally better. He can finally see his child again. Just wait a moment, Clark, I'll be here to take you away soon. Benjamin couldn't find Clark and bring him back to New York as soon as he arrived in Kansas, so he had to let Clark down temporarily. Benjamin also needed to wander around aimlessly for a while as planned before he could meet Clark. However, what Benjamin didn't know after he left was that Clark, who was unconscious in the bushes, had just opened his eyes. His consciousness was still in the confrontation with Superman, and he almost instinctively used all his strength to hold on to the ground. Bang! A huge force hit the ground, and the grass was immediately blown away by the impact, while the ground was also left with cracks by Clark. Is this Earth? I actually appeared on Earth. No, I have to stop Superman. Still feeling weak, Clark had lost almost all of his superpowers. He released all the solar energy in his body during the 1-minute fight with Superman. Although he gained strength comparable to that of a severely injured Superman in a short period of time, it was also an overdraft. At this time, Clark had exhausted all the solar energy that he had unconsciously absorbed in the past 8 years, and even the energy that had skyrocketed in the DC universe in that 1 month had been used up. At this moment, Clark no longer has Superman's superpowers and has completely become an ordinary person. If he wants to regain his strength, he can only wait for his body to absorb enough solar energy again. Clark struggled to stand up, but the next moment, he saw a speeding truck passing by. Is this a living person? Clark was very sure that this was definitely not Paradise Island. The gas station right in front of him and the driver driving away in the truck all proved one thing to Clark, that is, he had left the world ravaged by the virus. The moment he learned the truth, Clark felt weak all over. The strength that had just surged out finally dissipated, and he fell to his knees on the ground weakly. Everyone, are you okay? Damien and the others should have evacuated successfully. Clark was very worried about his companions in another world, but he had no way to do anything because the fact of time travel could not be explained at all. In the DC world, those smart heroes had no time to study such things. Even if Clark was worried at this moment, it was of no use. He could only pray for them silently in his heart. Hey, kid, are you okay? Just as Clark knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, a man with an untidy beard and inexplicably sticking up hair on both sides came over, threw away the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth and spoke to Clark. If you still have strength, go home to your mother quickly, don't kneel by the road. Clark raised his head and looked at the man with a very impatient tone. He is the driver who just drove the truck past you. Although his tone was very impatient, Clark could still hear his concern for him. Otherwise, he could have just stepped on the accelerator and left instead of stopping to ask after noticing me in the rearview mirror. I'm sorry, I'll get up right away. After realizing that there was a high probability that he had returned to his original world, Clark naturally thought about going home, but before that, he had to determine where he was. Sir, may I ask which country and place this is? Ah, your head is not frozen. The man looked at the boy in front of him and felt very surprised. It was understandable that he was lost, but to be so lost that he didn't know what country he was in was a bit outrageous. However, although he felt surprised, the man still answered Clark's question. The road near Smallwell Farm, Kansas. After getting the answer, Clark honed in on the place name and finally remembered that this was the destination his father told him before encountering the tornado. At this time, the man looked at the strange little ghost in front of him and finally asked uncertainly, "You kid, your home is not in Kansas, is it Nebraska, Missouri, Oklahoma, Colorado?" The man rattled off the names of several states adjacent to Kansas, but looking at Clark, who looked a little embarrassed, he finally resigned himself to his fate. "Tell me, where is your home? Tell me in advance, if it's not in the United States, I won't be able to help you." Although he really wanted to just leave this kid behind, the man couldn't convince himself. Who made him meddlesome and have to get off the car to ask that? New York City, Queens. The moment Clark gave the answer, the man could only slap his face helplessly. "I just came from that direction." As if noticing the man's irritation, Clark continued, "If it's troublesome, don't worry about me. I should be able to find a way to get back on my own." Even Clark himself didn't believe it when he said this. He now had neither superpowers nor money, and he didn't even have his identity information. Chun Chun is just an ordinary 8-year-old kid. How can he travel across half of the United States from Kansas to New York? I dare not even joke about it. Come on, kid, you probably know how far Kansas is from the United States. Since I chose to meddle in this matter, you have to admit it. Follow me. With that, the man walked towards his truck, and although Clark still felt embarrassed, he had no choice but to follow him. "When we get to New York, let Dad arrange a job for this uncle." Thinking of this, Clark sat in the passenger seat. As the old truck roared and emitted a pungent smell of fuel, the man turned the car around and headed towards New York. At night, a specially modified bulletproof car came here again. After experiencing a tornado before, Benjamin realized the importance of safety, which cannot be ignored even if the probability is small. Look, this is almost the same model as the one owned by the President of the United States. It was even reinforced with the help of Stark Group to make it. Even if we encounter such a tornado again, as long as we stay in the car honestly, we still have a chance of survival. At this time, Benjamin had been wandering around for a long time, his disguise was complete, and the other party's attention had been completely attracted away by Richard. Now, he wants to bring his child to his side. But just as he got out of the car and was about to head to the bushes, the phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Benjamin realized that it was a message from Richard. "Richard, what happened? Are you safe now?" At this time, Richard had left Kansas and came to Denver, Colorado, with the purpose of leading the agents who were following him to the opposite place of New York. But at this moment, he looked anxious because Clark's location was no longer on the newly bought computer in front of him. "Benjamin, Clark's location has disappeared, go and see what happened." Hearing this, Benjamin was also startled and quickly ran towards the bushes, but at this time he found that the bushes where Clark was hiding had disappeared, leaving only traces of cracks all over the ground. Fragments of the locator. Benjamin squatted down to search and finally saw some tiny fragments on the cracked ground. Clark is awake. Clark actually woke up. When Richard learned the news from Benjamin, he realized that the worst had happened. He had expected this to happen. Since he already knew that Clark was Superman, he naturally understood that if Clark woke up, he would definitely try to return to New York alone. But Clark didn't know that there was actually an organization in this world that monitored the entire world. Therefore, there is a high probability that Clark will try to use his superpowers to go to New York. In this way, he is bound to be exposed under the eyes of the authorities and some spy organizations. And Richard's current efforts will be in vain. Of course, there is another possibility. Richard noticed that Clark was actually very weak in a coma, and it was uncertain whether he could still use his superpowers after waking up. But in that case, it would be more dangerous than being discovered by the Secret Service. Benjamin, Clark will definitely find a way to get to New York. He is a smart kid and ordinary people can't deceive him. Now drive along the road to New York and search to see if you can find Clark's whereabouts. At this moment, Richard was keenly aware of a faint flash outside the window, and after realizing that the agent who was following him had come nearby, he spoke hurriedly. "I can no longer offer any help. In short, you must find Clark." Now that the summit of leaders of various countries is about to be held, all organizations in the United States are alert. We must not let Clark be discovered by them. "I understand." Richard hung up the phone, and Benjamin had no time to waste, so he immediately drove along the road to New York. No matter what, he had to find his child before those organizations did. At this time, Clark and the man had come to a tavern in the suburbs. Kansas entered winter and heavy snow fell at night. In a short time, a thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground. "Didn't I tell you to wait in the car? This is a tavern, not a place for a kid like you to come in." Clark didn't say anything, but just sat next to the other person silently. "In the afternoon, you let me rest in the car, and when you left alone, you actually went to fight in a black boxing match." Although the man was taking Clark back to New York City, the route was not along the main road. Instead, they came to a place far away from the highway in Gengag and had a black boxing match in the basement of a tavern. As for how Clark knew it, although he had lost a lot of strength, with the restoration of sunlight during the day, his senses had begun to recover. Even though he was sitting on a chair in this tavern with many noisy voices of men around him, he could vaguely hear the cheers coming from under his feet. It seems, you are not a simple kid. The man drank the large glass of beer in his hand in one gulp. Coincidentally, at this moment, the TV hanging on the bar was reporting news about leaders of various countries gathering in the United States to discuss countermeasures to the mutant problem. However, such news did not affect the conversation between the two. Clark looked at the man in front of him seriously. Are you short of money? Your question is sheer nonsense. Do you think I look rich now? As he spoke, the man took a closer look at the kid in front of him. Although he looked a little thin, the clothes he was wearing were obviously not cheap stuff. It was natural for the other party to leave his unconscious nephew in the grass in the middle of winter. If nothing else, he must have prepared enough warm clothes for Clark. On the contrary, it seems that your family is very wealthy, so you don't have to worry about money. Clark didn't say much. It was okay 2 years ago, but since his father and uncle succeeded in their business 2 years ago, the issue of money has completely lost its meaning to the Parker family. Although they can't compare with guys like the Stark Group, as a family, the money they have now is enough to live a carefree life. If you want, I can ask my parents to arrange a job for you in New York. Hearing this, the man looked at Clark in surprise. You didn't tell me some truths, like saying that fighting in an underground boxing organization is against the law. Clark shook his head. Not to mention that he had learned to understand other people's hearts in the DC universe. Even before going to the DC universe, Clark would not say some seemingly noble truths about money. His best friend Matthew's father is a boxer for gangsters. So Clark knew how hard life was for ordinary people. It was already difficult to survive, so how could he treat them too harshly? What's more, the man was just going to fight and didn't hurt anyone, so Clark naturally had no reason to dissuade him. It seems that you are finally a little more to my liking. The man smiled. Although this kid was troublesome, he was not pretentious. This way, they could avoid a lot of troubles along the way. What's your name? The man did not answer Clark whether he needed a job or not, and Clark got the answer from the other party's performance. This was a man who went with the flow. Maybe one day he would be able to find his own home, but that would definitely not be a company run by his family. Is this question important? Yes, because you helped me and are my benefactor. The man shook the beer glass in his hand and watched the wheat-colored beer inside shake continuously. He actually has no memory of the past, and in order to find his memories, he has been wandering around like this for 15 years. But for some reason, he always resisted others from getting too close to him. He always had a feeling that people around him would be in danger if they got close to him. Not to mention, he was already hated by ordinary humans. But in the end, the man still said his name, at least the name he thought it was. Logan, just call me Logan. Clark nodded and silently memorized the name in his heart. But almost at the same time, a strong man holding a stick came behind the two of them and swung the bat at Logan's head. Bang! It wasn't Clark who took action, or rather, although Clark reacted, he couldn't react at all without his superpowers. It was Logan who took action. Metal claws extended from the knuckles of his fists, easily cutting off the stick in the man's hand. At the same time, he pressed his body forward and pinned the man against the pillar. Do you want to die? 3 metal claws extended from Logan's fist, 2 of which had already been inserted into the pillar, fixing the man firmly in place. As for the claw in the middle, it slowly extended out and finally gently pressed against the man's neck. If Logan wanted to, he could just extend his claws fully and pierce the man's neck, killing him. Logan, don't kill anyone. Clark was also startled by this sudden scene. Now he is only gradually recovering his super senses, and his X-vision has not yet recovered. Naturally, he doesn't know that Logan is not an ordinary person. Click. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of bullets being loaded, a shotgun was pointed at Logan's head. The tavern owner who was originally standing behind the bar took out his shotgun at some point and pointed the gun at Logan in front of him. Get out of here, monster. Seeing this, Clark wanted to step forward to stop it. I'm sorry, sir. Logan may have been a little impulsive, but after all, it was the other party who started it first. But before Clark could finish, the boss shouted loudly. Get out of my way, don't force me to shoot you first, you little monster who's staying with monsters. As he spoke, the boss even vaguely pointed the gun at Clark, which frightened Clark so much that he took a step back. Now that he had no superpowers, it was almost impossible for him to withstand a shotgun bullet. At this moment, Logan moved. He released the hand that was pressing on the man's chest and moved backwards. The sharp claws also stretched out, and in the blink of an eye, they cut the shotgun in the boss's hand in half. What? The boss' confidence came entirely from the shotgun in his hand, and when the shotgun was cut open and gunpowder spilled all over the ground, he instinctively raised his hands. Logan already knew how sharp his claws were, so naturally no one would want to try it out for themselves. After releasing a man who was pinned against a beam, the sturdy man who originally had the courage to hit the man on the head with a baseball bat now collapsed to the ground. He could feel that the murderous aura emanating from the monster in front of him was not fake. The other party had really killed people and really dared to kill people in public. After surviving the disaster, he naturally collapsed to the ground, breathing the air greedily and feeling the beauty of life. Old man. Logan, who had let go of the man, walked up to his boss and grabbed the man's collar with his clawed hands. There's nothing wrong with dealing with monsters, but pointing a gun at a child is something even a monster can't do. Logan's eyes were filled with anger. Although he and Clark had only spent half a day together, protecting children is an instinct engraved in every living being. The boss's behavior of taking his personal anger out on others, even on his children, naturally angered Logan. Okay Logan, let's go. Just when the boss thought he was going to be beaten up, it was Clark who finally stepped forward to persuade Logan, who gradually calmed down. Walk. With that, Logan quickly left the tavern, and Clark quickly followed after giving an apologetic smile to the many ordinary customers in the tavern. What the two of them didn't know was that as they left, a figure who wrapped himself tightly also left the tavern after looking around. In the RV, the author misremembered and wrote it as a truck. Clark sat in the driver's seat skillfully and watched Logan start the engine silently. Boy, aren't you afraid? When the vehicle roared, Logan suddenly asked, in today's world, it is quite normal for a child to trust a stranger, but it is indeed rare for a child to trust a mutant. Due to the smear campaign by various governments and the influence of some real mutant incidents, the reputation of mutants can be said to have become extremely rotten. Afraid of what? Afraid of you, Logan. I mean mutants. Thinking that Clark didn't understand, Logan simply pointed out his identity as a mutant. But Clark remained calm and didn't look scared at all. Why should you be afraid? First of all, you are Logan and a kind person who is willing to help me, right? As for mutants, everyone has something extraordinary. Clark is not unaware of the existence of mutants, but unlike ordinary families, although Benjamin and May told Clark to be careful of mutants, they also made it clear that not all mutants are bad, they are just ordinary humans. In addition, Clark himself possesses superpowers, so he naturally does not feel repulsed by mutants. On the contrary, because of what happened today, Clark clearly saw the world's rejection of mutants. According to the news on TV, the US president believes that reaching a consensus on mutant management is the focus of this meeting. It was obvious that the other party attacked first, and Logan didn't even hurt anyone, but the boss put a gun to his head. This unfair experience made Clark realize the difficulties of mutants. I have to say, you have impressed me once again. Logan smiled. He never thought that the person who was so to his liking was actually a kid who was less than 10 years old. Let's go back to the RV and get some sleep. We have to travel overnight. Clark nodded and returned to the RV, while Logan drove the vehicle towards New York with a faint smile on his face. Clark fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the sound of vehicle engines. The ultimate move against Superman exhausted all his strength, and he has been in a weak state since waking up. He is really too tired. The sun rose slowly, and when Clark felt the vehicle stop, he opened his eyes. Where is this? Without getting a response from Logan, Clark realized that Logan had already gotten out of the car, and the sound of Logan communicating with someone could be heard outside the car. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I just wanted a ride. Clark stood up and slowly walked down from the RV. Sure enough, he saw Logan communicating with a girl who was about 16 or 17 years old. Logan, what happened? Logan's expression improved a little when he noticed Clark had woken up. God knew what had happened. This kid had actually managed to sneak into his car and not be discovered by him for a whole night. Nothing, just a hitchhiker. Now everything is fine, let's go. Having said that, Luo Ji threw the other person's luggage on the ground and planned to return to the car. And the girl also said at this moment, please, I just need to get to the nearest town. I need your help. I'm sorry, but I don't care. Logan always keeps his distance from strangers, but Clark, who has received help from Logan, knows that Logan is just self-righteous and indifferent. In fact, he is still a kind person in his heart. Logan, the nearby town is not far from here, please help. Looking at Clark, who was trying to persuade him, Logan sighed. He really couldn't just abandon a girl in the wilderness. Since Clark had already spoken for him, what else could he say? Okay, you are all good people, and I am the bad guy, right? Come on, kid, go take a rest inside the car. The RV started moving again. Clark sat in the passenger seat, while the girl who had stayed in the trailer all night went to the back of the RV to rest. My name is Little Naughty. Thank you for speaking for me. Little Naughty still had a good impression of Clark, the person who spoke for him, so naturally he started introducing himself immediately after getting on the bus. No need. In fact, even if I didn't tell him, Logan would definitely not abandon you in the wilderness. Clark, you talk too much. Facing the teasing gazes of the two, Logan felt a little uneasy and could only ask Clark to shut up. Then thank you as well, Uncle Lee. Tisk. Although Logan knew that he was indeed very old, he still felt a little uncomfortable being called uncle, but he did not refuse the title after all. At this moment, the little rascal's stomach growled, which was normal. It also made Logan suddenly realize that since he met Clark, he had not seen Clark drink water or eat food for almost a day. The nearest rest stop is still some distance away, you should eat something first. Logan reached into the co-pilot's tool cabinet and pulled out 2 bags of snacks and threw them to the 2 men. The water is in the back, get it if you need it. Clark is fine. Although he has lost his superpowers, he is a Kryptonian after all. In a place with a yellow sun, he doesn't really need to eat. Even if he hasn't recovered his superpowers yet, he doesn't need to breathe now. But the little rascal was obviously very evil. After getting the snacks, he immediately took off his gloves and started to gobble them up. But at the same time, Clark and Logan both looked at the little rascal who took off his gloves and tightened his hands that were swollen from sweat. Logan silently turned on the heater, and Clark leaned back, intending to pull the little rascal's hand and put it on the heater. But this behavior actually scared the little naughty boy. Faced with Clark's outstretched hand, the little rascal instinctively withdrew his hand to avoid contact with Clark. Well, I just wanted to tell you that Logan turned on the heating. You can use the stove to keep warm. Clark, who thought his behavior had scared the little rascal, quickly explained, and Logan also said at the same time, "You don't think this kid, who's not even 10 years old, will hurt you? No, it's not." The little rascal also realized that his behavior just now seemed to be easy to be misunderstood. Considering that Logan was not an ordinary person, he explained, "I'm just afraid of hurting you. In the past, whenever someone touched my skin, I would get hurt, just like when you stretched out your claws in the tavern. I seem to have some strange abilities." As she spoke, the little rascal put on her gloves. She didn't want to hurt the two people who were willing to help her because of her carelessness. Is that so? Although Xiaodoqi didn't explain it clearly, the two of them would not dwell on it. After all, the other party was going to get off in the next town. After a period of silence, the well-fed little rascal couldn't help but look at Logan, especially at the joints of his fist. "Does it hurt when you extend your claws?" This may be just a little curiosity, but Logan felt the other party's implicit concern for him. In his 15 years of wandering, he used his ability to help many people, but no one had ever cared about him and felt pain. "It hurts every time." Logan's answer was very dull, but the moment he said it, something in his heart seemed to be untied, and he couldn't help but look at Clark and little Rugrats. "Now that I've met these two guys, the past 15 years of wandering have not been in vain." The relationship between the three people was quickly shortened because of the little rascal's subconscious concern, and they soon became harmonious with each other. They also learned the little rascal's real name, Mary, a very ordinary girl's name. But, in this car, there are an old wolf who has lived for more than 100 years, a mutant hot girl with special abilities, and a Kryptonian. How could such a lineup possibly complete the journey safely? Not long after, Logan drove through a sparsely populated forest. Clark returned to the RV, and Rogue sat in the passenger seat. "You should have worn your seatbelt." Seeing Logan driving with the accelerator almost pressed to the limit and not wearing a seatbelt, the little rascal couldn't help but remind him. Clark had already tried this yesterday, and the answer was naturally that it didn't work. "I don't need you to remind me." Before he could finish his words, a big tree beside the road suddenly fell down and lay across the middle of the road. Even though Logan realized something was wrong, it was too late when he wanted to step on the brakes. The RV ran straight into the fallen tree. Clark, who was leaning out from the back of the RV, and Mary, who was wearing her seat belts, naturally had no problem, but Logan, who was not wearing his seat belt, flew out of the window more than 10 meters away and fell heavily on the snow. What happened? Clark, who had also fallen in the RV, walked over holding on to the inner wall and looked at Logan who was lying on the snow in front of him. At this time, Logan had regained consciousness and stood up with his hands on the ground. However, this time, he received a severe blow to his head, and his mobility was affected. He was staggering on the way back. At this time, the rear of the RV also caught fire due to the collision. It spread to the vicinity of the gas tank at a very fast speed. Because of the presence of flammable materials, Clark immediately determined that he would not be able to extinguish such a fire without superpowers. "Mary, leave quickly, the vehicle is on fire and is about to explode," Clark said hurriedly, but at the same time he found that the other party was stuck in the seat in the collision because he was wearing a seat belt and could not move at all. "Are you all right?" Logan also came back at this time. The wound on his forehead that was so deep that the bone could be seen had almost healed. Clark had only seen such recovery ability in Superman, and even his recovery was not as fast as the others. But now is not the time to be surprised. There was a fire in the car, which ignited the gas tank, and Mary was stuck. Damn it. After hearing what Clark said, Logan knew that his RV might not be saved, so he immediately stepped forward and planned to rescue the people first. But just when he was about to get closer, he instinctively sensed the danger and immediately stretched out the sharp claws on both hands. Someone. Clark also noticed Logan's abnormality, but the heavy snow now covered the enemy's breath, making Logan unable to find the enemy's location. But Clark was different. His 5 senses were far superior to those of ordinary people, allowing him to accurately capture the hidden breathing sounds amid the sounds of the blizzard and fire. Logan, left. To what extent can trust between people be achieved? At least most people, when facing an unknown enemy, will always have some doubts about the words of an ordinary 8-year-old child and will not believe them completely. But this time, when Logan heard Clark's words, he swung his claws to his left without hesitation. And this happened to meet the strong man who jumped out from the bushes. Logan's claws pierced into the opponent's chest, but this not only did not make the opponent lose his ability to fight, but after a roar, this man who was a circle stronger than Logan burst out with even more terrifying power, lifted Logan up, threw him out heavily, and fell on the snow. "MD, these monsters again." Logan fell down, cursed inwardly, and rolled to the side instinctively. The next moment, the strange strong man picked up a big tree and smashed it on his original position. If he didn't dodge, even if he wouldn't die with his ability, he would lose consciousness because of this move, and then Clark and Little Rogue would be in danger. "Get out of my way." Logan rolled to the side and immediately stood up and rushed towards the sturdy man, attacking him with his sharp claws. The other party was obviously very violent, and there was no rationality in his cloudy eyes, but even so, he seemed to know everything about Logan. Knowing how sharp the claws on Logan's hands were, he would rather be pierced than suffer any cuts. Logan was completely entangled. Because the opponent is stronger than himself, has no inferior self-healing ability, and even knows him very well, Logan simply cannot end the battle with such an enemy in a short time. But at this time, the fire in the RV had spread. Seeing Logan's situation, Clark knew that it was impossible to wait for Logan to defeat the enemy and come to the rescue. Clark, what should I do? I can't move at all. Clark had tried before, but his strength had not yet recovered, and there was no way he could pull Rogue out of the deformed passenger seat. In that case, he could only transport the gas tank that might explode to a distant place. Don't worry, I have a solution. Clark's words made the little rascal feel relieved for a moment, but then he saw a horrifying scene in the rearview mirror. After Clark opened the back door of the RV, he walked directly to the burning gas tank and hugged the burning gas tank with his arms without any protection. You know, the burning gas tank had a temperature of over 100 degrees. The moment Clark's skin came into contact with it, the little rascal could even clearly hear the sound of his skin being burnt. What? Enduring temperatures of over 100 degrees, with flames even spreading to his clothes, Clark's pain was self-evident. However, compared to the pain he felt after eating red kryptonite raw, Clark could still endure it. Resisting the urge to let go, Clark rushed out of the RV holding the gas tank and ran deep into the forest. Clark! The little rascal called out loudly, but Clark still ran into the forest without looking back. No one knew how much gas was left in Logan's tank, and Clark didn't know how powerful the gas explosion would be, so he could only run as far away as possible. Boom! Finally, with the roar of an explosion deep in the forest and visible flames, the little rascal completely lost sight of Clark. Do not to mention the little rascal's screams at the top of his lungs, Logan also saw the flames produced by the explosion during his fight with the strong man. The simple situation made him understand what happened in an instant. You deserve to die. His eyes immediately turned red. He promised Clark that he would send him home, but only one day had passed and Clark's life or death was unknown. This made Logan feel guilty and vent all his anger on the enemy in front of him. Roar. The sturdy man in front of him was naturally not afraid of the angry Logan. After roaring like a beast, he continued to fight with Logan. Aside from the strong man occasionally choosing to dodge Logan's cutting attacks that could potentially slice off body parts, the other two's attacks could be said to be completely undodged. Relying on its powerful self-healing ability, it can withstand all attacks from the opponent, while also launching fatal attacks on the opponent without mercy. It was just like the life-and-death fight between the Wolf King and the saber-toothed tiger. It is precisely because both of them have powerful self-healing abilities that it is almost impossible for their physical strength to be exhausted in such a hand-to-hand fight. If no one else intervenes, this battle is likely to last for a long time. But it was obvious that the enemy attackers were not just the strong man. Just as Logan was about to swing his claws again, a sticky tongue shot out from a distance and wrapped around Logan's arm. What? The enemy's attack from the dark did not cause any damage, but it made Logan pause. The sturdy man in front of him seized this opportunity and knocked Logan down. His sharp claws could not pierce Logan's bones, but they directly crushed his eyes. What? Even though the sturdy man no longer suppressed him, Logan still screamed in pain. He had the ability to heal himself, but that did not mean he was incapable of feeling pain. But even so, Logan still struggled to stand up and wanted to continue fighting. But as he was blind, he no longer had any power to resist. The sturdy man slowly picked up the big tree on the ground, used it as a weapon, and smashed it directly on Logan, knocking him out and hitting the hood of the RV, completely losing consciousness. Until this time, the enemy who had just attacked Logan appeared from the woods, put his long tongue into his mouth, and walked to the strong man. Roar. What greeted him was not a hug from his companions, but an angry roar. Okay, I want you to keep fighting until dark and no one can tell who will win. Don't forget the mission the leader has assigned you. Do you want to be punished? When the strong man heard the other party calling him your leader, he showed a trace of fear, but finally he calmed down. And they are also mutants, and members of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, Sabretooth, and Toad. Next, we need to. No matter what you do, it's impossible to achieve. A voice interrupted Toad before he could finish his words. Like an indestructible cockroach, Clark once again stood at the end, blocking the two men. Even though his body was already covered in blood, he was also cut by fragments from the explosion of the gas tank at close range. There was even a huge cut on his abdomen, and his internal organs could be vaguely seen. But even so, Clark had no intention of backing down. No matter the other party's target is Logan, the little rascal, or himself, he will not let the other party succeed. This kid is not dead yet. The reason why Toad waited so long between Sabretooth and Logan before taking action was not only because he took into account Sabretooth's desire to fight Logan, but mainly because he had been hiding nearby and watched Clark endure the explosion of the gas tank at close range before leaving. An 8-year-old kid wouldn't be able to survive an explosion like that. Even a saber-toothed tiger would be paralyzed for more than a minute before it could stand up. Why hasn't this kid died yet? Mutant. Toad thought so, but he did not feel any closeness to Clark. Although the Brotherhood of Mutants nominally used force to fight for more rights for the mutant community. But in fact, except for Magneto and Mystique, most of them are actually desperados. They don't really care what will become of their so-called compatriots. It's just because Magneto's powerful strength can give them shelter, so they don't mind obeying Magneto's orders and doing things for him. Haven't you had enough fights? I'll leave this brat to you, Toad said, taking a step back. If it was Magneto who appeared here, Clark might have aroused Magneto's curiosity and been let go after bravely standing in front of Logan and Rogue, but unfortunately, Toad did not have any idea of respecting the elderly and protecting his compatriots. Of course, even if Clark knew, he wouldn't care, because he is not a mutant, he is a Kryptonian from another universe. Facing the approaching saber-toothed tiger, Clark clenched his fists and shook them, but quickly rushed towards the opponent and smashed his fists hard into the opponent's abdomen, because his current height was only enough to reach the opponent's part below the chest. However, Clark's superpowers had not yet recovered, so the fighting skills he had trained on Paradise Island were of no use to him. After the saber-toothed tiger began to counterattack, he barely dodged 2 attacks from its sharp claws before being grabbed by the opponent by the head and lifted up. What? Pressure. The saber-toothed tiger used the grip of one hand to continuously press Clark's head. At this moment, Clark felt that his head was about to explode. But I had no power to resist. Clark. The little rascal shouted anxiously, but she was stuck in the passenger seat and could do nothing. She could only reach out her hand through the broken window and shake Logan's body, trying to wake up this uncle with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. But how can a comatose person wake up so easily? Everything was going in the wrong direction until a ray of sunlight shone through the gap between the trees and accurately fell on Clark. The instinct for survival prevented Clark's body from slowly absorbing the sun's energy, and after a brief period of exposure, his eyes turned red again. What? With a roar, Clark's eyes burst out with hot vision that enveloped the saber-toothed tiger and forced it back. And his skin was burned by the high-temperature thermal vision, and the speed was even faster than the saber-toothed tiger's self-healing ability. His skin and his flesh were constantly being burned. If he continued to be attacked by the thermal vision without a metal skeleton, he would die here sooner or later. What? Clark's sudden outburst really scared Toad, and this way of attack even reminded him of a very troublesome old friend. However, he did not hesitate too much. He also saw the saber-toothed tiger's condition clearly. If he continued, the saber-toothed tiger would be killed by this energy. Then, the toad stuck out its tongue again, wrapped around Clark's feet and pulled hard, causing Clark to fall to the ground without any balance. The thermal vision also stopped. It was originally a temporary burst of power. Once it was interrupted, it would be impossible to use it again. But the saber-toothed tiger, feeling the threat of death, did not hesitate, and quickly stepped forward and kicked Clark in the neck. With a snap, Clark's cervical vertebra was directly broken, and the whole person completely collapsed on the ground and kept struggling. He used up all the strength that had been slowly accumulated over the day, and naturally, Clark, who had completely lost his superpowers, also needed oxygen. At this moment, he finally understood the feeling of suffocation, which was a feeling of powerlessness as if he was trapped in the deep sea, like an abyss. But at this time, Toad and Sabretooth no longer cared about Clark's situation. His cervical vertebra was broken, and even if Magneto came, he would definitely die. They no longer cared about a dying kid and planned to continue approaching the RV. And at this moment, the snow suddenly became heavier. Realizing that something was wrong, the two men immediately turned around, only to see two people in tight combat suits vaguely standing in the wind and snow in the environment that turned into a blizzard in the blink of an eye. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared subconsciously, but the toad had already jumped into the forest. He is not a fool like Saber-Tooth Tiger. He knows the two people in front of him. He cannot be Saber-Tooth Tiger's opponent in a head-on battle. Sure enough, while the saber-toothed tiger's vision was blinded by the blizzard, one of them gently pressed the device on his face that looked like high-tech glasses, and a red ray that was extremely similar to thermal vision suddenly shot out and directly burned through the saber-toothed tiger's abdomen. Roar. The wounds from Clark's thermal vision attack had not yet healed completely. Now that it had received another injury, even the saber-toothed tiger knew that it could not do anything, so it also jumped into the forest and left. As the enemy left, the blizzard gradually subsided. These two men and women in tights are Cyclops and Storm from the X-Men. Cyclops immediately ran to the cab of the RV and used a laser to rescue the trapped rogue, while Storm squatted beside Clark to check his injuries. What happened to Clark? Is there any hope? After Rogue came down, he immediately rushed to Clark and asked Storm anxiously. Storm nodded, then shook her head. He still has vital signs, but the suffocation is too severe. We must go back immediately. Go. Cyclops did not hesitate and carried the unconscious Logan. The few of them got into the invisible fighter plane they came in and left the forest of Kansas. When they returned to New York and arrived at the Academy for Gifted Young People in the suburbs, Clark's breathing even stopped at one point and his situation was critical. Honestly, it's nothing short of a miracle. In the laboratory, a blonde woman was talking to a beast covered with blue hair. The person they were talking to was, naturally, Clark, whose breathing was gradually becoming steady on the bed. Jean Grey, the Phoenix, and Hank the Beast. As two of the smartest scientists among the X-Men, they knew the moment they took over Clark that the chances of saving him were slim. The cervical vertebrae were broken for too long and the suffocation lasted for a long time. Even though Cyclops and the others sent Clark here as soon as the rescue was completed, it still took too much time on the way. Normally, an ordinary person would have died on the road in such a situation, but the young man in front of him survived tenaciously. Although his vital signs were very weak, he was still alive and his heart was still beating weakly. This is why they came up with the idea of trying to rescue them. Who says it's not true? No mutant can bear such an injury, let alone this ordinary child. Beast agreed while preparing the props needed for the operation. They were going to cut directly open Clark's neck and reconnect his broken cervical vertebrae. You said, is this child really just an ordinary person? Sheen said suddenly, and the beast knew what the other party meant. You want to say that he is also a mutant, like that man, and has the ability to heal himself to survive until now? Jean nodded. The mutant named Logan possessed super self-healing abilities, and all the bones in his body had turned into some extremely strong metal, so almost no injury could kill him. There is almost no other possibility that this young man has been able to hold on until now except for his self-healing ability. But if there is such a boy, the professor should have discovered it long ago. It is impossible for us to know nothing about it. Professor X, Charles, has the most dangerous brain in the world and his psychic ability is the best in the world. Although such a person has sworn that he will never privately view the thoughts in other people's minds without permission. However, as one of the leaders of the mutant fever, Charles often uses his psychic abilities to search for awakened mutants around the world. Even if they don't make contact, at least there is a record of the information. And in this situation, this 8-year-old child did not appear in their database. No wonder Beast never thought of the possibility that Clark was a mutant. Stop talking about this and get ready for surgery. It is good. Just as Beast and Jean were about to perform surgery on Clark, in another laboratory not far away, Logan, shirtless, was sleeping here. Unlike Clark, under the protection of the metal skeleton, no injury could kill him. The reason he fell was simply because the kinetic energy impact made him fall into a coma. Combined with his own self-healing ability, there were no wounds on his body. Now he just fell into a temporary sleep due to fatigue. What? Suddenly, Logan sat up abruptly and looked around panicking. The laboratory, was it captured? Logan was not without enemies during his years of escape. There were some enemies that he did not know but knew him and would hunt him down. He also knew how attractive his abilities were to some powerful people. Naturally, the moment he saw the location lab, Logan thought they had been caught. Being knocked down themselves, Clark and Little Rogue naturally had no power to resist. I want to find them. Thinking of this, Logan didn't even think about finding a piece of clothes, and ran out of the laboratory with his upper body naked. However, facing the corridor shining with metallic luster, he was in trouble for a moment. He had no idea where the bite set was, nor did he know where to look for Clark and Rogue, so he could only look around and move around. Where are you going? Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in Logan's mind. Logan was startled and instinctively hid behind the wall at the corner. There were many elevators around, but he couldn't start any of them as he had no authority, so he could only hide. Come here. Suddenly, the elevator behind Logan suddenly opened, and there seemed to be a figure in his mind telling him to enter the elevator. The voice had no malice, and the sound in his mind did not make Logan feel any discomfort. If things went smoothly, he would subconsciously follow the voice's instructions and walk into the elevator. But at this moment, Logan has someone he cares about more. Go away? Where's Clark? Where's Rugrats? Where are they? At this time, Professor Charles, who was sitting in the principal's office, finally understood Logan's thoughts. He was not worried about his own safety, but about the two children. After having a new understanding of Logan's kindness, Charles did not ask Logan to come to see him immediately, and the elevator door slowly closed. At the same time, his voice sounded again in Logan's mind. Since you are looking for that child, then keep going. You will find him. Luo Zhen didn't know what to do at first, but now that he had received a hint, whether it was true or false, he had no choice but to go and take a look. He walked forward cautiously, step by step, and when he approached a metal door, his keen hearing detected some movement inside. It's a success. The paralysis is perfect. The neck bone has been reattached. Now we're starting to sew it up. Collarbone. Logan fell into a coma too early. He knew that Clark took the exploded gas tank away alone and protected the little rascal, but he didn't know that Clark later had a broken neck. After hearing this, he immediately had two guesses. One was that Clark was caught and experimented on, and the other was that the little rascal was caught and experimented on. This cannot be blamed on Logan. For 15 years, he has no memories and has been living in a world that is extremely hostile to mutants. He has long been accustomed to seeing others in the worst way. Even if he has a kind heart, he cannot withstand the hatred around him. Logan, who had saved Clark and Rogue from an accident, did not hesitate. He stretched out his sharp claws and cut open the door of the laboratory in 2 strokes. He rushed in and saw Clark on the laboratory table. What did you do? Before he could think carefully, Logan was already overwhelmed by anger. No one would calm down so easily after seeing a little ghost following him with blood all over his neck. He brandished his sharp claws and rushed to Jean Grey in a flash. It seemed that his sharp claws were going to cut her in half. Although they are also called X-Men, Jean is different from the other members because he cannot control his mutant abilities well, so he has never experienced any battles. Besides, no one expected that Professor X had told them telepathically that Logan was coming to the laboratory to find Clark, which made them relax their vigilance. As a result, the next second, Logan launched an attack directly because of a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jean even forgot that she had the superpower of telekinesis. She stood there in a daze, watching Logan attack her. Fortunately, Sheen was not the only one performing the operation. The beast next to her reacted in time. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is from the same era as Professor X, who has to use a wheelchair to move around, and is not younger at all. It was precisely because he had experienced the era of fierce head-on conflict between mutants and humans that he had good fighting qualities and was able to pounce on Logan from the side in time. The beast's enormous strength punched Logan's head hard, trying to calm this brainless mad wolf down. But even though his strength may be stronger than that of Sabretooth, Logan will not lose the power to resist just because of one heavy blow. Without being able to kill him, any attack would only make Logan more crazy. The claws on both hands swung and instantly cut through the beast's robe. The next blow was going to pierce directly through his body. And at this moment, Sheen finally realized that she had superpowers. An invisible force covered Logan's body, causing his movements to stagnate. Even though his face turned red and veins bulged, Logan couldn't control his body at all. Jean and Professor X both possess psychic abilities, but the one used to control Logan at this moment is another superpower called telekinesis. Calm down, Logan, we didn't hurt the kid, he's injured, we're operating on him. Logan continued to struggle for a while, but when the direction had no effect at all, he had time to think carefully. Looking at Clark, who was breathing steadily on the hospital bed, he finally believed what the two people in front of him said. After nodding with the only part of her head that could move, indicating that she understood, Jean gradually relaxed her telekinesis and put Logan down. Phew, sorry. Logan couldn't say anything extra. This simple apology was already his limit. Just want to cover up the fear in Sheen's heart. Simple words cannot eliminate it. At this time, Charles's psychic ability finally arrived and connected the brains of several people. It was my negligence that I didn't tell Logan everything. Now Logan, I can answer your questions. Come up and meet me. Hearing this, Sheen could only put away the grievance in her heart and nodded to Logan. The professor wants to see you. I'll take you there. Led by Jean Grey, Logan came to the door of a classroom. Along the way, Logan also saw many students. They always showed their differences from ordinary people from time to time. Just like they could extend their claws, they could make ice, control fire, and fly. There were many non-humans gathered here. Even when Logan and Jean Grey entered the classroom, they saw with their own eyes that a girl did not push the door, but walked straight through it. Surprised, Charles asked with a smile, looking at the expression on Logan's face. Where is this? Logan naturally would not admit that he was surprised by this academy that gathered such a large number of mutants. He just asked the most important question in his mind. Westchester, New York. My partner found you and the two children and brought you here for treatment. I don't need treatment. Logan had been on high alert the whole time, so naturally he didn't speak to Charles and the others in a very good tone, but Charles's next words left him speechless. It's obvious, but it's also obvious that that teenager needs treatment, and needs it urgently. Logan had to admit that it didn't matter what happened after he fell into a coma. What mattered was Clark's injuries. How's Clark's injury? And what about that girl? Where is she? The one who answered Logan was Jean. Although he was very unhappy with Logan because of his naturalization, he still answered the question. The little boy, Clark's injury has stabilized. I have to say that his vitality is not inferior to yours. It can even be seen that his physical strength is much higher than yours. This is the main reason why he can't heal himself like you. As for the little girl, Jean walked straight forward, pulled open the curtains and said, if I remember correctly, she's been sitting on the lawn chair since Clark was taken to the lab. Logan looked outside and saw the figure of the little rascal. Just as Jean said, she sat in her seat blankly without moving, and even though two boys next to her kept trying to talk to her, she didn't react at all. She's concerned about Clark. Maybe it's more than just caring. At this point, Jean smiled, but it was obvious that he was not laughing at Logan, but at the relationship between Rogue and Clark. Logan didn't understand or care about these things. As long as the two of them were safe, that was enough. At this time, Cyclops and Storm also walked into the classroom one after another. After a brief introduction, Charles also planned to get to the point. Here, Magneto won't continue to trouble you, and about Magneto, I think you need to know some details. At this time, the little rascal in the garden endured the noisy voices of the two men around him, but in his heart, he was always looking forward to Clark, who was pushed into the laboratory. You're going to be okay, aren't you? In her heart, she looked forward to Clark and asked for God's blessing, turning a deaf ear to the flattery of the two boys around her. Even if they were future firemen and patients, even if they showed their magical ice-making and fire-controlling abilities in front of the little naughty, they could not attract the little naughty's attention at all. Until the beast appeared in front of the little rascal. Sir, how is Clark? He'll be all right, right? Can I go check on him? The little rascal will never forget how Clark endured the flames and took away the burning gas tank, nor will he forget how he still stood in front of him even though he was covered in bruises. This child, who was only half her age, used practical actions to enter the heart of the little rascal, which he thought would never fluctuate again. It's you, you've been waiting here. The girl in front of the beast man was one of the two children sent back by Scott and Aurora. When he was going to take Clark to the laboratory, she always wanted to go in and take a look. There's no problem with taking the position. He's stable now, but remember, don't touch him. We don't know your abilities yet. During this time, Clark wasn't the only one being examined. The X-Men also performed basic tests on Rogue's abilities. The opponent's ability is to absorb the vitality of others through physical contact. It is a powerful but also dangerous ability. If Clark is touched at this time, the opponent who is already seriously injured may very likely die. I know. I will never touch the other person. In that case, then follow me. Rogue followed the beast to the underground laboratory and met Logan, who also came here on the way. Logan, great, you're okay too. Logan was in a very complicated mood. He just patted the little rascal on the shoulder and didn't say much. Even he himself doesn't know what his past is. Now, the old man next to him tells him that there is a guy named Magneto who wants to catch him, but no one knows the reason. This unexpected misfortune made him feel very bad. Little rascal, this is the right place for you. Live well here. The little rascal also heard a hint of farewell in Logan's words and asked quickly, what about you? You're a mutant too, so you can stay here too. On the side, the group led by Professor X didn't say much. If Logan was willing, they didn't mind accepting a new member. But Logan shook his head. I still have to look for my past, and this is not my home. Without much explanation, Logan, who was used to being alone, subconsciously refused to join any organization. He and his group walked into the laboratory for a comprehensive physical examination. Magneto will not arrest others for no reason, and as long as he takes action against mutants, the biggest reason is most likely the mutants themselves. On the other side, the little rascal was led by the beast to the room where Clark was. As soon as she opened the door, she looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. Clark? Are you awake? That's right, Clark has woken up. After his most serious injury, the broken cervical vertebra, was reconnected, the Kryptonian's powerful self-healing ability began to quickly heal other wounds. Fortunately, before entering the basement without sunlight, his body still absorbed a lot of solar energy. It's a miracle. Originally, Beast thought that it was a medical miracle that they were able to save Clark's life under such circumstances. However, he was even more surprised that Clark woke up in such a short time. I'm sorry to have worried you and Logan. Clark smiled at Rogue, then looked at the Beast. Thank you for saving me. Are not you afraid? The Beast asked curiously. To be honest, every kid here gets shocked when they first see me like this. I'm used to it. Although mutants do have a variety of abilities, like beasts, only a few of them have the ability to directly change their appearance. Moreover, compared to those changes where the whole body turns into metal and grows wings, the beast's ability to directly transform into a blue-haired monster is indeed a big change. My story is a long one, but I have seen things that are more horrifying than you. Not to mention the loss of the DC universe, even the ordinary heroes and the giant woman who was the first to fall, their appearance at the time was actually much more terrifying than that of the beasts. Clark, who had tried so hard, naturally would not be afraid of the appearance of the beast. By the way, can I go out now? Hearing this, the beast thought Clark was a child who couldn't sit still, so he immediately tried to persuade him. Although Lee has a strong ability to heal himself, I think he is not fully recovered yet. It is better not to move around rashly. That's not the case. Clark explained immediately. You also know that I have some special abilities. I am clear about these abilities. What I need is not rest, but the sun. Sun. The beast was confused, but finally agreed with Clark's statement. Accompanied by Clark, who was still walking shakily, he left the underground laboratory and headed for the park. When the three men came out, the future fireman John and Iceman Bobby immediately stepped forward. Little rascal, is this your companion? Isn't he just a child? John spoke very directly. He didn't know what they had been through, nor did he consider other people's feelings. He simply thought that the little rascal should not give up communicating with their peers and keep waiting for Clark. John. As for the other Bobby, he was much more rational. He could see that little Naughty cared very much about the kid named Clark. Without knowing the whole process, he naturally would not say much. Instead, he stopped John from saying anything more. At this time, Rogue and Beast no longer cared about Bobby and John's performance, because Clark, who had just needed their support to walk slowly, had changed. Gradually, my body became strong enough to walk on my own without assistance, and this was just the beginning. Everyone only felt that the sunlight appearing nearby was attracted by some force and gathered towards Clark's body, and the huge solar energy poured into his body. The beasts on the side were stunned. What kind of ability is this? Photosynthesis? But his skin isn't green. Beast has a feeling that this child named Clark may be even more powerful than Charles and Magneto. He just needs to be given enough time. At this moment, Clark also felt a sense of comfort in his body. Although his cervical vertebrae were indeed broken in the previous battle and his last bit of solar energy was almost exhausted, he also expelled all the last bit of violent energy that remained in his body due to the previous explosion. And after the incident in which the red kryptonite caused his body to go berserk, Clark has somehow mastered the method of actively absorbing solar energy. This is a skill that even the Superman from another world have not mastered. The absorption of solar energy by Kryptonians is a passive process, but even so, it can transform an ordinary person, a person who does not even realize that he is a Kryptonian, into an omnipotent Superman within 30 years. At this time, Clark not only clearly recognized his own identity, but also vaguely mastered the method of actively absorbing energy. The speed at which he became stronger would be beyond imagination. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Clark broke free from the shackles of gravity and slowly flew into the air. The solar energy that continued to flow into his body made him look like a living being radiating golden light. The energy fluctuations generated even alarmed the academy. The few people who were still in the basement wondering why Magneto wanted to capture Logan also ran out and looked at the shocking scene in front of them. Hank, what's going on? Jean pushed Charles here, and Charles immediately looked at Hank. As for Rogue, Bobby and others, it was lucky that they didn't collapse on the ground in fear when faced with such a situation. How could they stay rational and explain such a situation? Clark woke up and said that his abilities could be restored by exposure to sunlight, but I didn't expect that this was his method. The Beast quickly explained everything he knew, but that couldn't dispel everyone's worries. Not only were they worried about whether there would be problems with Clark absorbing such a large amount of solar energy, but if such a large amount of energy ran wild, the entire academy could be razed to the ground. As more and more students are attracted by such scenes, feeling the panic gradually rising in the hearts of these children, Charles finally couldn't sit still anymore. He planned to use his psychic ability to enter Clark's mind. Without saying anything else, he wanted Clark to stop. But just when she was about to do so, the golden light disappeared in an instant. Instead of being reflected to other places, it was all absorbed into Clark's body. Clark, who had returned to his original state, slowly fell from the air. Looking at the shocked eyes of the crowd, he finally realized how shocking his behavior just now was. Hello everyone. Clark behaved very normally. Although he possessed great power, this power did not hurt anyone and he was completely controlled by the opponent. As long as this can be achieved, these mutant children will naturally no longer be afraid of Clark. Cool? What's your ability? Why is it so cool? I don't know who started it, but soon after, Clark was surrounded by many students because of his cool abilities, and they asked him all kinds of questions. They are all young people with abilities of their own, plus the X-Men in the academy. Many of them were in the habit of reading superhero comics, and soon, some people associated Clark's abilities with Superman in the comics. Your name is Clark, and Superman in the comics is also called Clark. Could it be that you two are the same person? Haha, maybe. Although the other party has already given the answer, Clark couldn't possibly spread his identity around like that. The Superman in the comics had to use super hypnosis in the early days to make it difficult for people to tell his true identity. He was only 8 years old, so how could he be so high profile? Seeing that Clark was a little embarrassed, and also because he was interested in Clark's abilities, Charles pushed the wheelchair slowly forward. Alright everyone, stop bothering Clark. You still have plenty of time in the next few days. As for now, Clark just finished surgery, let him rest. Charles's reputation in the college is almost equivalent to that of the father of all the students here. It is impossible for the academy to force mutant children here. For this reason, the children who come here are basically rejected by the surroundings and choose to run away from home, or because their families are afraid of them, they take the initiative to contact Charles and choose to give up the child. They were all people who were abandoned by their original lives, and Charles gave them a brand new life. Naturally, they all respected and appreciated Charles immensely and listened to him. After Charles spoke, the crowd quickly dispersed and Clark breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to deceive others. On the contrary, these students always guessed the correct answer, and he couldn't deny it directly. It's great, Clark, that you can control your powers. Clark turned around and realized that it was the little rascal who said this. It's okay. My ability is like an instinct. It's not particularly difficult to control it. The little rascal never talked about his past, so Clark naturally didn't know much about it, nor did he realize how much harm such an answer would cause to the other party. Well, I wish you a happy life in the future. When Clark realized that the little rascal was in a bad mood, he had already turned around and left, still followed by John and Bobby. Little rascal. Clark didn't know what he said wrong, but he could feel that the other person was in a very bad mood. Clark, could you please come with me? At this time, Charles also invited Clark to come over. After thinking about it, Clark finally decided to find time to chat with the little rascal later. As for now, he wanted to see what the professor wanted to say to him. Back to the basement again, this time, almost all the X-Men, including Logan, were here. Kid, you never told me you had superpowers. The first person to speak was Logan, but there was some complaint in his tone. If he had known earlier that Clark had superpowers, he would not have been so worried. I'm sorry Logan, my superpowers were restricted due to some problems before, and I couldn't use them all the time. I'm just recovering now. Logan didn't think about it too deeply. He remembered that Clark's home was in New York, but he appeared in Kansas. This already proved that Clark was not a simple person, but he just didn't think about it too much. And then, Charles spoke. Kid, you are very aware of your abilities, so can you tell me, are you a mutant? There are people with superpowers in this world, but not every person with superpowers is a mutant. However, today's society does not care about this little difference, because the mutant group is the largest group among people with superpowers, so basically every person with superpowers, no matter how they were born, will be regarded as a mutant. But Charles still wanted to know whether Clark was a mutant or not. He wanted to get the answer from Clark. Unless it was necessary, he was unwilling to use his psychic powers directly to get the answer. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not a mutant. I'm not even a human. Clark's answer shocked everyone, but they did not interrupt immediately. Instead, they waited for Clark's next words. I only found out the truth a while ago. Before that, I always thought I was just an ordinary human being, just a little bit outstanding in some aspects. Have you read the comics? It's the comic series called Detective Comics. Scott nodded. He had also read this kind of comic when he was a child. Then he suddenly realized. Could it be? That's right, Detective Comics is not completely fictional. There really is a world with Superman, Batman, and other superheroes. And I am obviously the Superman who hasn't grown up yet. Fearing that the other party would not believe him, Clark also demonstrated his superpowers, precisely controlling the heat vision that would not cause damage to shine on the ground in front of everyone, and the breath he blew could directly condense a layer of frost on the wall. He used the biological force field to offset gravity and fly. When these scenes appeared before everyone's eyes, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only believe the fact that the child in front of them was a little Superman. Not to mention Clark showing off his ability to stand out from the crowd to a group of superpowered people. On the other side, after separating from Clark, Rogue felt lost for a while. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. When she knew that Clark had superpowers like her, she felt happy, especially when she saw people around her looking at Clark with fear. She felt happy from the bottom of her heart. She knew that this idea was not a good one, but she just couldn't suppress it. But soon, the facts dealt her a cruel blow. Clark was not like her, unable to control his own power. He easily controlled the extremely dangerous power, suppressing the fear that had just risen in the hearts of those around him and turning it into admiration. At this moment, she realized that there was actually a huge gap between them. Clark might be able to become a powerful hero like the X-Men in the future with his own abilities, but she would have to live her entire life without having skin contact with others and grow old alone in silence. Little rascal, what's wrong with you? You seem to be in a bad mood. At this moment, Bobby, who had caught up, snapped his fingers, and a rose made of crystal clear ice appeared in his hand. Hopefully this will cheer Lee up. John, who also caught up, could only wave his hands secretly when he saw this scene. Who let Bobby's ability be to make ice? He couldn't rub out a flaming rose, it would burn him. John could only secretly blame himself for arriving a step late and left silently. Although he was a little conceited, he would not hinder his friend's good deeds. On the other side, Little Naughty also took the ice rose from Bobby, but the expression on his face was still not very good. Bobby, can I call you that? Of course, it's an honor. Bobby's real name is not Bobby, his real name is Robert Louis Drake. As for Bobby, it is just a nickname. But how could Bobby refuse to be called by a nickname by the little rascal? Thank you. After thanking him in person, the little rascal expressed his concerns. Am I really suitable to stay here? What I mean is that my ability is very dangerous. If I am not careful, I will hurt the people around me. Is it really the right choice for me to stay? Bobby didn't realize that the little rascal was thinking about such a question in his mind, a question that was not a problem at all for the children living here. You're worrying too much, little rascal. Bobby smiled, and that smile slightly dispelled the worry in the little rascal's heart. How many people living here have safe abilities? Bobby's question made Little Naughty start thinking involuntarily, thinking about the scenes she saw after coming here. Some of the mutant children here can teleport, and some, like Bobby, can control certain special elements. It seems, if placed in the outside world, none of their abilities are absolutely safe. I can make this ice rose for you, and I can also make ice cubes above -50 degrees Celsius, which can cause frostbite if you come into direct contact with it. John can manipulate existing flames at will. He can make a flame the size of a lighter flame cover the entire sky in an instant. Katie's ability allows him to pass through any entity, but if he wants, he can directly seal someone into the ground beneath our feet. Even if they don't die of suffocation, they will be crushed to death by the weight of the ground. How many people here can be considered safe? Bobby suddenly leaned closer, and although the little rascal was startled, she didn't avoid him directly because she was in a complicated mood. The reason why we are studying here is to prevent our abilities from harming others, and to protect our companions like us. So, little rascal, no one will be afraid of you. You can stay here forever, study with us, and live together. We can totally become a family. Of course, Bobby didn't say these words casually. They were the words used by Professor Charles when he was counseling some children who were abandoned by their parents. Bobby just cut out some of them and told them to the little rascal. But Charles's words were so contagious that tears flowed involuntarily from the naughty little boy's eyes. She remembered why she left her home. Originally, she had a beloved boyfriend and a happy family, but just because of a kiss, her uncontrollable ability almost killed the man she loved most. What followed were the frightened looks and instinctive rejection from her boyfriend and parents. They didn't drive him away, but the vague rejection was the real killer. Unable to bear it, the little rascal left home, met Clark and Logan, and finally came here. Can I really? Little Doki is still not very confident, which is normal. It is difficult for any child to trust other people or other environments after being rejected and abandoned by his parents. Just at this moment, a pleasant bell rang, which meant that a new class was about to begin. Teacher Ororo's class is about to start. Come with me. Maybe you can get the answer you want in class. In the basement, as the school bell rang, Clark's display of his superpowers ended. I have a class next, so I'll leave now. Storm left here directly because she had to go to class. Although Kryptonians are magical, she has the power to control storms, so she is not particularly envious of their abilities. But the beast was very interested in Clark's body. After all, he was a Kryptonian. Who wouldn't be curious about Clark's body, which could become infinitely stronger as long as it was exposed to the sun? Maybe the beast had no idea of what to do with this information, but his instinct as a scientist made him ask this question. Clark, can we check your body? I'm really curious about what the physical constitution of Kryptonians is like. Hearing this, Clark showed an embarrassed expression. He thanked Beast and the X-Men for saving him, Rogue and Logan in dire situations. This is why Clark told them that he was a Kryptonian. However, Clark was unwilling to reveal his Kryptonian identity and physical information. Hank. Charles saw Clark's dilemma. In terms of scientific research ability and hard IQ, he might not be Hank's opponent, but as the most powerful psychic on Earth, his sensitivity to human hearts is absolutely unmatched. At this time, Hank also realized that he was really inappropriate. For mutants, the most important thing is their own genes. The children in the academy are willing to believe them, so there is naturally no problem. However, Clark is not a mutant, and he has only been in contact with them for a relatively short time. Such a proposal is really too offensive. I'm sorry, Clark, I was inconsiderate. After figuring it out, the Beast immediately apologized, and Clark naturally wouldn't hold on to this point. Thank you for your understanding. As he spoke, Clark thought about what happened a week ago. At that time, he was still in the DC universe, helping out in Luthor's laboratory. That day, Luthor was perfecting his preliminary design, and Superman's voice happened to be heard over the wireless communication. Luthor, tell me the special materials needed for the Ark. The reserves on Earth may not be enough, but I know some nearby planets should have these materials. This is Superman. Everyone thinks that Superman only has brute strength but is unwilling to use his brain. But in fact, Superman has learned the oceans of most races in the universe and knows the general geographical conditions of all the planets around the solar system. He may really not like to think, but that's to reassure the people around him, not because he is really stupid. After handing the information to Superman, Luthor couldn't help but sigh. Only at this point will a Superman be willing to fully demonstrate his talent, but can a person who has been suppressed for so long exert his full strength? When a person is too kind, he naturally cannot be cruel. It is impossible for Superman not to see that there is no future for humans staying on Earth. The reason why he quarreled with Luthor over the Ark was because of this inertia. The biggest reason why Superman is kind is that he trusts humans. He knew full well that there were scumbags among humans, and that not all humans were kind to him. Most humans with powers actually viewed Superman as a possible enemy. But Superman is willing to choose to trust and treat all of humanity well for the sake of ordinary people who have no power. Thinking of this, Luthor looked at Clark beside him. Clark, do you love humans? Clark, who was using his super brain to help Cyborg calculate data, was slightly stunned when he heard this. He never thought that when Superman was talking to Luthor, he would start asking himself questions in the end. But Clark already had an answer to this question. That's natural. I live on Earth, and the Earth is my home. I naturally love the Earth and the humans on it. Really? He looks exactly like Superman. Except for Kryptonite and the Red Sun, whose weaknesses are determined by physical constitution, everyone else has ways to deal with Superman. Which one of them is not offered by Superman himself? In order to make the enemy feel at ease, he handed over his own leverage with both hands. It's outrageous, but this is Superman. Clark, when you return to your own world, remember, unless you truly trust that person wholeheartedly, never tell anyone about your physical condition. There is a high probability that there is no kryptonite in the other world. All your weaknesses are in your hands. Don't make your weaknesses public like Superman did. Clark asked why, but Luthor didn't answer, but he naturally knew the answer. Looking at the story of Superman, every chapter is like walking on the edge of a knife. With Superman's style of doing things, it would not be too much for him to be killed at any time. After meeting Clark, Luthor also found a way to get some Marvel comics from the ruins to read. Naturally, they also knew that the world Clark lived in was not as tolerant as their world, and the government there was more ignorant and more dangerous than the government in their world. The same growth process, if placed on Superman in this world, may make him a great hero, but if placed on Clark in another world, it will only lead to Clark's death. Thinking back, Clark still doesn't know why Luthor gave such advice, but this doesn't stop Clark from being willing to take action for it. Since class is about to start, I have one last question. Charles's sudden words also symbolized that the meeting was coming to an end. After knowing Clark's abilities, Charles had another guess in his mind about Magneto's purpose. Clark, do you think that the previous attacks could have been caused by Magneto knowing your abilities? If Magneto knew that Clark was a Kryptonian, then this attack would make perfect sense. As long as Clark could be persuaded, or even brainwashed, to join the Brotherhood of Mutants, perhaps in just a few years, the world would welcome a Superman whose mission was to exterminate humanity. Charles had to worry about that. I understand your concern, Professor, but this is actually not true. Because except in front of it, I have never used my superpowers in this world, and there is basically no possibility of exposure, unless Magneto has other ways to directly judge the threat of Kryptonians and humans. But I don't think that the so-called Magneto will believe that Kryptonians really exist in this world without seeing it with his own eyes. Is that so? I understand. Although Clark did not say explicitly that he had never used his abilities in this world, it was almost clear that Clark had just returned from another world due to unknown reasons, and his abilities were also controlled in another world. Naturally, there was no possibility for Magneto to discover the other party's identity. In that case, let's stop here today, Clark. If you need any help, just tell me directly. We will do our best to help you adapt to life here. Even if you are not a mutant, no one here will reject you. Hearing this, Clark's CAI finally realized that there seemed to be a strange misunderstanding and hurriedly spoke. I need it again. I need a phone. Telephone. All the X-Men looked at Clark. They couldn't figure out who else Clark needed to contact on the phone. I need to contact my parents and tell them I'm safe, otherwise they will definitely keep worrying. Parents. Everyone present was shocked. Even Charles, who realized that he had misunderstood, had an expression that made him unable to hold back. You weren't kicked out. This is Jean. You didn't run away from home. This is Cyclops. You have parents. This is the Beast. Clark's eye twitched, but he explained anyway. I was just separated from my family due to an accident. It's not like I have no family. I guess my family is still looking for me everywhere now. After Clark finished speaking, everyone covered their faces in embarrassment. There was nothing they could do about it. Who made them unable to come up with a pair of parents? Is it okay for me to tell my parents about what's going on here? Charles nodded and smiled as he answered Clark's question. Of course there is no problem. This is a legally operated private school. Clark tried to call Benjamin, but the call didn't go through. However, Clark still edited the address and his situation into a text message and sent it over. He believed that it wouldn't be long before his father would come looking for him. Since Magneto's target cannot be you, Clark, you should go and have a good rest. Logan also nodded to Clark. Even though they knew that Clark was a Kryptonian with powerful superpowers, they could not let an 8-year-old child be involved in these things. Okay, I'll go look for the little rascal. Clark nodded and was about to leave, but Charles also reminded him. As for the little rascal, she should be in Ororo's class right now. She fits in very quickly. Following Charles's reminder, Clark soon arrived outside Ororo's classroom and saw the little rascal studying inside through the window. He had no intention of going in to study. With just a glance, he realized that during the week that Luther had taught him, he had already understood most of the scientific knowledge, so there was no need to study at all. The reason I came here was mainly because I was worried about the condition of the little rascal. But now, Clark can rest assured. In class, John gently pressed the lighter, turning the flame into a fireball that changed into various shapes, attracting the attention of the little rascal. Bobby naturally would not allow his target girlfriend to be hit on by someone else, so he immediately used his ability to freeze the fireball controlled by John into ice, which fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Gentlemen, this is a class. Could you please focus on your studies? I'm so sorry, Lady Ororo. As a student, if he was caught doing something naughty in class by the teacher, he would naturally apologize immediately. However, in the eyes of Clark outside the window, all this showed a satisfied smile. During the conversation with Charles, he had actually been thinking about why the little rascal suddenly became depressed, and he had already made a rough guess. But now it seems that I don't need to worry at all, because the little rascal has found companions here and a sense of belonging. Maybe he and Logan would leave here soon, but the little rascal already had his own home. Just like the embarrassing scene in the basement, Clark is different from the students here after all, and not just because he is a Kryptonian instead of a mutant. What's more, Clark has a loving family, and it is impossible for him to abandon his family and choose to stay in this school. Clark left alone without disturbing the little rascal who was enjoying his life. Time passed quickly and night fell. The X-Men studied it for a whole day but still couldn't understand why Magneto wanted to capture Logan. There is only one possibility that makes logical sense, and that is that Magneto wants to study Logan's abilities to extend his life. But this conjecture was denied by Charles. He knows his friend. Magneto is definitely not a person who is greedy for longevity. If he dies of old age, he will definitely accept it with pleasure. Even if he really wanted immortality, he would not use such means on Logan, who is also a mutant. Instead, he would personally take action and invite Logan to join. Magneto has his own pride. His ideals may be wrong, but he will never allow himself to degenerate. But this way, the analysis came to a deadlock. If they couldn't analyze Magneto's purpose, they would not be able to prepare in advance. In this case, they could only wait for Magneto and others to take action before they could react. However, no conclusion could be drawn after further analysis. When night came, everyone went to rest. Logan and Clark were placed in the same room and fell asleep. At this time, at the gate of the college, Charles and Jean were still there, seemingly waiting for someone. Soon, a specially modified car drove over and stopped in front of the college gate. Charles looked at this specially modified car with a complicated expression. As expected, families that can accept their children's extraordinary qualities are mostly extraordinary. Only with the confidence that they can protect Clark's family will they not be afraid of Clark's superpowers. Although it is very uncomfortable to tie love and money together, Charles has to admit that in most cases, people will only have the energy to generate more love when they live a rich life. Is that Professor Charles? Benjamin stepped out of the car and immediately went up to shake Charles's hand. Thank you for saving my child. Seeing Benjamin so excited, Charles felt even more sad for the other children in the academy. Even though they have no blood relationship and Benjamin knows that Clark is not even a human, he can still love Clark so wholeheartedly. Why can't his students have such a life? Why can't there be more people like Benjamin in this world? But such thoughts were meaningless. Charles also smiled and shook hands with Benjamin. This is what we are supposed to do. Clark left after sending a message to Benjamin, and then Benjamin quickly contacted Charles. Charles had already told Benjamin almost everything about the situation here and about the mutants. A billionaire who has no ill will towards mutants, and even has good intentions because of Clark, is a worthy target for the entire mutant community. Clark is resting now. If you need, I can send someone to notify Clark. Benjamin shook his head and walked into the academy with Charles. No, although I don't know what Clark has been through in this month, I think it must have been very dangerous. Otherwise, how could this child suddenly master such a powerful superpower? Let him have a good rest. Charles did not lie. Naturally, all matters of this nature were left to Benjamin to decide on his own. However, when the two approached the dormitory building, they suddenly heard a man shouting, "Come, someone, help." The two's faces changed. Jean and Charles looked at each other and immediately rushed towards the dormitory building. However, at this time, Jean discovered that Benjamin, an ordinary human, reacted even faster than herself, a mutant, and had already rushed into the corridor. This is such a great father. Just when Benjamin arrived at the college, in the student dormitory, even though he had begun to integrate into the life here, it was still a strange environment after all. He also had to leave Clark and Logan, the two people he was most familiar with, so the little rascal suffered from insomnia. I tossed and turned in bed, but just couldn't fall asleep. She did resolve her worries and began to accept everything here, but that didn't mean she just forgot about Logan and Clark. Especially Clark. Even though she knew that Clark would not stay here like her, the scene that happened before, Clark's back, who was obviously not as tall as her but stood in front of her, kept flashing in her mind. She had heard that Clark had contacted his parents and might leave school tomorrow. I don't know what he was thinking, but the little rascal wanted to see Clark again no matter what. Driven by this thought, she left the dormitory, left the room in a thin set of pajamas, and walked to Logan and Clark's room. But such a peaceful day made her ignore her own abilities. She didn't realize that every inch of skin exposed when wearing pajamas could become a murder weapon. The door of Logan and Clark's room was not closed, and the little rascal walked in easily. He originally planned to go to Clark's bed and take a last look at him. But when he passed by Logan's bed, he suddenly found that Logan was frowning in his sleep, looking very painful. "Logan? What's wrong with you, Logan?" Before this, Logan had talked to Jean, until Logan lost his memory and Jean tried to use her psychic abilities to try to awaken Logan's memory. It was supposed to end in failure, but now it was clear that Logan saw his past in his sleep. But this part of the memory is always bound up with intense pain, as if Logan's past was spent in endless pain. Finally, Logan suddenly woke up under the intense pain, and his survival instinct also made him realize that someone was approaching him. In this situation, Logan almost subconsciously stretched out his sharp claws from his hands and instantly pierced the person next to him. Aha! The little rascal was pierced, and Logan's sharp claws pierced directly through the right half of her body near the shoulder. After a brief cry of pain, she could no longer make any sound. The pain made all the muscles in her body tense, and her brain was unable to complete the instructions to scream. Little rascal. At this moment, Logan realized that he had accidentally hurt the little rascal. Judging from the position, this blow might have pierced the other's lung. "Come, someone, help!" Logan screamed. He knew how to bandage the wound simply, but it was obvious that such an injury could not be cured by simple bandage. Clark was also awakened by Logan's shouting, and after waking up, he saw that Logan accidentally hurt the little rascal. What's going on? How could this little rascal? There was no time to think about why the little rascal appeared in his and Logan's room. If the little rascal, who had the same physique as an ordinary person, was not treated and operated on quickly, he would definitely die. But it was obvious that at this late hour, even if everyone heard Logan's cry for help, it would take some time for them to rush over. Logan pulled out his claws and wanted to press his hands on the little rascal's wound to help stop the bleeding, but the moment his body touched the other party's, something strange happened. The black line spread from Logan's palm that touched the little rascal to his whole body in an instant. Logan, who always gave people the image of a strong man, gradually became shriveled in just a few seconds. But at the same time, the wounds that the little rascal suffered accidentally by Logan were also recovering at an extremely fast speed. Is this what the little rascal is capable of? At this moment, Clark remembered that Little Naughty once said that anyone who came into contact with his skin would be hurt. But the surprise was only a momentary thing. Clark quickly pulled Logan away and stopped the little rascal from continuing to use his abilities. At this time, everyone who heard Logan's cry for help had also arrived at the door of the room, but what they saw was not that Logan accidentally injured the little rascal. Instead, the little rascal was standing there intact, while Logan, who had called for help, had fallen into a coma. "Clark, what happened?" Benjamin also arrived here at this time, and was relieved when he saw Clark was safe and sound. "Dad, it's okay, it's just..." Clark was attracted by Benjamin's appearance and didn't notice that the little rascal was trembling all over. The teachers may know what happened, but the students don't. They didn't see the scene where Rogue was injured. They only saw that Rogue used his ability to make Logan unconscious. The sign of danger was put on the little rascal. The students all looked at the little rascal with fear, but at this time, the little rascal could not master his abilities like Clark and prove that he would not hurt others. The fact is, anyone who comes into contact with her skin will get hurt. For a moment, Xiaodoqi felt that this place seemed to be the same as her original home. People just didn't understand her, so they didn't feel afraid. Those who really understood her would subconsciously stay away from her. With loss and confusion intertwined in his heart, the little naughty boy lowered his head, as if hiding his face, and quickly squeezed through the crowd and left. Except for Clark, everyone else was so concerned about Logan's situation that they ignored the performance of the little rascal. In fact, if it weren't for Clark's super brain and super 5 senses that allowed him to pay attention to more things at the same time, he probably wouldn't even notice the departure of the little rascal. But even if he noticed it, Clark, like everyone else, was more concerned about Logan's physical condition, so he didn't chase after him immediately. And on the lawn of the college, an inconspicuous student stood here, watching the turmoil happening above. A plan was slowly brewing in his mind. There is a way. Since you, Charles, can't control the child, leave it to us. Where am I? With everyone's care, Logan soon woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Clark and Charles sitting in front of his bed. It looks like you're okay. Where's the little rascal? How is he? Although the person who made Logan unconscious was the little rascal, the first person Logan cared about after he woke up was also the little rascal. She's fine and has gone back to her room to sleep now. Or perhaps all the students have been appeased by the teachers. That's good. Logan breathed a sigh of relief, but even though he had woken up, he could still feel a strong sense of powerlessness. After experiencing it himself, he finally understood why the little naughty boy had wrapped himself up so tightly. Her ability is to absorb life force through skin contact. If the target is a mutant, then she will absorb the mutant's superpowers. Charles explained the little rascal's superpowers, and Logan felt a little scared at this time. She almost killed me. If it's longer, then yes? Logan's awakening made everyone feel relieved, and they all returned to their rooms to rest. The same went for Clark. The academy arranged a brand new room for him and Benjamin to live in. However, at this time, both the father and the son had no intention of taking a rest. Sitting at the head of the bed, Benjamin asked after some hesitation, Clark, can you tell me what you have been through during this period? Others didn't know, but Benjamin knew that Clark was a child who was very afraid of pain. Although he was rarely injured due to his physical condition, every time he was injured, the child would always lie in May's arms and cry. But Benjamin learned from Charles that when they met Clark, he had extensive burns all over his body and his cervical vertebrae were broken by brute force. He didn't dare to think about it too much. What on earth had Clark experienced in this month that made a child who would cry in his mother's arms become so strong? Others might be pleased with Clark's growth, but Benjamin only felt extremely distressed. Dad. Clark could see the worry in Benjamin's eyes, but he would not hide anything from his parents. He told them everything about his travel to the world of DC Comics and his experiences in that world. Although he had roughly known from Richard that his child was the Superman in the comics, Benjamin was still scared when he actually heard from Clark that he had even traveled to a world where Superman really existed. Parallel world. Clark, do you think you might be able to travel through time again in the future? From Clark, Benjamin knew that there was no sign of this time travel, and even Clark himself didn't know why it happened. I don't know, but there is a high probability that it will happen. Clark shook his head. Although after Luther's tutoring, his knowledge reserves were already greater than that of ordinary college students to some extent, but without detailed research, no one knew whether time travel would happen again. Is that so? Benjamin pondered for a moment and made up his mind. Parker Biotech is now fully formed in the biological field, and can operate normally even without her and Richard working in it. Some time ago, he had been thinking about which direction the company should go if it wanted to develop new business. Now that such a thing happened to his child, there was no need for him to hesitate. High technology will be the development direction of Parker Group. Even if he cannot make money, he will continue to develop in this area as long as he can protect Clark in the future. Benjamin naturally did not tell Clark his thoughts. After all, telling him would have no effect other than making Clark feel guilty about them. Rest, Clark. We will go home tomorrow. Your mother has prepared many dishes that you like, and your Aunt Mary is about to give birth. Richard's child was about to be born. This was news that had already been known before Clark traveled through time. As early as that time, Mary had already entered the period of expectant delivery. As for Clark's future younger brother, his name had already been chosen. Peter Parker, a very common and ordinary name, but for some reason, Clark always felt as if he had heard of this name somewhere. The night passed quickly, and in the afternoon of the next day, after investigation and confirmation that Magneto had not noticed Clark at all, Benjamin planned to take Clark away. This is also what Charles thinks. Now the X-Men and Magneto are about to clash again. In this case, even if Benjamin is someone worth winning over, it is better to stay away from the center of the conflict as much as possible at this time. After all, Magneto's target is not Clark, and Clark is not a mutant. Dad, wait a moment, I'll go find someone. After Clark finished speaking, Benjamin knew that Clark must be concerned about the little girl's emotions and wanted to say goodbye in person one last time. Naturally, he had no objection to this. He cared about others and was kind-hearted. This was his child, Clark Parker. I'll wait for you here. Nodding, Clark left and walked towards the lawn. If I saw it correctly when I came out, the little rascal should be sitting alone on the chair on the lawn. But when Clark walked to the college lawn, he didn't see the little rascal at all. Have you returned to your room? In order to find the little rascal quickly, Clark directly used X time to scan the entire teaching building. But after taking a closer look, Xiaodoqi indeed did not see anything, but saw a familiar figure at the door of a huge underground facility. Hank. Although they had known each other for a short time, with Clark's super brain, it was not difficult for him to remember all the students in the academy. Judging from the figure, that figure must be Beast Hank, but didn't he just see me off at the academy gate? And the next second, Clark's doubts were answered. Hank's body began to change rapidly, even his bones changed, and in the blink of an eye he turned into Professor X. Now, even Clark could be sure that the unknown figure was the enemy, because everyone knows that Professor X needs a wheelchair to move around. Just as the children were waiting for Clark to return at the entrance of the academy, a loud roar attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the ground also shook. What happens? Everyone thought there was an enemy attack, and Cyclops and Storm, the two X-Men who were best at fighting, immediately prepared themselves to protect the children around them. But soon, they realized that the vibration did not stop and continued to come from under their feet. In that place, in addition to the X-Men's laboratory, there was another very important facility. Search room. Someone is fighting in the search room. It's Clark. Benjamin reacted immediately. At least in his opinion, the only one who could make such a big noise was Clark. Jean, evacuate the children. Cyclops, Storm, Beast, go to the search room and take a look. Understand. Following Charles's arrangement, everyone was moved, and among the crowd heading to the search room was an ordinary person named Benjamin. However, considering that they could not persuade a father who was worried about his children, no one stopped Benjamin's actions. At this moment, Charles, who had just walked out of the search room, looked up and saw Clark floating in the air, staring at her. New mutants. Judging from his age, it is impossible for Charles to let such a young child join the X-Men, so it could only be that the mutant was new to the academy and happened to discover his actions. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a professor? So that's it. Charles didn't tell you kids about his old friend. The skin on his body flipped, and as the special scales returned to their original appearance, the renewed Charles also revealed his true appearance. Mystique is a mutant with special blue scales all over her body and one of Charles's old friends. Little ghost, why don't you give your sister some face and let me leave? As she spoke, Mystique pressed a special button behind her, sending a message to Magneto, who was already on standby not far from the academy. Although Mystique said it very easily, she didn't dare to underestimate Clark in front of him. It wasn't just his instinct that told him that Clark was not a weak mutant, it was more about the elevator behind him. In order to block Mystique's way as quickly as possible, Clark crashed his way in. The X-Men's special metal that was strong enough to withstand RPGs was smashed to pieces by the little ghost in front of him with pure strength. This kind of person is not someone he can deal with easily. In addition, such a commotion must have attracted the attention of the X-Men. If Magneto did not come to support him, he would most likely not be able to escape. Mystique's little movements naturally could not be hidden from Clark, who had been keeping his eyes on her. Almost instantly, before Mystique could react, Clark appeared behind her and grabbed her hand holding the special button. Ask for help. Clark's speed scared Mystique, but after all, he was of the same generation as Charles and had sufficient combat experience. He launched an attack almost the moment he was caught. He twisted his body and kicked Clark in the neck with a sweeping kick. Snapped. Mystique is not Sabretooth, the mutant gene has not enhanced her strength much, and Clark is no longer the Clark who faced Sabretooth. Clark, who had expelled all the uncontrolled energy from his body, has now fully recovered his superpowers after 2 days of absorbing solar energy. Although it is still not as good as when he fought Superman, or even when he fought in the black armor, he can still easily deal with Mystique, whose physical fitness is no better than that of an ordinary person. Mystique was also surprised, but she did not stop her attack. She attacked Clark in various ways and even took out a satellite bomb and detonated it directly on Clark's face. But when the smoke cleared, Clark was still unharmed. As for close combat, Mystique was surprised to find that this kid's fighting skills were even better than his. Clark's training on Paradise Island was real. He had completely mastered the Amazons' fighting skills that had been passed down for thousands of years. It only took time for him to integrate them. In this case, Mystique's decades of combat experience was really too rough compared to his. Sorry, it might be a little cold. What? Clark's sudden apology made Mystique unable to react for a moment, but the next moment, Clark took a deep breath and blew out a biting cold wind. Although she couldn't freeze a person directly in ice like Superman, she still caused a layer of frost to condense on the surface of Mystique's body. What kind of ability does this kid have? How can he be so strong? At this time, Mystique was completely overwhelmed. She originally thought that it was just a little devil with powerful superpowers. Even if she was no match for him in a head-on battle, she should be able to hold on for a while with her experience. But now it seems that the opponent is not just a little kid, but an experienced warrior. But now, there is no regret medicine for Mystique to take. The biting cold wind not only made her feel cold, but the lowered body temperature also made her consciousness begin to become blurred. Clark rushed to her again and struck her with a knife, knocking Mystique unconscious. The Kryptonians are so unreasonably powerful that even a well-known mutant like Mystique can only be defeated miserably when facing Clark. As Mystique fell, the X-Men soon arrived here. Mystique. As a contemporary of Charles, the Beast naturally knows the identity of Mystique. She actually sneaked into the school again. From what the Beast said, we can tell that this is not the first or second time that Mystique has invaded the academy. When I arrived, the other party had already come out of the back room. Mr. Hank, do you want to go check it out first? It is good. Upon hearing this, the Beast immediately entered the search room. Clark didn't know, but he knew it very well. The instrument in this room is what allows the professor to locate mutants around the world, and it is also their trump card for discovering the whereabouts of the Brotherhood of Mutants. But the moment he entered the room, his heart finally died. Because the complex equipment in the entire room had already been destroyed by Mystique using microbombs, Hank knew at just one glance that it would be impossible for him to repair this search room. Because the one who helped Charles build this search room was not Hank the Beast, but Magneto, who has now become his enemy. Damn it, this puts us in a passive position. Soon, Charles arrived late due to his mobility problems. But when he saw the completely destroyed search room, he fell silent. After a long while, he spoke slowly. It seems like this time, Magneto, you're going to be serious with us. This time, Riven was able to sneak into the laboratory and destroy the search room, so she would have had countless opportunities to do the same thing in the past. The reason why it has not happened is that the previous conflicts were, after all, just minor fights between the two sides, and this time, right from the start, Riven was eliminated and the search room was completely destroyed. It is obvious that Magneto's plan now is to lay the foundation for victory in one go, and he has no intention of saving his face. But what on earth is Magneto thinking? Charles still hadn't figured out this problem at this time. He couldn't tell what Magneto was thinking now, although he knew that Magneto's ultimate goal must be to exterminate humanity and let mutants rule the world. But even if he knew the other party's ultimate goal, the current information was not enough for Charles to analyze how the other party intended to achieve this goal. And after 2 days of investigation, Charles even began to doubt whether the other party's target was Logan. There was no reason for Magneto to go to so much trouble to capture a mutant with self-healing abilities. It seems that we can only know the answer when Riven wakes up. Looking at Mystique Raven, who was carried by the Beast at this time, Charles showed a little nostalgia in his eyes. In fact, he was the first one to contact Raven, but because of different ideas, Raven finally joined Magneto's camp. But soon, Charles dispelled this trace of nostalgia. For the future of mutants in his heart, now was not the time to be sentimental. At this time, Clark, who had been looking around the entire school with X-rays, frowned, thought for a while, and then spoke to everyone. Everyone, the little rascal is missing. She is nowhere to be seen in the school. The little rascal is missing. Hearing this, Charles immediately used his telepathy to sense the brain waves inside the academy and indeed did not find any waves belonging to the little rascal. She left. Charles, who is smart and understands people's hearts, immediately figured out why the little rascal left. Is it because you hurt Logan that you're afraid of being ostracized? Although it felt like something was missing, similar things had happened before, and his place was not suitable for everyone, so Charles gradually agreed with this guess. But Clark shook his head. No, she will definitely feel guilty for hurting little rascal Logan, but she will definitely not leave without saying goodbye. At least she will say goodbye to us, especially since she has already made friends here. At this point, Clark looked at the unconscious Raven. Unless someone important to her said something, that would make the little rascal leave so sadly. So this bastard did something good. Ever since Clark said Rogue was missing, Logan had been very worried. He saw that Clark had already set his sights on Mystique. How could he, with his hot temper, bear it in his heart? He immediately planned to wake Mystique up and get the information about Rogue from her. Logan, calm down. In the end, it was Storm and Cyclops who stopped the angry Logan. Let me look for it. If it was done by Riven, then the little rascal shouldn't have gone far by now. Charles judges mutants by sensing their brain waves. Because of the X gene, there is a fixed difference between the brain waves of mutants and humans. With this difference, Charles, who possesses psychic abilities, can accurately distinguish mutants hidden among humans. Although the search room has been destroyed, this just means that Charles cannot sit here and search for mutants all over the world. If it was just the area around the academy, he could still do it easily. It would have been fine if he hadn't sensed it, but when he did, Charles immediately showed a shocked expression. The little rascal is back, but in the sky? No. It's the enemy is coming to attack. Charles's words made everyone's eyes widen, because the enemy who could make Charles show such an expression was naturally only that old friend, Magneto. Almost at the moment Charles finished speaking, everyone felt the ground shaking constantly. If it was the anti-magnetic metal used to build the underground laboratory, the entire basement would have been pulled out of the ground. But even so, everyone knew that by relying on the power of manipulating magnetic fields, Magneto had torn apart the ground of the academy. As for his purpose, it was naturally to force them out. I'll stop him. If Magneto continued like this, everyone would be buried in the ground. So even though Clark knew he had a high probability of not being able to defeat Magneto, he still rushed out immediately. The body directly broke through the metal wall and entered the shaking earth. The thick rock layers, when faced with the steel bodies of Kryptonians, are as fragile as cookies and break into pieces at the slightest touch. At this time, in the outside world, Magneto was suspended in the air, and all the mutant students in the academy gathered on the lawn and trembled. Around them was a metal cage forcibly made of steel bars controlled by a magnetic field. As for Chin, who stayed here to protect the students, he had been wrapped in thick iron sheets, leaving only his head outside. He fell to the ground, losing the power to resist. Perhaps there is indeed a power hidden in her body that even Charles fears, but before this power is stimulated, facing a mutant like Magneto, her telekinesis and weak psychic abilities are no different from those of ordinary people. Perhaps being buried here is also a good ending for Charles. Magneto murmured to himself. He knew that his old friend was in the underground laboratory, and he also knew that Riven who sent him the message was also down there. But that didn't stop him from making such a decision. His plan was almost doomed to succeed, so why not eliminate his greatest enemy if he had the chance? But Charles doesn't need to worry. He will not harm these mutant children he has raised with great care. They are the future of mutants. Even though their styles of doing things are different, Magneto and Charles are both fighting for the future of mutants. Magneto, stop. Jean was shouting on the ground, but her whole body was wrapped in iron sheets like a mummy, and she had no way to stop Magneto, who had made up his mind. Even his old friend of several decades had already decided to sacrifice himself, so how could Jean persuade him to come back with just a few words? The ground is about to collapse. It seems that there won't be so many people coming to trouble us in the future. Near Jean, Toad, and Sabretooth were also here, watching Magneto manipulate the metal in the earth and slowly sink the entire academy into the ground by making the land lose its load-bearing capacity. It's a pity that the little devil was not found. Sabretooth did not answer Toad directly. He carried the unconscious little rogue on his shoulder and kept scanning the students. The kid who almost killed him was not here. You kicked him in the face and broke his neck. Even if you were an X-Man, you wouldn't be able to revive him like that. As the Toad said this, he felt the vibrations under his feet becoming more pronounced, thinking that his leader might be increasing his strength. But he didn't notice that Magneto was looking at the shaking ground and slowly frowned. What's going on? This isn't my power. The metal used to build the basement is indeed difficult to be affected by the magnetic field, but not being affected is also a part of perception. So in Magneto's perception at this time, the basement underground seems to be slowly moving upwards. But how is this possible? He split the land around the basement so that the entire basement, along with the teaching building above, could sink deeper into the ground. But why, after losing its support, the entire teaching building not only did not sink, but instead rose upwards? Rumble? With a deafening roar, the ground completely cracked open. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the entire teaching building together with the basement below rose from the ground and slowly flew into the sky. Mutant. Everyone's attention was attracted by the flying teaching building, but Magneto, who had remained calm, saw that at the bottom, a small figure was slowly lifting a heavy object that weighed at least thousands of tons. So heavy. Clark's face flushed red at this moment. In the DC universe, he once held up the 35,000-ton Jotunheim prison, but at that time the Jotunheim prison was just dumped, and a large amount of the weight was still borne by the ground. But this time, the weight of the entire teaching building was borne entirely by him. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to hold on for too long. It seems that Charles has found an unusual child. Magneto sighed. He was different from Charles. As someone who controlled the magnetic field, he did not have the ability to directly identify mutants. However, since Clark's original intention was here, Magneto naturally immediately regarded him as the mutant child that Charles had recently found. But even so, Magneto still did not give up his plan. With a wave of his hand, the teaching building disintegrated in an instant, and heavy metal steel bars flew out, stabbing at Clark like spears. This is a child with great potential. If he had not already joined Charles's camp, perhaps I would have spared his life and allowed him to lead the entire mutant group in the future. But then, Magneto was completely shocked. Originally thinking that Clark only possessed great strength, he was prepared for the other party to be pierced by steel bars. But he never expected that the other party not only had powerful strength, but also had a physical strength that was too strong to be like a human. After the steel bar collided with Clark's chest, it only tore his clothes apart, and then twisted and deformed the next moment. As a building material, steel bars are known for their strength, but in the end they were unable to leave any scars on Clark's body. On the contrary, due to the dismantling of the teaching building, the pressure suddenly decreased after Clark had to bear only the weight of the basement. After dodging Magneto's attack, he placed the basement steadily on the ground, then punched open a gap, allowing Charles and others to come out. Magneto. At this moment, the old friends faced each other again, but at this time, there was no possibility of any communication between them. What exactly do you want to do? Hand over Riven. They both spoke at the same time. The moment he saw Charles and others escape, Magneto knew that it was almost impossible to kill them. Although he is powerful, he only has Sabretooth and Toad under his command. Even though she has strong control over magnetic fields, she also has a special helmet that can resist Charles's mental invasion. However, when the opponent has a large number of people, Charles can control his body in an instant as long as his helmet leaves his head for a moment. In this case, we must retreat. If you still want this teacher and student, hand Riven over to me. Otherwise, you should know that I can do anything. Having said that, Magneto did not hesitate. He clenched his fist with one hand, and the cage that imprisoned the academy began to shrink slowly. If this continued, all the students inside would die in less than a minute. Stop! Clark shouted, but there was no way Magneto would listen to him. Just when Clark couldn't help but take action, Charles's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Clark, calm down. Magneto's ability is to control the Earth's magnetic field. Although you are Superman in the comics, you cannot resist Magneto's magnetic field with your current strength. As an old friend, Charles knew very well how powerful Magneto was. If mutants themselves did not need the Earth to live, with Magneto's power, he could completely reverse the entire Earth's magnetic field. In that case, the surface of the Earth would fly into space, and the entire Earth would slowly fall apart. Magneto, who possesses such power, is not someone that Clark can defeat on a momentary impulse. Soon Cyclops will take action first, so go and find a way to rescue the students in the cage. I'm sorry, but we need your strength now. Clark didn't say anything, but agreed in his heart. He knew that Charles, who could establish a direct mental connection with him, must know what he was thinking. Sure enough, after Clark agreed, Cyclops suddenly attacked. After pressing the button on his glasses, a powerful red ray shot out of his eyes, heading straight for Magneto. Even though he could control his positions, Magneto was just a mortal. Facing Cyclops' attack, he naturally pulled a huge piece of iron to block in front of him. At the same time, Storm also launched an attack. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and, together with Cyclops' rays, attacked Magneto. Logan and the Beast moved at the same time, pouncing on the saber-toothed tiger and Toad guarding the cage. Finally, looking at the path cleared for him by everyone, Clark flew straight to the cage that trapped the students and came to the front of the cage. I'll rescue you right away. Clark grabbed the iron cage that trapped the students and tried to tear it open, but when he exerted all his strength, he suddenly found that these ordinary metals did not move at all. My own strength can't even shake this ordinary metal? In the back, Charles saw that Clark couldn't even open the cage, and suddenly thought of something. He looked up, only to find that while Magneto was manipulating metal to resist the attacks of Cyclops and Storm, his eyes were still fixed on Clark. It's the magnetic field, Clark. Magneto has used the magnetic field to strengthen the cage. Although you are powerful, it is not enough to shake the magnetic field controlled by Magneto. Charles's appeal rang in Clark's mind, and made Clark understand why he couldn't even pull apart ordinary steel bars. In that case, all we have to do is make it so that Magneto can't control these metals, right? In just a moment, Clark thought of a way to deal with it. Magneto can certainly manipulate the magnetic field to forcibly strengthen these metals, making them strong enough that he cannot destroy them. However, the influence of the magnetic field cannot affect the melting point of the metal. Clark took a step back, his eyes glowing red. He wanted to melt the cage directly with his thermal vision. Once it was melted, the liquid metal would naturally not be something that Magneto could control through magnetic fields. Everyone, be careful. After the first reminder, a dazzling red light shot out from Clark's eyes. Under his control, the thermal vision accurately shone on the steel bars without harming the students inside. However, such subtle control also prevented Wendy from melting instantly. This also gives the enemy time to react. Magneto realized Clark's thoughts, and knew that the trump card he communicated with Charles and others was these students, and he must not let Clark rescue them. So he immediately wanted to control other metals and attack Clark. But how could Cyclops and Storm not know what he was thinking? They launched attacks one after another, drawing Magneto's attention back and preventing him from disturbing Clark's actions. Game theory shows how strong Magneto's ability to control magnetic fields is. He has to devote his attention to resisting Cyclops' laser and Storm's lightning. Controlling the magnetic field cannot make him invulnerable. Damn little devil, here to disturb our fun again. On the other side, Sabretooth, who was fighting with Logan again, became furious when he saw Clark's behavior. It was not because Clark was about to rescue those students, but because he was almost killed by Clark, so he felt annoyed when he saw Clark coughing. So, in anger, Sabretooth, staring at Logan's claws that pierced his heart, sent the opponent flying first, with his limbs touching the ground. Just like his title, he pounced on Clark, who was using thermal vision to melt the cage like a real saber-toothed tiger. Clark, be careful. After being blown away and falling to the ground, Logan was no longer able to stop the saber-toothed tiger. He could only loudly remind Clark that the saber-toothed tiger was still very threatening in his opinion. But realistically, does Clark still worry about saber-toothed tigers today? The answer is no. Although Clark, who has regained his biological perspective, is not truly invulnerable, he will not be defeated by the brute force of a superhuman like the saber-toothed tiger, who is not known for his strength. But even so, if he was disturbed at this time, everything would change greatly. The attacks of Cyclops and Storm would indeed pose a threat to Magneto, but it would be impossible for the two of them to defeat Magneto alone. Once they were defeated, he would not be able to rescue his students and Jean. It was uncertain what requests Magneto would make later. Clark did not take any action, and it seemed that he was going to withstand the attack of the saber-toothed tiger head-on. But in fact, it was because of Clark's trust in the people around him, or in other words, his trust in Charles, the only one who did not take action. When the saber-toothed tiger's claws were about to fall on Clark, the opponent's actions suddenly stopped. At the same time, the toad that was entangled with the beast also stopped moving. The two of them were controlled by Charles's psychic power at this time. The main reason why Charles did not control them immediately at the beginning was that Magneto had been staring at Charles. As long as Charles used his ability, Magneto would attack Charles without hesitation because of his helmet that was immune to mind control. Now, although Cyclops and Storm can't hold on for too long, it shouldn't take too long. As Sabretooth and Toad were controlled, Beast and Logan immediately came to help. After the metal cage was heated, Magneto's magnetic effect was greatly reduced. With the help of Beast and Logan, the cage was quickly opened and all the students escaped. But just when they were about to rescue Jean, who was wrapped in iron sheet, Jean suddenly took off into the air and slowly flew to Magneto's side. At this time, when they looked over again, they found that Cyclops and Storm had been subdued by Magneto without them knowing when. The glasses on Cyclops' face used to suppress lasers have disappeared, and he and Storm are tied face to face with a steel bar. In this situation, as long as Cyclops opens his eyes, the released laser will shoot Storm's head. And as long as Storm dares to control the lightning, she will electrocute Cyclops first if he comes into contact with his body. Plus the piano flying into the air. Although everyone rescued all the students and controlled Sabretooth and Toad, they lost Cyclops, Storm, and Jean. Charles, I am really surprised by your decisiveness this time. Magneto spoke slowly. This time, Charles did not preach to her at the beginning, but directly asked the X-Men to take action, which really surprised her. But that's all. Even if he rescued those students, as long as these three were still in his hands, he could do nothing but make a good deal with them. Magneto, let them go. Your actions are really too radical. The person who spoke was not Charles himself, but Sabretooth, who was now controlled by Charles. Charles used Sabretooth's mouth to start communicating with Magneto. At this point, is there any point in arguing with me about right and wrong? What's going on now is a pure transaction. You want the lives of 3 people? It's easy. Use Riven, Sabretooth, and Toad to exchange them. Otherwise, the 3 of them will surely die. As he spoke, the metal binding the 3 people slowly tightened, and the bones of the 3 people made crisp sounds. It was obvious that their joints had been dislocated. If it continued to tighten, the bones of the 3 people would most likely be crushed. Eric. Sabretooth suddenly shook his head, as if he had regained consciousness, and Charles used his body to shout out Magneto's name, and then closed his eyes quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes full of helplessness. Magneto knew him too well. Even if he caught the 3 Sabretooths, he could not threaten them with their lives directly like Magneto did. So from the moment Cyclops and the other 2 were captured, the ending was actually fixed. I promise you, release Cyclops and the others as soon as possible. Magneto left, taking the freed Sabretooth, Toad, Mystique, and the still unconscious Rogue with him and flew into the clouds. There was no stopping anyone. Maybe if the X-Men work together, they can defeat the enemy. With Clark's terrifying destructive power, he can defeat Magneto if he finds an opportunity. But if that happens, what price will they pay? Everyone looked at the shattered teaching building and the deep pit left behind after the basement was lifted out of the ground. The academy has been destroyed. Continuing the fight will only put the remaining students in danger. They cannot take the risk, at least not leave the battlefield in this place. It looks like we need a meeting. Charles looked serious as he looked at the room, which had now become a ground floor room, and walked in first. The X-Men looked at each other and followed in, including Logan. Clark was strong, so he naturally took a step forward, but Benjamin grabbed his arm. Dad. Clark turned his head and looked at his father in confusion. Clark. There was no blame in Benjamin's eyes, but a hint of seriousness amidst his relief. Tell me, do you really want to be a part of what's going to happen? Benjamin didn't know many details, but he could see that there was going to be a big problem among the mutants, and this incident might even involve the human top leaders. He didn't intend to stop Clark forcefully, but he had to know whether Clark had made up his mind. That's right, Dad. I don't know what Magneto is planning, and I don't really care, but he has captured my friend, and I have to rescue the little rumpus. Hearing this, Benjamin smiled. If Clark's answer is to uphold justice and protect the world, then he would have to suspect whether this group of mutants had brainwashed Clark before he arrived. Maybe this incident is indeed serious for mutants, and maybe this incident does involve humans, but in the final analysis, it has nothing to do with Clark. Clark is not a person who likes to cause trouble. He must know that it is best to leave mutant affairs to mutants. Even if everyone really needs to stand up to protect the world in the end, that's not now. But if the reason was to protect his friends, then Benjamin Ma agreed. Because he knew that his child was such a person. I understand. Go ahead. Thank you, Dad. Clark smiled and walked into the laboratory. Benjamin, who stayed outside, slowly put away his smile and took out his phone. It's me, Benjamin. I need all the information about mutants from the government during this period, as well as the suit. It should be ready. Yes, send it over now. The address is. Since Clark feels involved in this incident, Benjamin naturally cannot do nothing, even though he is just an ordinary person and does not have any superpowers. But the huge Parker Industries, in some cases, is more useful than any superpower. On the other side, in the laboratory, everyone smiled at Clark, who walked in. Although the time was still short, they all knew that Clark would definitely make this choice. Thank you for your help, Clark. I want to apologize to you again. In fact, we shouldn't have let you get involved in such a dangerous matter. Although Clark's powerful performance in battle always makes people subconsciously ignore the fact that he is actually 8 years old, after all, Clark is just a child, and they should not let children go to the battlefield. No need to apologize, Professor. In fact, this is not my first time on the battlefield. Although the battle with Magneto just now seemed very urgent, it was still too easy compared to the battle in the DC world where all humans risked everything to cover the evacuation of the Ark. Charles nodded and didn't ask what Clark had experienced, but went straight to the point. So now, we are faced with a new problem. Why did Magneto capture Rogue? Now that the battle has been fought head-on, the original misunderstandings naturally disappear. They once suspected that Magneto's action was to capture Logan, or even Clark. Even though the logic was illogical, they never doubted that Magneto's target was Rogue. But now that Rogue has been captured, they can only speculate why Magneto wanted to capture Rogue. Is it possible that Magneto wanted to create the most powerful mutant? Can't Rogue absorb the superpowers of mutants? If he absorbs many superpowers, wouldn't he be invincible? Maybe even when Clark grows up, he won't be his opponent. The person who put forward this statement was Logan. Although his memory of Jean helping him wake up was a little fuzzy, he could still vaguely see the scene in the laboratory. He also guessed that human experiments must have taken place on him, so he naturally made such an assumption. Logan, that doesn't make sense. The Beast shook his head, denying the statement. I have briefly checked Rogue's mutant ability. Although she can absorb the superpowers of mutants, she mainly absorbs vitality. The abilities she absorbs do not belong to her completely. This is why you were able to recover after he let you go. She can only obtain superpowers in a certain amount in a short period of time. If Rogue wants to become invincible by absorbing superpowers, it may cost the lives of hundreds of powerful mutants. Although Magneto is radical, he will not do such a thing. Everyone nodded. As a new generation mutant, Cyclops did not have a good impression of Magneto, but he had to admit that Magneto might sacrifice some mutants to achieve his goals. He could be so cruel, but if the price was the lives of thousands of powerful mutants, Magneto would never do such a thing. But if that's not the case, then why did Magneto want to capture Rogue? Everyone was in a stalemate again. Even though it was clear that Magneto's target was Rogue, they still couldn't determine Magneto's purpose. Moreover, because the search room was destroyed, it was impossible for them to find Magneto and others at this time. I think I have a little news on this. Just when everyone was at a loss, Benjamin pushed open the door and walked out, holding a newspaper that had not yet been published. This newspaper is from a tabloid in New Jersey. Although it is not in New York, with Benjamin's current identity, as long as he ensures that the news is not leaked, he can still get some information from these newspapers. Is this Counselor Kelly? As Jean, who had argued with the other party in a congressional meeting, she was the first person to recognize the other party. The photo in the newspaper was of a beach where Counselor Kelly appeared to have just walked out of the water. But everyone can see that there is something abnormal about Congressman Kelly's body. Just like a jellyfish living in the sea, Congressman Kelly's body is abnormally transparent. This is clearly not a human trait, Benjamin said. And as the staunchest supporter of the mutant control bill, he must not have been a mutant hiding for a long time before. In that case, I'll go and bring him back. Upon hearing the news, Clark immediately stood up and planned to go directly to the city where the news came from to bring the congressman over. But just as he stood up, Benjamin pushed him down from behind. Don't worry, Clark. Although you can fly, the stealth fighters owned by everyone here fly much faster than you. Even if we set off, we won't need you. As he spoke, Benjamin looked at Charles and the others, with a smile that contained a special meaning on his face. Am I right, everyone from the X-Men? I don't know why, although Benjamin is just an ordinary person, powerful mutants like Cyclops feel a strong sense of oppression from Benjamin. It seemed that as long as they dared to agree to let Clark fly over and take away the congressman, Benjamin would fight them to the death without hesitation. That's natural. Even Charles, who began to stutter when speaking, truly realized how much Benjamin loved this non-blood-related child of his. In that case, Storm and Jean, go out for a while. Don't let ordinary people know your identities as mutants, and try not to alert the enemy. No. Storm and Jean set off immediately after hearing this, and left the academy in their stealth fighters. They would probably return safely in a few minutes. Clark, come out with me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Benjamin took Clark out of the laboratory temporarily and came to the open space. Dad, why did you stop me? Although the reason Benjamin gave was perfect, and his flying speed was indeed not as fast as the X-Men's high-tech stealth fighter, Clark always had a feeling that Benjamin's idea was definitely not as simple as he said. Clark, we used to think you were just a slightly different kid, so we didn't tell you a lot of things. But now that you are the Kryptonian in the comics, Superman, there is no need to hide some things anymore. Can the Kryptonians hide in human society forever? The answer must be yes. Kryptonians and ordinary humans are extremely similar in physiological structure, and there is not even any reproductive isolation. As long as a Kryptonian is willing, he can pretend to be an ordinary person forever and live in human society. But that is not the life a person should live. Although Clark can live an ordinary life in disguise, what are the consequences? You have to lie and hide things when facing friends, colleagues, and even your future wife and children, and you are always worried about your identity being exposed. That kind of life is not the life a person should live. Benjamin thought so too. He thought about asking Clark to hide his superpowers, but he couldn't accept the thought that after their death, Clark would live a life where no one in the world could be trusted. Instead of disguising himself as a human being as a Kryptonian in exchange for a seemingly ordinary life, it is better to tell the world his identity at the appropriate time. At the very least, in that case, Clark can treat the people around him sincerely instead of being wary of everyone. Of course, the identity cannot be revealed now. Clark's power is too weak, and his Parker Industries is too weak to protect a child who will have godly power in the future in this complex society. So Clark needs to know some necessary things. Benjamin didn't want to tell Clark nothing, and then regret it when Clark was in danger. Clark, this world is not as ordinary as you originally thought. As you can see, there are all kinds of superheroes in the other world, and our world also has a special group like mutants. As for the others, I don't know, but this world is definitely not just that simple. Not long ago, Benjamin suddenly learned that his brother and sister-in-law were actually agents of a special organization, which made Benjamin question the true face of the world. With the size of Parker Industries, he cannot know the whole picture of the world, but he must be wary of the ideas of this world and tell Clark before incense. There are many mysterious organizations in our world. They are not under the jurisdiction of the law, or they are the makers of the law. You are doing the right thing, but they don't care about it. So if possible, at least in the next few years, you'd better avoid exposing your superpowers in public. Give me, your father, and yourself some time. Your identity as a Kryptonian can only be made public after we have accumulated enough strength. After listening, Clark realized how dangerous it was for him to go pick up the congressman, and he took all of Benjamin's suggestions to heart. I understand. I will protect myself and our home. Hearing this, Benjamin smiled with relief, opened his arms and gave Clark a big hug. That's right. People in the Parker family must have this kind of backbone. They must not only protect themselves, but also protect their beloved family members. Soon, Storm and Jean, who went to New Jersey, returned in stealth fighters, but judging from their expressions, the result was not perfect. Didn't find it. No, that's not the case. Jean shook her head and stepped aside, while Storm came out pushing the almost completely transparent, dying Congressman Kelly. When we found him, he had almost lost consciousness. It was very likely that he would not be able to answer our questions. Hearing this, Clark immediately used his X-ray vision to observe the congressman's body, but this look made his face turn ugly. Hey guys, what would happen if a human's body structure was almost completely transformed into that of an Adarian? What? Everyone looked at Clark in surprise. When they turned to look at the congressman, they realized that the person lying on the stretcher looked like a giant human-shaped jellyfish. 95% of Senator Kelly's body structure has turned into water. This ratio is too high. In addition, he still has a human form. His body can no longer support his life activities. Quick, send it to the lab quickly, Jean, Hank, find a way to save him. Charles quickly said that although Senator Kelly could be said to be the most hated person by mutants, at this time, they really couldn't let Senator Kelly die, because he might be the last person who knew Magneto's purpose. The rescue efforts continued into the night. As Clark said, Congressman Kelly's body structure has almost completely turned into a jellyfish. Such a body structure cannot support the birth of intelligence in living things, let alone maintain the life activities of a human body. There are many mutants with mutant abilities that can change their own appearance, but without exception, these mutants' abilities are gradual and slowly awakened. Hank can transform into a beast because he has this ability in his human body. Just like the little rascal, she can absorb the vitality of others, but not her own vitality. Even if she cannot control whether this ability can take effect, she will not. But it is obvious that Congressman Kelly, the first ordinary person at this time, had the ability to turn into a jellyfish. It was not innate to him, but was forced to change in some way. This also caused his body and abilities to be completely unable to adapt, making his abilities a threat to his life. In the end, Beast and Jean had no choice but to keep Congressman Kelly alive by directly replenishing nutrients to his cells. It's a pity that this is only a temporary solution. Even if the cells are replenished with nutrients, Congressman Kelly's genes are still rapidly degenerating, and eventually, he will turn into a pool of water and die. Hello, Congressman Kelly. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair into the laboratory and looked at Congressman Kelly, who had just woken up and was lying on the operating table. I am Professor Charles. Congressman Kelly was panting heavily. He was too weak, but after seeing Charles, he still said, I'm worried, if I go to the hospital, they'll think you're a mutant, right? Jean and Beast had long discovered that what made Congressman Kelly become like this was the X gene that appeared in his body for some unknown reason. Facts have proved that putting oneself in another's shoes is a very difficult thing, but if it really happens, people will understand each other no matter how intense the conflict is. This is what Congressman Kelly is like at this time. Once, when he was talking on Capitol Hill and labeling all mutants as potential criminals and dangerous elements, he never considered how difficult life would be for ordinary, kind mutants. It was not until she also possessed mutant powers that he suddenly realized that in the mutant public opinion he had constructed, people with mutant powers were not even qualified to go to the hospital. He escaped and came to the beach in New Jersey, suggesting that because of the special abilities he displayed, no one would lend a helping hand to him. He himself did not dare to go to the hospital and eventually fell into a coma. If Jean and Storm had not sensed him, he would probably be dead now. We are not enemies, there are good and evil. Charles could see that even though they were in a school for mutants, Senator Kelly still couldn't fully trust them, but this was all he could say. The conflict between humans and mutants is so deep that even Congressman Kelly in front of him is, after all, just a victim of years of stereotypes. Looking at Charles's eyes, Congressman Kelly finally nodded slightly. You should say this to the person who hurt me. He still couldn't fully trust the mutants, but at this point, he had no choice. Charles was silent, maneuvered his wheelchair to come behind Congressman Kelly, and placed his hands gently on both sides of his temples. Now, please relax, I won't hurt you. Using his psychic powers, Charles entered Congressman Kelly's memory and saw everything he had experienced. On an isolated island in the Pacific Ocean, in the base of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Secretary Henry, who had been killed long ago, and Mystique, who was lurking beside him in disguise, were kidnapped to the island, with a machine in its location and a magical light. The machine driven by Magneto's power released special waves, and Senator Kelly's body changed as a result. The future belongs to mutants, my brother. This was the last sentence Magneto said to Senator Kelly before he left the island and came to the academy. This also means that the special radiation released by this special machine transformed an ordinary person like Senator Kelly into a mutant with extremely unstable genes. In the conference room, except for Cheen who stayed in the laboratory to take care of Congressman Kelly, everyone gathered here again. The radiation released by that machine will cause mutations in the human body, turning humans into mutants. Charles told everything he knew, and the Beast supplemented it based on the data obtained from Congressman Kelly. And this change is not natural. Their bodies should not have our mutant genes. This will cause the foreign genes to be rejected by the body, but the mutant genes have a comprehensive impact on the human body. Just like Cyclops' superpowers, it seems that he is only releasing high-energy lasers from his eyes, but in fact, his mutation is not just as simple as his eyes. While his eyes gain special abilities, various parts of his body are actually working to support the abilities of these eyes. Therefore, once the mutant gene is rejected by the body, the result is that the body will self-destruct and all cells will die. So will this radiation affect mutants? This is the issue that Cyclops is concerned about. As the successor of Charles's will, he is actually different from Charles. He is not so concerned about the human group. Compared with humans, he cares more about the safety of mutants. This is somewhat similar to Magneto, but in terms of his style of doing things, he is more like the gentle Charles rather than the radical Magneto. No, not really, but all ordinary humans will be affected. Then why are they arresting Rugrats? The last question was raised by Logan. He is more pure. He doesn't care about the mutant group, nor does he care what will happen to humans. He also doesn't care whether a war between humans and mutants will break out. In his opinion, both sides are not good people. All he cares about is the safety of the little rascal. I don't know. Senator Kelly's memory ends here. Jesse Lai escaped from the island where the Brotherhood of Mutants is located. We still don't know Magneto's purpose. Although they knew that Magneto's plan must revolve around that machine, they had no idea how he would act specifically. Now that the search room has been destroyed, it means that they have no way to stop Magneto's plan. Logan was so angry that he almost wanted to grab his backpack and leave. He was tired of the endless meetings and discussions, but in the end he couldn't come up with an answer. In this case, he might as well go out for a walk. Maybe if he was lucky, he would run into them. Everyone, is it possible? Clark suddenly spoke up. Having shared his brain with Luthor, he also learned Luthor's analytical methods. Although his intelligence was not as good as Luthor's, his brain was well developed. After constant speculation, he seemed to have found the correct answer. Professor, you just said that the machine caused Magneto to suffer a great loss of vitality. In fact, the act of transforming Senator Kelly into a mutant nearly killed him. Charles added, and after he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something. No matter how things develop, Magneto's goal is the final battle between humans and mutants. In this case, as the strongest mutant, he will never allow himself to be seriously injured or even killed. Then the ability of the little rascal will be useful. He wants to use the ability of the little rascal to temporarily gain his power, so that he can sacrifice himself to start the machine. Everyone said in unison, and Clark took out a newspaper, which contained news from a few days ago. And today, leaders of almost all countries gathered in New York, planning to hold a joint meeting on mutants tomorrow afternoon. If such a radiation outbreak occurs in New York today, Clark didn't finish, but everyone knew the answer. Then the leaders of all countries will become mutants with extremely unstable genes, and the world will fall into chaos. There is no time. We must act immediately to stop Magneto and the others. Although it was just Clark's guess, everyone thought that this might be the correct answer. Magneto may hope to force leaders of various countries to think from the perspective of mutants by forcibly turning them into mutants. But he also didn't know that mutants born in this way would not live long and would die due to genetic conflicts. Once these leaders die, not only will it fail to make humans think from another's perspective, but it will also cause the conflict between humans and mutants to erupt completely. Perhaps Magneto is prepared for such a situation. As a war advocate, he is not afraid of a full-scale war with humans. By then, many mutants will naturally join his brotherhood to save their lives. But the X-Men, who represent these peace-loving mutants who only want to live in harmony with humans, are in trouble. But now we only know that Magneto and his men are probably operating in New York, and we still don't know their exact location. How can we find them? Beast suddenly said that this was the biggest problem, and it also explained why Magneto sent Mystique to destroy their search room, so that they would not be found by them when they were taking action. This is indeed a problem. Charles rubbed his smooth forehead. The search room was built many years ago with the help of Magneto, Even though the beast has been trying to understand the special technology in it for so many years, he still cannot completely crack it. Without Magneto's help, it would have been impossible to build it in a short period of time. And if there was no search room, I would not be able to find Magneto and the others in such a large area. As a world-class metropolis, the number of permanent and floating populations in New York needs no explanation at all. The number is so large that without the help of instruments, it would be impossible for Charles to accurately find Magneto among such a large number of people. It's not that Charles can't do it. As the most powerful psychic on Earth, his abilities can definitely cover the entire planet. The instrument knowledge assistance in the search room has not enhanced his abilities. What really limits his performance is his human brain. He is a genius, but he does not stand out in this world. His brain has not mutated and is still a human brain, so it is naturally impossible for him to process such a huge amount of information. The human body limits the use of his superpowers, making it impossible for him to spread his psychic abilities to the entire Earth or even beyond the Earth like the Martian Manhunter in the DC universe. After listening to Charles's explanation, Clark frowned. He seemed to have heard something similar somewhere. Suddenly, Clark remembered. It seems that when he was in the DC universe, the reason why Luthor asked for help from me was because as a human being, his brain could not handle such huge calculations. In this case, could similar technology be used as well? I absolutely do. I should have a way. I just need Hank to show up and provide enough materials. What? Hank was also thinking about it, but he didn't expect Clark to say that he had a way. Kryptonians should not have psychic abilities. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Clark explained. My friend once came to me for help because of a similar problem. He hoped that I could borrow my Kryptonian super brain to help him use his brain to calculate and speculate on possible crises in the future. That situation is similar to Professor Charles's. In other words, you have some technology that can lend your brain's computing power to the professor, allowing the professor to release his powerful psychic abilities through your brain. Hank quickly understood what Clark meant, and after careful consideration, he found that this was indeed similar to the principle of the search room. The search room is essentially a huge computer that helps Charles quickly process all the information he comes into contact with after spreading his psychic abilities. That's right, so I need your support. My friend once told me how to make that equipment, but I need materials. Clark gave a good solution, and everyone naturally would not refuse it because it was their only chance. The X-Men's resource reserves really scared Benjamin, who had been following them. There are a large number of rare resources in it, which are difficult to obtain even for Parker Industries, but the X-Men have a certain amount of them. There is only one thing Benjamin dares to be sure of. That is, these rare resources must not have been obtained by these people through formal channels. Then, in front of everyone's surprised eyes, Clark showed everyone what Kryptonian speed is. Clark's speed does not increase only after he flies. Since he can fly at that speed, he can naturally walk, run, and operate at that speed as well. Hank had been planning to lend a hand until he realized that Clark's movements were so fast that he could only see phantoms. He only felt that a figure was constantly moving around the laboratory, and in the middle, the simple brain connection device was being formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be honest, this is the first time I feel my abilities are so useless. Beast couldn't help but sigh. Compared to his mutant abilities, what made Beast even more outstanding was his scientific research ability. Almost all the high-tech products used by the X-Men were made by his own hands. But when he saw Clark using his abilities for scientific research, he felt disgusted with his mutant abilities for the first time. Hearing this, Cyclops laughed at himself and pointed at himself. Hank, at least you still have a smart mind to be a scientist, but what about me? A young Superman. Although his current eye lasers are indeed stronger than Clark's thermal vision, he only has lasers? Clark has more than just thermal vision. Moreover, Cyclops believed that within a few years, his Cyclops abilities might not even be able to match Clark's thermal vision. The abilities of Superman in the comics are so outrageous, it's like God has given the Kryptonian a gift. He can become so strong just by basking in the sun. The law of conservation of energy is directly eaten up by Kryptonians. How can an individual who uses the sun as his energy source blow out the sun in one breath? The performance of Silver Superman, but it has nothing to do with this book. The Superman in this book is more based on the 52 Superman. Of course, I don't rule out the possibility that I will continue to strengthen him as the plot develops. Of course, 52 is outrageous enough. Soon, the device was completed. Clark took a breath, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and spoke to everyone. Everyone, you're ready. How long did it take? 9 minutes and 23 seconds. It's been less than 10 minutes. It looks like I won. Remember to transfer the money. Ignoring Logan and Beast who were gambling on Clark's working speed, Charles maneuvered his wheelchair forward and picked up the device that was obviously connected to the brain. Clark, I really don't know what else to say to you except thank you. You have helped us so much. Clark just waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite in this fight. Little Naughty is also my friend. Even if it's just to save her, I will definitely do my best. Charles nodded and didn't say anything else. He thanked Clark, but he also knew that the situation was critical and any useful force had to be used. Thinking of this, without further inspection, Charles directly stuck the special metal pipe on both sides of his temples. Clark did the same, sitting in front of Charles and installing a similar device on both ends of his brain. Now, use your powers, Professor. Charles nodded, and then his psychic abilities burst out like time and space. Although it was just a psychic ability without a physical body, it produced a physical impact in this laboratory, blowing away the people watching around. Not only that, everyone who was impacted covered their heads in agony. This is... Such a sudden change also scared Charles, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself as if he had entered another world. He could see himself sitting in a wheelchair with a frown on his face, and he could also see people lying on the ground wailing, as if his soul had left his body. Not only that, he looked at everything around him as if he was pressing a mortgage-suspended videotape. His movements were very slow, but he could see every detail clearly. I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't expect that my brain has been strengthened to this extent. Charles turned around and saw Clark's figure also floating above his body. Before this, the only person who had a brain connection with Clark was Luther, and Luther was just an ordinary person. Even though his intelligence was much greater than Charles's, it could not change the fact that he did not have any special abilities. And at that time, Clark didn't have any special feeling. Luthor was in control very well. He just vaguely felt Luthor's thoughts, and then the other party completed his reasoning about the future. But Charles is different. He is a person with powerful psychic abilities, and his psychic abilities are so strong that even his own brain cannot withstand it. After losing the constraints of his brain, even Charles himself could not control his violent power. The psychic power that fully exploded through Clark's brain even affected reality, generating a shock wave containing psychic abilities that knocked everyone down. Is this the world you can see, Clark? Charles quickly calmed down, and at the same time realized that his current situation was actually that the speed of his thinking far exceeded that of his body, causing his consciousness to leave his body and appear here. Actually, this isn't entirely true, because my consciousness and body actually match each other, so in my eyes, you're just slow. This is the first time I've encountered a situation where consciousness leaves the body. Really? The Superman in the comics is indeed very powerful. But now, it's time to control the farce. The shadow of Charles smiled and gently placed a finger on his temple. In an instant, all the psychic abilities of time and space were taken back. The pain on the faces of the people who fell to the ground also dissipated, and they climbed up with horror on their faces. Then the next step is to find Magneto in New York City. Charles was full of confidence. With such a powerful force, he could find someone he knew anywhere on Earth, as long as the person was not wearing a helmet that could block psychic abilities. Liberty Island, New York. A helicopter slowly landed, and Magneto, Sabretooth, Mystique, Toad, and Rogue, who was still in a coma, arrived here. And just at the moment of getting off the plane, Sabretooth suddenly lowered his head. Such a movement naturally attracted everyone's attention, and Magneto smiled. Here you are, my old friend. When Sabretooth raised his head again, he immediately looked at Magneto beside him. Eric, your device will cause the transformed mutants to die in a short period of time. This will only lead to a war between humans and mutants. Stop it now. But after hearing this, Magneto was a little surprised, because he really didn't know that his device had such side effects, but that was all. From the expression on his face, it can be seen that he did not intend to stop his plan because of such a small matter. Charles, what does this matter? Those bastards who destroyed mutants should have died helplessly after experiencing the despair of mutants. They worship God because they fear God's power. If that's the case, shouldn't we, who they fear even more, stand above everyone else? Sabretooth sighed. Eric, your idea is too radical. You are too weak. Charles, if you had cooperated with me from the beginning and used violence to fight against human persecution, then there wouldn't have been so many mutants being harmed from the beginning. In the end, Charles could only sigh. He knew his friend too well. If language could change the other person's mind, then they would not have reached the point of opposition to each other from the beginning. Just when Magneto thought Charles was about to hang up the mental communication, another unfamiliar voice spoke through Sabretooth's mouth. Magneto, I don't care about your past, nor do I care what humans have done to you. I only know that I want to rescue my friends. You want the little rascal to sacrifice in your place, but this idea is absolutely impossible to achieve. With that, the mind control was severed. The saber-toothed tiger shook its head and let out a roar. TNND? Why me again? In the laboratory, as the mind control was disconnected, Charles looked up at everyone. Everyone, the location has been found. Liberty Island, the Statue of Liberty. Magneto plans to activate the device there, which may cause half of the people in New York, including leaders of various countries, to become mutants. It's time to set off. Beast, you stay in school, protect the students, and repair the damage to the academy. As for everyone else, all personnel must go out. But just as he finished speaking, Jean pushed the door and walked in. Professor, there are two pieces of bad news. First of all, Congressman Kelly is dead. Jean's words made everyone's heart tighten. After all, it was the loss of a life. Even though Congressman Kelly had been pushing for bills targeting mutants, making everyone here dislike him, now that the other party was dead, such hatred naturally dissipated a lot. No one here is the kind of person who would curse at a dead person. Even if they really hate that person in their heart, they can still respect the dead. I'm sorry we couldn't save him. Charles sighed. It was indeed a loss that Congressman Kelly could not be saved. If Congressman Kelly, who could understand mutants, had survived, the situation for mutants in the future would have been alleviated. And what about the other thing? Jean frowned, then spoke. At the school gate, an agent named Carlson is looking for you, Professor Charles. Is it that organization? Obviously, Charles knew Carlson, and was wondering what kind of agency was behind Carlson. Benjamin on the side also raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything more. Since Carlson came to find these mutants, he'd better not get involved, lest these agency organizations turn their attention to Clark. It seems that because of the Leaders' Summit, the US government hopes that we will be quiet on this day, so they sent someone to monitor us. Charles sighed. They hoped to coexist peacefully with humans, but what they got in the end was human surveillance. Magneto and his men always regarded humans as enemies and killed people without blinking an eye, but they could act freely because of this. Sometimes Charles really thought, although Magneto was wrong, did that mean he was definitely right? But there is no time to think about these things now, Charles said to everyone. It seems that I can no longer provide support to you. I will stay here and use my psychic powers to create an environment that will give the other side the illusion that you are here. As for organizing Magneto, I can only rely on you. Don't worry, Professor. Dream Drop, will stop Magneto. Cyclops said immediately, and Logan beside him nodded, but it was not known whether he would definitely stop Magneto or rescue Rogue. Clark also agreed from the side. This kind of thing is definitely indispensable. The X-Men did not force Clark to stay. To deal with Magneto, all strength must be used as much as possible to ensure victory. Clark, wait a minute. Several people went to the hangar, planning to take a stealth fighter to Liberty Island, but at this time Benjamin grabbed Clark. He took out a set of clothes that looked familiar to Clark from a pocket at the side. The iconic S was so eye-catching that in just a moment, Clark knew the origin of the clothes. This. When you returned to this world, only this symbol was left on your body. Richard immediately sent it for research. Now, through material replication, although there are still some problems in materials science that have not been solved, this battlesuit has been successfully manufactured. It belongs to Superman. Thank you, Dad. Although, the only original part of this suit may be the S1 logo, it also represents his experience in another world and is a suit that contains Clark's friendship in another world. When Clark took the battlesuit, he tapped the S logo lightly, and a special space opened on the logo, and stored inside was the Kryptonian technology USB flash drive that Luthor gave him. This is Kryptonian technology, Dad. Use this knowledge to help more people. Although Benjamin was a little surprised, he nodded and took the USB drive, watching Clark walk onto the invisible fighter. You will win, Superman. On Liberty Island, Magneto and his crew easily killed the security personnel on Liberty Island. Magneto took the device and Rogue to the highest point of the Statue of Liberty, while the rest of the people stayed below. The X-Men will definitely come to stop them, and their mission is to delay these people as much as possible to prevent them from disturbing Magneto's plan. At the top of the Statue of Liberty, Magneto controlled the magnetic field, and the radiation-generating device quickly completed the assembly from parts to the entity and was fixed on the top of the Statue of Liberty. At this time, Rogue had also woken up and was looking at Magneto with horror. What are you going to do? At this moment, Xiaodoqi's memory was still stuck on the moment when he left the academy in extreme sadness. Bobby, the friend she had just taught, told her that Professor X was very magical and everyone was very scared of him. Even Bobby herself advised her to leave school as soon as possible. In sadness and fear, the little rascal left, but lost consciousness on the way and has just woken up now. Child, I won't lie to you. I'll just tell you the truth. I need your strength. Magneto showed a gentle expression. Although he was the one who made the decision to sacrifice Rogue, he would not be stingy with his tenderness towards his companions until the last moment of his life. Everyone is rejecting you, but I won't, because we are the same kind, and I won't hurt my compatriots just to please humans. Magneto was like a kind old man at this moment, and before he knew it, the little rascal had let down his guard. And now, we need your help. I want to make those humans who hurt mutants pay the price. I want them to pay with blood. Only when they feel the pain will they stop persecuting us. Will you help us, kid? The little rascal also realized that something was wrong, but Magneto's gentleness at this moment was what she had always dreamed of, and she nodded unconsciously. She wanted so badly to be treated gently that she ignored the danger in Magneto's tone. What a good kid. As he said that, Magneto was about to pull Rogue into the machine, but at this moment, his perception of metal made him feel a huge monster descending in the darkness. Damn it, they're here so soon? Human spy organizations are really useless. It is obvious that the spy organization represented by Carlson would target the Academy at this time, which is also the work of Magneto. He only needs to reveal some insignificant information, and these weak humans will attack all mutants indiscriminately like a cat with its fur standing on end. Little rascal, don't believe him. In the dark night, Clark suddenly flew out, leaving the invisible fighter and flew towards the direction of the little rascal. Clark. Rogue looked in Clark's direction in surprise, but the next moment, she was thrown aside by Magneto and tied up with iron sheets. Don't mess around, little devil. Roaring, Magneto controlled the magnetic field to tear open the body of the Statue of Liberty, pulling out strips of metal and attacking Clark. What are you doing? Let me go now. The little rascal shouted, but at this time, how could Magneto still care about his emotions? For the sake of his own dignity, he was willing to speak to the little rascal in a nice tone at the last moment of his life, but this did not mean that he would really consider the little rascal's thoughts. Regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, what he was going to do had already been decided. The head of the Statue of Liberty was torn to pieces by the terrifying magnetic field force in the blink of an eye, and countless sharp iron pieces rushed towards Clark under his control. Seeing this, Clark naturally would not resist the attack head-on. Under Magneto's control, the strength of the metal was far beyond his imagination. At least his current body of steel was still a certain distance away from the metal strengthened by Magneto's magnetic field. Kryptonians who rely on biological force fields to fly don't have to worry about inertia at all. They are also very agile in the air and can avoid Magneto's attacks. From time to time, Clark would use his heat vision to attack Magneto. Although it was not as powerful as Cyclops, if it really hit, Magneto's old bones would definitely not be able to withstand it. You are such a talented kid, but you are still too naive to think of dealing with me. Throwing aside the iron sheet that was burned red by the heat rays, Magneto opened his arms and demonstrated his great power to control the magnetic field. The Statue of Liberty, which had originally raised its arms, began to move under the control of the magnetic field, and waved its arms like a giant, smashing towards Clark in the air. This time, Clark chose to meet the attack head-on, and his fist collided with the iron fist of the Statue of Liberty. But the ending was beyond his expectations. The metal giant that was expected to become extremely hard due to Magneto's strengthening did not actually exist. Under Clark's heavy blow, one of the arms of the Statue of Liberty exploded in an instant and turned into metal debris all over the sky. Wait, metal. When Clark realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Magneto, standing on the Statue of Liberty, smiled slightly, then clenched his fist with one hand, and debris in the sky quickly gathered towards Clark. No matter how fast Clark was, he could not avoid so much debris. Under Magneto's control, these fragments stuck tightly to Clark's body surface, like a layer of metal film. But precisely because it is metal, it is also subject to the enhanced control of Magneto's magnetic field. Clark only feels that his body covered with metal is completely out of control and is being dragged by that layer of metal film. Soon, Clark, who had lost his ability to resist, was completely covered by metal, like a metal-cast statue. Clark! Little Naughty shouted. He didn't know how strong Clark was, but from the perspective of an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to survive if he didn't even have a breathing hole and every part of his body was covered with metal. Don't worry, kid. He won't die. He just can't make trouble anymore. Magneto thought about shrinking the metal on Clark's body and crushing him into a paste, but in the end, he gave up the idea. He waved his hand and threw Clark into the river beside him, and he slowly sank to the bottom. Don't bother me, you will be the future of mutants. Until now, Magneto still believes that Clark is a gifted mutant. It is this misunderstanding that saved Clark's life at this time. Clark is still young. After he leads the mutants to defeat humans, the mutants will need someone like Clark to hold up the banner. He knows that he is powerful, but he also knows that he is old. He is already 70 years old. He will fight hard to fight for a future for mutants, but the future no longer belongs to him. At the same time, as the invisible spaceship landed below, Logan, Jean, Storm, and Cyclops entered it one after another. But just as Jean, the last person at the back, walked in, an accident happened. A ball of mucus shot out from the darkness and accurately hit Jean's face. Moreover, this special mucus hardened quickly after coming into contact with the air. By the time Gankin reacted, she was no longer able to break free from the mucus with her strength. As a result, she was in danger of suffocation because her mouth and nose were blocked. Jean. As a boyfriend, Scott rushed forward and tried to destroy the slime with Cyclops, but that was when their attention was drawn to Jean's misfortune. The other Logan broke the mirror nearby and knocked the real Logan down. After the two rolled on the ground for several rounds, when they stood up again, no one could tell them apart. Mystique. Storm was startled, and at the same time a long tongue suddenly shot out from the darkness, wrapped around his waist, and brought her to the second floor. The Toad was lying in the shadow, its chameleon-like eyes reflecting the faint light. Everyone. Mystique and Toad had already appeared, and for a moment Scott did not dare to act rashly. Sure enough, the saber-toothed tiger slowly walked out from the side, roaring like a wild beast. It seems that I need to deal with you first. After comforting his girlfriend who was suffering from suffocation with his eyes, Cyclops slowly stood up. The next second, a laser shot out from its eyes and pierced directly through the saber-toothed tiger's thigh. In order to prevent Jean from feeling uncomfortable, I will kill you within 30 seconds. Scott's response was, of course, the saber-toothed tiger's roar and pounce. In order to be able to use his abilities to protect the Academy, Scott, as a member of the X-Men, naturally received intensive training. Even though his own abilities did not lie in physical fitness, he was able to finally dodge the saber-toothed tiger's attack by moving sideways at the critical moment. At the same time, a laser shot out from his eyes, shining onto the mirror beside him. The laser was reflected by the mirror and accurately hit the saber-toothed tiger's back. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger roared, and the wound on its back healed in an instant. It attacked Scott again. It's really troublesome. After cursing inwardly, SIK adjusted the mode of his eyes. The laser was no longer emitted in the form of rays, but like a wave with a huge range, covering the entire saber-toothed tiger. What? This time, even the saber-toothed tiger let out a cry of pain. Even though the damage was reduced due to the dispersion of energy, any carbon-based creature would still be more or less harmed by such a laser. In the end, the saber-toothed tiger was shot away by the impact laser released by Scott and hit the wall heavily. Taking this opportunity, Scott immediately looked up and a laser accurately cut off the connection of the chandelier. As the chandelier fell and hit the saber-toothed tiger's head heavily, the enemy was knocked unconscious in less than 30 seconds after the battle began. Sheen, calm down. Although it took Scott less than 30 seconds to defeat the saber-toothed tiger, once a human stops breathing, the suffocation time is only a few minutes. So after a few shifts of saber-toothed tigers, Scott immediately rushed to Jean, comforting her while adjusting his red crystal glasses. In the end, the laser with controlled power accurately shattered the mucus blocking Jean's mouth and nose, rescuing her from the danger of suffocation. Thank you, Scott. Jean was gasping for breath. Regardless of the fact that she had no idea of the magical power in her body, at least now, apart from her psychic abilities and telekinesis, she was just an ordinary person. Suffocation could really kill her, and not everyone could survive without breathing like Clark. Clark was thrown into the river by Magneto. Jean, go and rescue Clark. I have a feeling that we may really need to rely on Clark's strength in the end, Scott said quickly after seeing Please slow down. Although they didn't want to admit it, they really needed to rely on the strength of this 8-year-old child. Otherwise, they would not be able to defeat Magneto on this metal Statue of Liberty. I understand. I will go rescue Clark. You go help Ororo and Logan. After nodding, the two immediately separated. Jean, who was not good at fighting, ran outside, while Scott did not go to support Storm and Logan as he had just promised, but went straight to climb to the top of the Statue of Liberty. He believed that his two teammates would be able to defeat their enemies. At this time, at the emergency exit on the first floor, two Logans were engaging in a pure hand-to-hand fight. However, when Logan extended his claws, he suddenly discovered that the disguised self in front of him could also extend the same claws and had the same killing power. It's a good pretender, but it's no use. Tauntingly, Logan rushed forward, but was soon hit back several times. In fact, to be honest, Logan's fighting skills are not weak. Although he only has the memory of 15 years of wandering life, his body seems to have long been accustomed to fighting and getting hurt. But even so, he was still beaten back by the opponent. Logan, disguised as Mystique, not only has the ability to extend claws from both hands, but also retains his decades of combat experience. After all, the experience gained from fighting is still a little inferior to the skills gained from a combination of training and actual combat. Logan usually has to be hit several times before he can hit the opponent with a moderate impact. Originally, Logan was able to remain calm and try to fight back using the skills he learned from fighting underground boxing. However, as he continued to be beaten, he gradually stopped wanting to care about it. He could see that although the other party was still able to extend its claws after disguising itself, and the sharpness of the claws was reasonable, it was just a disguise after all. The opponent might be able to fake Logan's body structure with his fists and claws extended, but it would be impossible for them to fake the adamantium in Logan's body as well. Since the other party has no chance of killing me, there is no point in hiding. Thinking of this, Logan decisively used the fighting method he was best at, which was to exchange injuries for injuries, and injuries for lives. Logan took the attack head-on, waving his claws desperately with both hands. His main message was to fight to the death if you dare. This tactic, which is full of loopholes and should only be used by others at the last moment, has a miraculous effect when combined with Logan's super self-healing ability. He can let the wound heal itself in a breath after the opponent pulls out the claws, but Mystique can't do that. The claws will really make a hole when they penetrate. So, for a moment, the offensive and defensive situation changed, from Mystique easily beating Logan to being chased everywhere by Logan. Ultimately, Mystique, who was backed into a corner, had no choice but to continue her attack, piercing Logan's chest with her claws, right through his heart. Puff. This time, even Logan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but that was all. With his extraordinary willpower, Logan swung his claws with his heart pierced, directly cutting off the claws disguised by Mystique. What? Now it was Mystique's turn to scream in pain. Logan's claws are made of metal implanted in his body, but the claws imitated by Mystique are actually her body tissues. In pain, Mystique couldn't dodge at all and was pierced directly in the abdomen by Logan's sharp claws. Ahem. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and Mystique's body slowly lost strength. At the same time, the scales on her body flipped, and finally she turned back to her original appearance and fell to the ground. Tisk, that looks really weird. Without finishing off the opponent, after confirming that the opponent had lost his ability to fight, Logan simply turned around and left. He certainly did not care about his life in a fight, but if possible, he was too lazy to kill anyone, because killing would do nothing except cause trouble for himself. Logan dealt with his opponent, and on the other side, the battle between Storm and Toad had become one-sided. The Toad's abilities are simple. In addition to its great strength and its tongue that can be extended like a toad, it has the ability to spit out special mucus from its mouth. Although he had almost killed Jean by using a sneak attack not long ago, in the final analysis, such ability was still too ordinary. At the beginning, when he pulled Storm to the second floor, he could use the dark environment and his gecko-like climbing ability to delay for a while, but when Storm became angry, everything changed. The balcony window was torn apart by the strong wind, and the lightning from the sky illuminated the dark room. Toad would no longer be able to hide from Storm's eyes. Go to hell. Until he could no longer use the darkness to hide, Toad simply launched a direct attack and pounced on Storm. No matter how powerful the person with abilities is, as long as the ability itself does not involve physical fitness, it is not that difficult to kill the other person. If Toad could really get close to Storm, maybe there would be a way to kill her. But this is always just if. Toad couldn't get close to Storm at all, and his body was swept up by the hurricane controlled by Storm and blown directly to the river outside the window. The Toad, who was unwilling to give up, tried to stretch out Bite's tongue and grab the indoor building, but a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit him accurately, and the battle was completely over. The Toad, charred by lightning, fell into the river and completely lost its ability to fight. Ended. Clark, where on earth was he thrown by Magneto? As the three of them dealt with their enemies one by one, Jean also came to the river and tried to find Clark. She could see clearly from the fighter plane that Clark was wrapped in metal by Magneto and thrown directly into the river, and his approximate location was near where she was now. By the way, you can try telepathy. Jean suddenly had an idea. It was natural that using psychic abilities to find people was the most suitable method. Thinking of this, Jean immediately assisted in the incident. Mental waves emanated from her brain, covering the nearby river and exploring the deepest part. Sure enough, she found Clark buried in the river sand. With that intense brain activity, if Kryptonians also possessed psychic abilities, they would probably become the strongest psychics in a matter of minutes. Clark, I'll be looking for you in a minute. Now that the location is found, the only thing left is to go to the bottom of the river and find Clark. There is a solution for this piano. The destructive power of her telekinesis is not that strong. At least judging from the power she currently possesses, the destructive power of her telekinesis is not that great. However, it is still possible to separate the river water and allow oneself to reach the bottom of the ground safely. Jean stretched out a hand, wrapped herself in invisible telekinesis, and jumped straight into the water. All the water currents approaching her would be separated by telekinesis, and just like that, she went straight to the bottom of the river and headed towards Clark. But how come things went so smoothly? When Jean was approaching Clark, she was noticed by Magneto. You know, even though their battlesuits are specially made to fight Magneto and will not be affected by the magnetic field at all, the human body will more or less contain some metal elements. If the quantity of these metal elements does not reach a certain level, it will be difficult for Magneto to control them. However, if he only wants to sense the metal elements in the human body, Magneto can still do it. This is also the principle by which Magneto is able to maintain super fast reaction speed in battles with mutants. Some special mutants may be very fast, so fast that Magneto cannot catch them with his ordinary eyes, but as long as Magneto can sense the metal elements in the other party's body, he will never lose the target. Therefore, when Jean approached the bottom of the river, Magneto's counterattack came. There are a large number of metal gravels in the mud at the bottom of the river, and these gravels are Magneto's weapons. As the mud and sand surged, a giant black hand formed at the bottom of the river and attacked Jean. Metal grit? Oops. Now, Jean finally understood why Magneto did not keep Clark by his side after subduing him, but threw him into the bottom of the river. This riverbed filled with iron sand is the safest place for Magneto's men. But now that Jean has gone deep into the cave, it is too late for her to escape. She can only use her telekinesis to fight against the iron hand condensed by Magneto, but the results can be imagined. The barrier built by Jean using telekinesis was shattered by Magneto's iron hand with just one impact. Jean, who lost the protection of the barrier, was instantly surrounded by the river water. Unable to breathe, she naturally panicked. She was grabbed by Taishao and pressed to the bottom of the river. Help, help. Jean K couldn't breathe in water, but when her words for help came out, they turned into gurgling sounds of drowning, and she was unable to inform anyone of her situation. Except for one person, that was Clark, who was wrapped in metal nearby. Miss Jean? Not good. Clark immediately realized that Jean was in danger in order to save him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the metal film covering his body. Magneto's power to control the magnetic field was much stronger than his. At the same time, Logan, Cyclops, and Storm also came to the top of the Statue of Liberty and saw Magneto, who had put the rogue opinion device into place. Magneto, let the little rascal go. Logan shouted, and at the same time caught the claw without hesitation, using the iron wall beside him as a fulcrum, and rushed towards Magneto. Logan, damn it. Cyclops really wanted to say not to act on his own, as Magneto was not an easy opponent to deal with. But now that Logan had taken the lead in the charge, he had no choice but to follow suit. Laser shot out from the red crystal glasses, aiming directly at Magneto's vital points, but Storm was in a difficult situation. Everything around her was conductive metal. Once she used lightning, it was not certain whether she could kill Magneto, but Cyclops would definitely die. But it was because of this moment of hesitation that they lost their last chance to fight back. Magneto just waved his hand lightly, and the iron sheet torn from the Statue of Liberty firmly blocked the deadly laser. As for Logan, he had a metal skeleton all over his body and had no room to resist Magneto. The claws on his hands uncontrollably inserted into his body and were then fixed to the metal outer wall of the Statue of Liberty. If Logan wanted to break free, he would have to use his claws to tear his body apart first. As for Cyclops and Storm, they were subdued using the old-fashioned method. Cyclops, who failed to hit the target, could not avoid Magneto's counterattack at all, and he and Storm were tied together with iron sheets. The embarrassing situation happened again. Cyclops would shoot Storm's head as long as he opened his eyes, and Storm would kill Cyclops as long as she summoned lightning. Logan? Everyone. The little rascal trapped in the device cried loudly, but it didn't have any effect at all. The people who came to rescue her fell one by one, but in the end, Magneto achieved his goal. Then no one will come to disturb us from now on. After subduing the X-Man, Magneto walked to the side of the little rascal and said softly, I promise that the future of mutants will come. But at this time, the little rascal was in a serious state. Magneto was no longer the kind old man, but a demon, a devil who hurt her friends and partners. No, I don't want it. I don't want any future. But no matter how Rogue begged, Magneto's decision would not change. Rogue's hands were fixed on the instrument, and then Magneto grabbed Rogue's arm. Ahem. The black lines instantly began to spread along the palms to the limbs, and Magneto's power was quickly absorbed by Rogue's mutant ability. And the little rascal, who possessed the power of Magneto, naturally uncontrollably activated this machine that could turn humans into mutants. The pale light is constantly gathering. The combined light of these two will eventually become a radiation shock that changes the world. The future is coming. Magneto opened his arms and looked at the dazzling white light, as if welcoming the arrival of a new world. But it was at this time. The water surface exploded. A voice like the sun rose into the sky, embraced the unconscious Jean, and appeared in front of everyone. Just seconds ago, Clark, trapped in the metal film, was in great pain, because although he was tied here, his super hearing still allowed him to hear Jean's movements. Being held tightly under the water by a giant black metal hand, his violent struggle gradually became powerless, his gurgling cry for help slowly disappeared, and his heartbeat gradually slowed down. Clark heard it clearly. Even though only his ears could perceive the outside world, he could still clearly feel that Jean's life was slipping away. She was dying, and Clark was right beside her, unable to do anything. His strength is still too weak compared to Magneto. Even if he has the power to smash steel with one punch, he is unable to contend with Magneto's magnetic field that is enough to subvert the world. Although Clark never gave up and kept shining his thermal vision on the metal that sealed him, with the water cooling it down, he was simply unable to heat the metal to the point where Magneto's magnetic field manipulation became ineffective. He could only wait for death to take Jean away. At this moment, Clark suddenly felt that the magnetic field that Magneto used to restrain him had become significantly weaker. The device has been activated. Did Logan and the others fail? There was no time to be surprised. Although this meant the failure of Logan and others, it was his chance. So, Clark gathered his strength and even released some of the solar energy in his body at this moment. Boom! A dazzling light exploded under the water, and the metal and magnetic field used to trap Clark were finally broken free, and the son of Krypton regained his freedom. Magneto did not expect Clark to be able to break free from his restraints, so the iron hand that was holding Jean was easily broken by Clark, and Jean was rescued. Then, Clark flew high up with Jean in his arms, and appeared in front of everyone as the water surface exploded. Little devil, I've already shown you mercy, why are you still coming to make trouble? Magneto shouted angrily and manipulated the magnetic field, intending to decompose the entire Statue of Liberty into countless metal fragments to be used as weapons. But the Magneto at this time is no longer the same person he was not long ago. Although Rogue can die in place of Magneto, the kryptonite energy needed to drive this machine is not reduced at all. Magneto, who has given most of his energy to the little rascal, is no longer as powerful in controlling the magnetic field as before. Even tearing the Statue of Liberty apart seems very difficult. Let the little rascal go. Clark quickly put Jean on the ground and rushed towards Magneto without saying a word. The heat vision in his eyes kept scanning, forcing the originally very elegant Magneto to roll on the spot to avoid the attack of the heat vision. Don't get too cocky, kid. Magneto is Magneto after all. Even if he is weak, he is not completely powerless to resist Clark. He manipulates the iron piece torn from the Statue of Liberty, turns it into a sharp drill, and stabs Clark. This time, Clark did not choose to dodge. Instead, he hovered in place and straightened his muscular chest. Bang! In the collision between metal and flesh, after Magneto lost a lot of energy, the Kryptonian's body of steel was ultimately superior. The metal condensed drill Magneto used not only failed to hurt Clark, but instead fell apart. Taking this opportunity, Clark wanted to smash the device and rescue the little rascal, but soon, countless metals turned into barriers, blocking Clark. Are you determined to carry out this plan? What do you know, little brat? This is my long-cherished wish. Maybe you haven't been persecuted by humans, but for the sake of other mutants in this world, sacrifice is inevitable. Even if sacrifice is inevitable, it is not for you to decide who should be sacrificed. Clark yelled angrily. Sacrifice is inevitable. Having participated in so many battles in the DC universe, he naturally knows this. Heroes die in every battle, and people are sacrificing every moment to create the future. But that was all voluntary on their part. If Rogue was really willing to sacrifice himself, then Clark wouldn't say anything, and it would become an internal conflict among the mutants. But now, it was Magneto who was forcibly imposing his will on Rogue, and he couldn't allow that. You are not qualified to make decisions for others. Clark flew forward and collided with the metal barrier built by Magneto again. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, at this time, the machine had come to an end, and the little rascal whose power had been sucked away was almost unconscious. There was not enough time. Logan? Seize the opportunity. At this time, Jean's voice rang out, and she woke up at this time. She forced herself to hold on to her weak body due to suffocation, and used telekinesis to loosen the iron bars that bound Logan. Understood. Logan gritted his teeth. After losing the iron bars, the only thing blocking his movements was his own body. The claws on his hands were inserted into his body in reverse. If he wanted to resume movement, his body would inevitably be torn apart. However, this was not a big problem for Logan. Isn't it just pain? I've already gotten used to it. With such force, Logan's claws almost cut his chest horizontally, revealing his beating heart and silver-white metal skeleton. What? The pain made Logan cry out, but his movements were not slow at all. He immediately rushed to Cyclops, and the sharp claws on his hands instantly cut off the iron bars that bound him. Having regained his freedom, Cyclops instinctively began to look for his red crystal glasses. Where are my glasses? Who knows where it is? Can't you open your eyes without glasses, a one-eyed guy? The battle between Magneto and Clark was very fierce. A large amount of metal was floating around Magneto. Logan knew that he had a metal skeleton all over his body and would only cause trouble if he went up to him. Storm was afraid that her lightning would hurt Clark or Rogue. In other words, the only one who could intervene in the battle between the two was Cyclops. In that case, help me aim. Hearing this, Logan immediately stepped forward, held Cyclops' head, and aimed his eyes at Magneto. Now, blink. Following Logan's order, without the restriction of the red crystal glasses, Cyclops' laser was released without reservation, and a laser almost as thick as a person shot out from her eyes. You bastards. Magneto naturally discovered the actions of Logan and his companions, but he was so weak that he had to struggle to resist Clark's attack and was completely unable to stop them. Until Cyclops' attack came, he hurriedly condensed a metal barrier to resist the attack. But this momentary flaw is enough for the Kryptonians. Clark rushed down like a blue phantom and hit Magneto's body heavily. Boom! When Clark stood up again, he was holding the unconscious Magneto. They finally defeated this powerful enemy. No, device. Although Icky defeated Magneto and captured him successfully, everyone could not be happy at all, because at this time, the device was activated and Icky had no way of avoiding it. Bang! Clark smashed the device with one punch and carried out the little rascal who was almost in a coma. Clark. In his arms, the little naughty boy, who seemed to feel Clark's approach, murmured almost unconsciously, "It would be nice if you didn't leave, Clark." Hearing this, Clark also felt troubled. It was impossible for him to stay in the academy. This was destined. After all, he was not a mutant and he had his own family. But just when Clark thought the little rascal's mumbling had ended, his super hearing heard the other party speak in a smaller voice. "I like you, Clark." Now, Clark was completely confused. He knew what like meant, but I said, "Sister, is it possible that I am only 8 years old and you are already 16 years old? If others know this thought, aren't you afraid that others will accuse you of child molester?" Of course, judging from his appearance, Clark's overgrown body looks like he is at least 12 years old. What should we do? Even if we destroy the rotor now, the radiation will still be emitted. Then everything will still go according to Magneto's idea. Clark quickly forgot about the naughty mumblings. Maybe some of his actions did attract the other party, but Clark didn't think that the other party's feelings for him could be that deep in just a few days. Even if it is true, I will have to wait until I grow up before I can talk about these things. And now, there are more serious problems waiting for me to deal with. Guys, I have a question. The X-Men were in a state of panic. Even Jean, who had the highest academic qualifications, could not think of a way to stop the radiation outbreak at this moment. As for Logan, what professional knowledge could you expect from a guy who had lost his memory and wandered for 15 years? At this time, Clark said, "What happens when radiation encounters mutants and ordinary humans? Does the radiation energy directly pass through the human body, or does it remain in the body?" Clark's question was very strange, but after a brief thought, Jean answered it. If it's a mutant, because the radiation energy is almost the same as the energy frequency in the mutant's body, the radiation will go straight through the mutant's body and continue to move forward. For this radiation, the mutant is like non-existent. But if it's a human, Jean thought about the answer she got after examining Congressman Kelly's body. The radiation will remain in the human body and continue to modify the human genes until it forcibly activates the X gene in the human body, or forcibly modifies the human genes into the X gene. So, the human body can absorb this radiation energy, right? Clark nodded, then slowly floated into the air, flying towards the shining white ball of light on top of the device. Clark, what are you going to do? Clark's behavior, combined with the question he just asked, finally made everyone feel that something was wrong. That's too dangerous. We must be able to find other ways. But there's no time, guys. Clark just said a few words and everyone was speechless. Indeed, if there was enough time, they might be able to find a way to safely shut down the machinery or deal with the radiation, but now, there was no time, and the concentrated radiation energy had reached a critical point. This is New York, where my home is. My family, my friends, my classmates, and my teachers all live here, so I absolutely cannot let disaster befall here. As he spoke, Clark slowly flew forward, opened his arms, and held the radiation energy tightly in his arms. I am a Kryptonian. Most of the body structures of Kryptonians are the same as those of humans. I don't have the X gene, so I can definitely absorb all of this radiation energy. As soon as the words were spoken, radiation energy exploded. Dazzling light flowed out from the gaps between Clark's limbs, but the radiation, which was extremely dangerous to ordinary people, could not leak out at all. It was all blocked by Clark's body. Ordinary people like Congressman Kelly don't actually feel anything special when they are exposed to radiation from Abeo. They only feel discomfort when the X gene conflicts with the body. But for Clark, the situation is different. Clark's 5 senses are enough to let him feel any changes in his body. He can clearly feel that the radiation is constantly destroying his cells and his genes. But at the same time, the cells in his body also burst out with extraordinary resilience, constantly repairing themselves and resisting the transformation of radiation. Just like that, Clark didn't know how long had passed, maybe a whole night, but more likely just a moment. The battle at the microscopic level exhausted Clark's physical strength, and he fainted on the ground, and the deadly radiation energy completely dissipated and could no longer play any role. Logan quickly helped Clark up and was relieved when he found that he was just unconscious. At this moment, a familiar stealth fighter plane slowly landed. In full view of everyone, Benjamin ran out of it, looked up and shouted to everyone. The agent named Carlson discovered the illusion constructed by the professor, and now they are coming to cause trouble for you. Soon, everyone left the shabby Statue of Liberty and handed the unconscious Clark to Benjamin. Clark, this is. In order to protect New York, Clark used his own body to absorb enough radiation energy to cover half of New York City, and now he is in a coma. Damn it. Benjamin cursed inwardly, but there was no time now, so he couldn't complain. Please, Clark can't appear in front of those organizations now. Give it to me. Storm stood up and waved her hand, and a hurricane swept up Benjamin and Clark. I will take you to Queens under the cover of night. After that, you will be on your own. Thanks. Benjamin nodded. This was the only way now. Otherwise, with his abilities, there was no way for Clark to escape alone from under the eyes of the agents. Soon, accompanied by a hurricane, Benjamin and Clark disappeared into the dark night sky. Just after doing all these things, a stealth fighter with a different signal from the X-Men slowly landed, and Carlson walked out of it with a gloomy face. Everyone, we have detected that an unidentified flying object has just left Liberty Island. Can you give me an explanation? Your attitude will determine our attitude towards you. Everyone looked at each other, then spread their hands at the same time. No, we are all here. Who else could it be? X4. You. Carlson's face became even gloomier. Why didn't he realize before that these X-Men were as shameless as them? Thinking of this, Carlson was about to take out his pager and ask the outer agents to start searching for the whereabouts of the UFO. But just when she took out the pager, Logan's sharp claws cut Carlson's pager in half, and then he showed an expression that said, Eve, come and hit me. Why are you looking at me? I have amnesia and something is wrong with my brain. I have a disease that makes me want to take action when I see a pager. Is that not okay? At this moment, just behind everyone, Benjamin, holding Clark, slowly landed in a park in Queens. We are home at last, my child. Help me? Is there something wrong with me? Sheen's tone began to become cold. Her power was far stronger than Charles's, whether it was telekinesis or the psychic ability that Charles also had. But such a weak guy actually had the audacity to want to help herself. Absolutely not. Eric answered again and expressed the answer in Sheen's heart. Shut up, Eric. I won't, Charles. You're always getting in her way. Charles realized that something was wrong, so he instinctively used his abilities again, trying to calm Sheen's emotions through special mental fluctuations. However, he did not expect that such behavior would directly detonate Sheen's emotions. Sheen, I'm doing this for your own good. Bang! The desk lamp on the table suddenly moved by itself and slammed heavily against the wall. The door of the house closed by itself, and the whole house began to shake. Everything in the room slowly floated into the air, which meant that Sheen's ability began to affect everything around her uncontrollably. Charles realized that his approach of calming Sheen was a bad move, but there was no way back down. He could only increase his spiritual power, try his best to influence Sheen's emotions, and persuade her at the same time. Look at me, Sheen, look at me, I can help you. Charles wanted to comfort Jean and help her control this power, but the psychic ability that entered her mind was strongly resisted by Jean. The part of Sheen that was rational gradually disappeared under the rising anger in her heart. Get out of my head. Sheen, your ability is harmful to yourself and everyone else, but I can help you. Think about that, Scott. You almost killed your lover because you couldn't control your powers. Shut up. All Charles's persuasion was of no avail, because in the final analysis, mutant abilities are nature and instinct for mutants. The biggest reason why other mutant students can live happily in school is because the mutant school is a place where they can use their mutant abilities and release their nature. However, Sheen, because of her powerful abilities, has to suppress her instincts in such an environment. Now, no matter how nice or reasonable Charles's words are, Aamame will not care. He will no longer be forced to suppress himself. Powerful telekinesis erupted at this moment, and Eric was directly blown away by this force and was pinned to the kitchen floor, unable to move. Charles leaned against the wall, still using his psychic abilities to try to enter Jean's mind and suppress her current anger. Outside, Logan and Scott, aware of the movement inside the house, looked at each other and immediately took action. Eric's men, Red Tank, and others, also took action. Red Tank put on his helmet and rushed towards Logan. Logan, who didn't know Red Tank's ability, didn't realize how terrifying the big guy in front of him was when he ran. He was knocked to the ground without any resistance, and was then grabbed by Red Tank and smashed into the house. Scott immediately used his own Cyclops to attack. Among the remaining 3 mutants, the mutant who could grow spikes all over his body and the clone did not dare to face the lasers in Scott's eyes and hid in a safe place when the battle began. The only mutant who can sense the location and strength of other mutants, she also has the ability to move at high speeds. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Scott and punched him in the face. When Scott tried to fight back, the laser was easily dodged by the opponent, and he was not hurt at all. The battle between Logan and Red Hulk indoors came to a stalemate. It was also very difficult for Scott to deal with the mutant in front of him who could move at high speed, and the battle came to a stalemate. But inside the room, Charles's situation was not good. With no way out, Charles can only keep using his abilities to try to enter Jean's brain. Let me in, Jean. But such behavior could only completely anger Jean in the end. As Jean's pupils turned dark, golden flames ignited from the darkness. Jean had completely disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone now was an angry phoenix. Charles's psychic ability was interrupted, as if a branch had encountered an obstruction, and the ability that had accompanied Charles throughout his life completely disappeared at this moment. Charles didn't know that Jean was not born with such powerful strength, but the phoenix power that was parasitic in Jean's body was the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the universe. No matter how strong Charles's mental strength is, it is completely inadequate in front of her. Charles was slowly lifted from the wheelchair, his body gradually twisted. Even though he looked fine on the outside, he was definitely seriously injured. No, Jean, don't do it. Eric shouted, but his ability was also suppressed. The ability to control the magnetic field disappeared at this moment. He could only watch his old friend walk towards death step by step. Logan and Red Tank, whose battlefield moved indoors, were also unable to avoid it. Although they did not lose their abilities, they were pushed to the ceiling by the powerful force and could not move. What? Suddenly, Jean screamed. When she turned around, she found that Emma had come outside the house and was using her mental power to attack Jean's brain directly. Unlike Charles's gentle approach, Emma's direct mental shock still had some impact on Jean due to her unexpected situation. The force that had been attacking Charles's body suddenly stopped. Boy with glasses? Think of a solution quickly, the impact I'm causing won't last long. Scott knew that Emma was talking to him, but the enemy in front of him was really tough. That speed was certainly not enough to deal with Clark, but it was enough to deal with Scott. He needed to activate the button on his glasses to fire the laser, and this time was enough for the opponent to launch an attack. It seems that you need to use those glasses to use your abilities, right? I really can't understand how someone like you can have such a high level of abilities. Looking at Scott, who was completely suppressed by him, the mutant became completely arrogant. He rushed forward again and knocked Scott's red crystal glasses off with one punch. Seeing Scott, who had lost his eyes and closed them tightly, made her more convinced of her idea. It seems like you won't be able to use your powers like this. What a weak X-Man. Hehe. Scott's sudden laughter startled the mutant, but by this time, she was too late to react. She was indeed fast enough to launch the attack in the time it took Scott to reach out to his glasses and press the button. But his speed was far slower than lasers, and not even faster than the other person's blink of an eye. She could only sense Scott's ability level, but she didn't understand Scott's abilities. That's why we conclude that Scott needs glasses to use his abilities. So he paid the price for it. It doesn't matter whether I'm strong or not, but you're ridiculously stupid. Scott raised his head and opened his eyes. The terrifying red laser directly enveloped the mutant's body. Her body was almost instantly turned into nothingness by the laser. Then, Scott did not close his eyes, but let the laser continue to move forward, shooting towards the direction of Phoenix. This attack will naturally have no effect on the Phoenix. When Scott's laser approached the Phoenix, it was blocked by an invisible barrier and gradually pushed back, until Scott's ability was completely suppressed and the red light in his eyes completely disappeared. As a result, Scott lost his ability to resist, but his sight met Phoenix perfectly at this moment. Jean? Don't go on, don't kill anyone anymore, wake up quickly, Scott shouted, wanting to convey his inner emotions to the other party through the simplest language, to the last bit of spirit in Jean's heart under the suppression of the Phoenix. And at this moment, he did it. Unlike Charles, both Phoenix and Jean could feel Charles's fear of Jean's power. The desire for Jean to suppress him could not be hidden from them as they possessed the power of the Phoenix. But Scott was different. Phoenix and Jean, who can sense everyone's inner thoughts, can naturally sense Scott's thoughts at this time. That was pure love without any impurities, without any coercion. Scott had never thought of letting Jean suppress him, even though he had become such a horrible person now. Scott had no fear of her either. What he wanted was simple. He just wanted Jean to calm down and come to his side. Such pure emotions are far more useful to Phoenix and Jean than Charles's psychic abilities. Maybe during the time when Phoenix was suppressed, everything about Jean Erduo was fake, but her love for Scott was the only real thing. Feeling Scott's emotions, which had been suppressed deep inside, Jean's consciousness began to awaken and began to fight with Phoenix for control of the body. What? Feeling threatened, Phoenix immediately planned to kill Scott, but Jean's consciousness in his body stopped him. The two personalities in the body compete with each other, which naturally leads to the disappearance of abilities. The house that was suspended in the air fell to the ground with a loud bang. Charles also collapsed to the ground. Eric also slowly stood up at this time. He walked over to Jean, who was screaming and holding her head, and gently patted her shoulder. "Come on kid, you need some time to calm down." Gradually the screaming stopped. Phoenix was still the dominant one in the body, but when she looked at Scott outside the house, she knew very well that the other personality in her body would not allow her to take action against him. "Let's go." Phoenix made her choice, and with a wave of her hand, the X-Men were knocked back dozens of meters and fell to the ground. Charles, who was already seriously injured, fell into a coma. Obviously, Jean's personality is mainly to protect Scott. Even for Jean, it is difficult to maintain enough goodwill towards Charles, who suppressed her personality after the truth comes out. Eric and others left. Under the influence of the Phoenix, no one dared to stop them. Logan and Scott could only take the unconscious Charles back to the academy. Things are bad. On the plane, Scott was flying the fighter plane while Logan looked at the sun in the sky. "Clark, I guess I can only rely on you from now on." They have fully realized Jean's strength. Although they have not lost confidence, they have fully understood their own strength and cannot be involved in a war with Jean's participation. Sun Center. In order to fully absorb the powerful energy inside the sun and become stronger as quickly as possible, Clark's consciousness has fallen into a short sleep. As Clark's consciousness faded, another consciousness gradually emerged in Clark's mind. "I see. Is this the world this kid lives in?" Next to Clark, a green shadow slowly emerged. The kryptonite armor and the same smooth bald head as Nick Fury revealed the other party's identity. Lex Luthor, the other consciousness that emerged from the depths of Clark's consciousness, is the Lex Luthor from another world. There is no kindness in the world without reason. At least for someone like Luthor, this sentence is the truth. When Luthor used the computing power of Clark's super brain to predict the future, he did not lie. But knowing that Clark is the childhood Superman. "If I don't do something, I wouldn't be Luthor." Why did Luthor become the enemy of Superman? The obvious explanation is that Luthor saw the downside of Superman's power. A powerful Superman will make humans dependent on him, because as long as Superman is around, people don't need to worry about safety and will stop striving for progress. Once Superman leaves one day, humans who have forgotten about independent progress will likely suffer a serious blow. But this argument should have completely disappeared after Superman restrained his behavior and limited his actions to the scope of Metropolis. But in fact, Luthor knew very well why he was hostile to Superman, because Superman was simply too outstanding. Whether in terms of ability, character, or any other aspect, Superman is too perfect. For Luthor, who has a strong self-esteem, this is unforgivable. So he becomes the enemy of Superman just to prove that he is better than Superman and that he can also be called Superman. Therefore, after seeing Clark, the young Superman from another world, the idea of occupying the other's body has been deeply rooted in his heart. Using the reason of foreseeing the future, Luthor leaves part of his will deep in Clark's consciousness. Once Clark encounters a certain situation in the future that causes his consciousness to be silent, Luthor's consciousness will have the opportunity to occupy Superman's body. And now, as Clark has fallen into a complete sleep in order to absorb solar energy, this is the best opportunity for Luthor. He is only one step away from becoming Superman. As long as he could control this body to move, and then completely suppress Clark's original consciousness, he, Lex Luthor, would become the Superman of this world. In the center of the sun, a long time has passed since Luthor's shadow of consciousness appeared next to Clark's body. No one came to stop him, no high and mighty cosmic god came out to say that Clark was part of his plan, and no other surviving Kryptonians came to help out of Fellowship. Even the yellow-robed bald wizard from Earth did not come here to stop Luthor's actions. He no longer had any obstacles, and the powerful body in front of him, which even had more potential than the Superman in his own world, was at his fingertips. However, Luthor was never able to take the last step. He couldn't take over Clark's body. Because, as the dominant consciousness at this time, Luthor can see Clark's past memories. The ordinary daily life with his family could not impress him, and he had already seen the flawless character of Superman in other Superman. What he saw was in the ruins of the Metropolis, in the apocalypse. A figure who mourns for him alone, Lex Luthor. He was the figure who had clearly received his own reminder and could have quietly waited for the time travel, but still fought against the powerful Superman for the world that Luthor loved. What drove Clark, who had not yet firmly established his Superman's will, to stand bravely against Superman? Is it just because of his Kryptonian identity? At this time, Luthor saw the answer in Clark's heart. The reason why Clark fought desperately to stand against Superman and protect the last spark of mankind was because of him, Luthor. Because Luthor always showed his belonging to the Earth and humanity when interacting with Clark, so after his death, Clark would put on the armor without hesitation and fight Superman. That's all to protect the Earth and humanity that Luthor cherishes. He may be an evil man, a villain who caused a lot of destruction and loss, but as a human supremacist, Luthor must value both humans and the Earth. Who would have thought that a man like Luthor's only friend would be an alien? Luthor, how could you become like this just because of a lonely tombstone and a mourning? Luthor's shadow shook his head, then his eyes became firm, and his consciousness directly merged into Clark's body. The space of consciousness was completely dark because Clark himself had fallen into a deep sleep in order to fully stimulate the body's instincts to absorb solar energy. And in this dark space, Luther kept searching, and finally found the figure emitting a faint white light. That's Clark. Clark curled up into a ball, suspended above the consciousness space, and fell into a deep sleep. Because it was a space of consciousness, even though Luthor was just an ordinary person, he could fly easily. He slowly flew in front of Clark and raised his fist. In this way, I will create a perfect Superman. The world will also be changed. As he spoke, Luthor swung his fist down heavily, hitting Clark's consciousness on the forehead. But the next moment, it was not Clark's consciousness that was shattered, but Luthor's consciousness. His consciousness began to break apart from his fist, and the personality contained within it was shattered, leaving only pure memories that slowly merged with Clark. And the original ferocity on Luthor's face was gone, and instead there was a hint of relief. He, Luthor, is a pure human being, a human being with flesh and blood. If the Superman in front of him was the guy in his own world who had always been at odds with him, then he would not hesitate at all even if it was just for a temporary victory. But unfortunately, the Superman in front of him is not that guy, but a friend who treats him sincerely, is willing to mourn his death, and is willing to fight for his ideas with his life. He is a loser and cannot possess the body of his friend. If you can't become Superman, then become one with Superman. My despicable personality should not be left to pollute Superman's noble character. In this case, I should tell this young Superman my most precious things, the knowledge and experience I have mastered. He will no longer be the naive Superman, but a Superman who possesses the wisdom of the smartest human being and is also extremely powerful. Even though he most likely would not be able to see the future, Luthor was filled with pride whenever he thought of such a perfect existence and that he had contributed to it. Boy, you have to work hard. Don't let down the wisdom and memory I gave you. You will definitely become the most powerful Superman in the universe. As he spoke, Luthor's consciousness completely shattered, and the remaining incomplete personality no longer had the power to stay in Clark's body, and was instinctively expelled. Appearing in the center of the sun, the last remaining consciousness belonging to Luthor has lost the ability to think and began to float in the universe. Perhaps, the end that awaits Luthor will be complete annihilation, from the total disappearance of consciousness to personality. In the center of the sun, Clark was still sleeping, but if someone could observe carefully, they would find that at this moment, in the corners of Clark's eyes, crystal tears were constantly being evaporated by the high temperature of the sun. Suddenly, Clark opened his eyes, and the emotional fluctuations from the depths of his heart woke him up from his sleep. While truly and completely receiving Luthor's memories, he also knew Luthor's ending. There was no time to grieve for too long over Luthor's ending. Clark knew that there were more serious problems waiting for him when he became stronger, so after another moment of mourning, he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. It's just that the speed at which the body absorbs solar energy becomes more and more greedy. Luthor's influence still exists after all. Inside the college, after the encounter with Sheen, the atmosphere in the entire academy became stagnant. Hank just went to the White House to submit his resignation to the President of the United States, and when he came back he found that his old friend had completely turned into a vegetable. That's right, Charles was almost a vegetable. Although Emma and Scott's final counterattack saved Charles's life, the damage that had been caused would not disappear. The elderly Charles could not bear such injuries, and the head-on mental confrontation with Phoenix also damaged his brain. Even if I don't die, maybe I will have to spend the rest of my life in bed. Now that Charles is almost lost, this is a huge blow to the college, which is almost entirely made up of Charles's students. They even didn't know whether they should continue to operate the college. Let's close the school. Ororo suggested this. Logan, Piotr, Beast, Katie, and Bobby, who were also in the living room, did not speak. Let the students return to their homes and choose whether they need to be injected with drugs according to their conditions. The rest of us will stay and fight Eric in the end. Ororo didn't mean to avoid future battles, but now that Charles had become a vegetable, they no longer had the confidence to continue supporting this huge academy. Not to mention Storm Ororo, who has always been under Charles's protection. Even Hank, who once taught here as a teacher and co-founded the school with Charles, did not think that anyone other than Charles was qualified to support this college. Outside the door, Scott sat alone, listening to the discussion inside. He wanted to say something, but the accidents that happened to Jean and Charles, the two most important people in his life, were too much of a blow to him. For a while, he couldn't cheer up. Even he who had always been trained by Charles as his heir, lost confidence at this time. In the kitchen, some younger students lost interest in playing after seeing their depressed teachers. It seemed that everyone agreed that the academy would be closed soon and they would be forced to return to the human world. Until the door that had been forgotten to be closed was pushed open, and a blonde boy with a young face walked in. You are. Although he was confused, Scott stood up after seeing someone entering the school. Can I help you? The blonde boy's name is Warren Worthington, the son of the owner of the biotechnology company that produced the medicine. In fact, Warren Worthington too, his father, had been searching for an antidote to the mutant gene for decades in order to cure his mutant abilities, which led to this happening. However, when the antidote really appeared in front of him, Warren, who had been bound for too long, refused to be healed. For more than 10 years, he had been bound by special devices. He wanted freedom, so he used his abilities to leave his father and came here, to this well-known mutant academy. I'm sorry, I know I'm here at a wrong time, but I heard that this is a shelter and a school for mutants. After hearing Warren's words, Scott knew that this was a mutant child who had found his way here, but now was not the right time. I'm sorry, this was indeed a school for mutants before. Scott also heard what Ororo said, and even they were considering whether to give up this school now. But at this moment, Scott looked up again and saw Warren's eyes and the confused look in his eyes. From this, Scott could see that this was a child who had just left his family. The confusion in his eyes was something that all the X-Men had experienced. Once upon a time, it was the professor who found and saved them, and it was the professor who gave them a home. Now, his answer has wiped out the child's hope. Scott regretted it, he said immediately. Sorry, I take that back. As he spoke, Scott pulled Warren, pushed open the door of the living room, and walked in front of everyone. Everyone, no matter what you think, I will stick to it. The academy will not close. I will find a room for this child. What about you? Scott's sudden words startled everyone, and the first one to react was Ororo. Almost all of them, the X-Men trained by Charles himself, had similar experiences and had experienced Warren's current state. Naturally, Ororo was also deeply touched when he saw Warren. Yes, I will prepare some daily necessities for him. Ororo took immediate action, and together with Scott, took Warren out of the living room to prepare for his future life. Then I'll go show him around the school. Piotr said this and left the living room. Let's go tell everyone the news. Katie and Bobby looked at each other and left the living room. Hanky and Logan looked at each other, and Logan spoke. Don't tell me you're going to leave me here alone. Hank smiled and stood up using his hands to support himself on the sofa. If Charles can't wake up, then I will naturally be responsible for the class arrangements for the new students. With that, Hank also left. Logan, the last one left, looked around and realized that the living room, which was originally full of people, was now the only one left. Damn it. Logan shook his hands, took off his coat and threw it on the sofa where Hank was sitting. That kid should have brought some luggage, if not I'll go to the city and buy some now. It's like I'm the only one who's useless. Just during the days when Charles lost consciousness and the X-Men fell into chaos in their struggle to support the academy, Eric's actions did not stop at any point. A large number of mutants under his command continue to attack drug injection sites across the United States. After losing the shackles of the X-Men, their actions became even more arrogant. But gradually, human beings reversed the situation on their own without relying on the power of the X-Men. The all-out attack by mutants united the human society in the United States and unified the complex political situation among the upper echelons of the United States. In this way, the powerful American state apparatus has unleashed its own technological power. Originally, the ear potion needed to rely on secretions from a special mutant named Jimmy, but humans broke through the means of replicating the secretions in a short period of time. The production of medicines has increased significantly. At the same time, Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Group, also took the initiative to cooperate with the government for the first time to manufacture guns made entirely of non-metal for American soldiers. This kind of weapon, which is specifically designed to target Magneto, began to be equipped. Soon after, mass-produced drugs were provided as bullets, and large numbers of soldiers began to fight against mutants. These mutants who were sent to various parts of the United States were completely suppressed in less than a day, and all of them were forced to be injected with drugs to lose their mutant abilities. Afterwards, he was thrown into prison. Eric wanted to start an all-out war between mutants and humans, but he forgot what a terrifying force would be unleashed when the outsiders appeared and humans united. However, Eric still has a trump card. Jean joining his team gives him a chance to turn the tables. While mutants in other places are constantly being captured, they have successfully tied down a large number of government forces. He led the most elite group of mutants and arrived near the laboratory. The laboratory was formerly a prison in the United States. This is not only the place where all the potions are produced, but the mutant who can make mutant abilities disappear is also imprisoned here. If they could just kill this particular mutant, they could stop the drug from being manufactured. Although humans have mastered the replication of secretions and can use a small amount of extracts to replicate in large quantities, this replication also has its limits. Ultimately, they still need to rely on this mutant to continuously provide secretions in order to continue. As long as he is killed, humans will lose the raw materials for making this potion, and the crisis of mutants in Eric's heart will also disappear. Therefore, he is about to launch a general attack, break into the laboratory, and eliminate this drug that will destroy mutants at the source. As soon as they got there, they encountered a problem. Because it used to be a prison, this laboratory was built on an isolated island in the inland sea. There is no bridge connecting the two areas, so access is only by plane and ship. Eric and his notorious group obviously couldn't get ships and planes capable of transporting such a large number of mutants, so how to get to the laboratory became a problem. Even though there are a few mutants who are able to cross the sea because of their special abilities. However, most mutants with weaker abilities would be exhausted and lose their ability to fight by the time they arrived, even if they were able to swim over. Eric's solution to this problem is very simple. He looked at the cross-sea bridge connecting the two areas of the city. Charles has always wanted to build a bridge between mutants and humans. Eric led many mutants onto the bridge, and then the ability to control the magnetic field was activated. A section of the entire bridge was forcibly torn off from the middle, flew into the air, and slowly turned towards the direction of the prison. Ordinary people who were still on the bridge were frightened by this scene. They left their private cars and jumped off the bridge into the sea. They didn't know whether they could survive after falling into the water, but they were very clear about one thing: if they didn't run, they would definitely not survive. And they did not die when they jumped into the sea. The X-Men also arrived at this time. Bobby jumped off the plane, and the cold air sprayed from his hands froze the sea surface, forming a stable foothold, and continued to rescue these ordinary people who fell into the sea. It looks like our friends have arrived as well. Eric naturally noticed the arrival of the X-Men, but he just smiled and didn't care too much. As the cross-sea bridge was moved to the other direction and landed heavily, Eric literally built a bridge between mutants and humans. Let's go, everyone, for the future of mutants. Eric led a group of mutants along the bridge towards the laboratory. As for the laboratory, the soldiers stationed inside also reacted. The sentry towers and machine gun towers were already filled with soldiers. Among them were conventional firepower weapons, but more of them were non-metallic firearms used to restrain Eric and the mutants. At the same time, the X-Men also landed on the roof of the laboratory and came among the soldiers, forming a standoff with Eric and others who arrived at the bridge. Following Eric's order, a large number of mutants launched a charge towards the laboratory. At the same time, bullets from the human side were whizzing in. These antidotes are loaded with bullets, and each hit can make a mutant lose his combat effectiveness. But after all, this is just a laboratory, not a military base, and the number of soldiers is too small. Under the crazy attack of mutants with different abilities, the line of soldiers was broken, and the X-Men stood on the front line. The indestructible Piotr the Iron Man, Hank the beast-like powerful Hank, Storm who controls the weather, Logan the iron-boned man, and Scott who releases deadly lasers from his eyes. Each of these X-Men is capable of defeating 100 people at once. These weak mutants are almost nothing in front of them. On Eric's side, there was only one red tank, who relied on his strong body and kinetic energy that would not decay at all once he ran, and forced his way into the laboratory to look for that special mutant. As for the other mutants, they were caught up in the battle between the X-Men and humans and could not extricate themselves. Katie, go protect Jimmy, the special mutant. Piotr punched a mutant with protruding bones all over his body and knocked him away. The mutant's bones were no match for his metal body in terms of hardness. Katie nodded, and ran into the lab after her body weakened. She approached the red tank that was running rampant in the laboratory, then pounced and grabbed its feet, making its entire body become ethereal, sinking it into the ground and then becoming ethereal again. How about it, big guy? Katie, who had re-emerged from the ground, smiled at Red Tank. You don't think you can trap me like this? Katie expressed disdain for Red Tank's words. Everyone can't be like Clark, unable to restrain the two great lands, so you just behave yourself. Before Katie could finish her words, she saw Red Tank exerting force with his limbs, creating a big hole in the ground and then jumping out of it. How about it? This time, it was Red Tank's turn to look at Katie with a mocking expression. Damn it. Katie didn't hesitate. She turned around and ran away. That's why I hate these big guys with so much power. Except Clark. Katie used her abilities to move through the rooms, looking for Jimmy's location, but the Red Tank was much simpler and more brutal. The walls made of special materials could not stop him from running. Walls were constantly being smashed. And during this chase, Katie finally came to the room where Jimmy was, and the Red Tank was about to break through. You are. Before Jimmy could react to what was happening, Katie was in front of him. There's no time to explain. We need to escape. But when Katie was about to take Jimmy out through the wall, she lost her mutant ability because she was too close to Jimmy, and the two of them collided directly with the wall. At this time, the Red Tank had already smashed the wall and came in front of the two. Haha, I found it. Always remembering Eric's order, Red Tank immediately charged at Jimmy. In this small room, the two had no room to hide. But just when Jimmy thought he was going to be killed, Katie used just one hand to catch the charge of the Red Tank. What happened? This was the first time since he gained the ability that Red Tank felt he was forced to stop. He looked at Katie who was holding him with one hand, with an incredible expression on his face. His ability was not only infinite strength, but also unstoppable. As long as he started moving in one direction, he would not be blocked by obstacles. But even such a man was stopped by a petite girl. No, impossible, you can't have that kind of power. Red Tank shouted and kept punching Katie. Katie herself was actually frightened by the other party's crazy reaction, and for a moment she could only raise her hands to block in front of her. But even so, she still managed to catch all of Red Tank's attacks. It was not until then that Katie realized what was happening. She kicked Red Hulk away and took off her X-Men jacket, revealing the Kryptonian suit that Clark's biological father gave her. Are you Superwoman? Jimmy on the side also noticed the black and gold S logo on Krypton's suit, which represented hope. Although he had been staying here and could not come and go freely, the experimenters did not treat him unfairly in any way in his life. Not to mention TV, as long as he doesn't want to leave this laboratory, he can get whatever he wants. Naturally, Jimmy also knew about the existence of Superman. If only I were really Supergirl, Clark wouldn't have to go to the sun alone. Only then did Katie gradually realize why she was able to hold her own against the Red Tank. There are two reasons for this. On the one hand, it's because of Jimmy's existence. As Juggernaut attacked them, he also came within range of Jimmy himself. His mutant powers were eliminated, his unstoppable mutant powers disappeared, and only the power brought by his large size remained. The other side is this Kryptonian suit. For the Kryptonians under the yellow sun, the enhancement of the Kryptonian suit can be said to be very insignificant, but for ordinary people, the Kryptonian suit can definitely turn a person into a little Superman. Assholes, I'm going to kill you. At this time, Red Tank, who was kicked away by Katie, stood up again. With his poor brain, he seemed to be born unable to feel fear. Until now, he did not realize that getting close to Jimmy would make his ability disappear. He rushed over again, and this time, Katie felt no fear. She was holding back the Red Tank's body as it charged towards her, and raised her fist and smiled while watching the other party's extremely shocked look. Hey, Kryptonian technology, kid. A random punch hits the Red Tank's head. The punch with controlled force did not kill Red Hulk directly, but it successfully knocked Red Hulk, who had lost his mutant ability, unconscious. Okay Jimmy, let's go. As she said that, Katie punched the wall behind her, broke it, took Jimmy out of the laboratory, and headed towards the corner of the isolated island. On the other side, on the front battlefield, Eric suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the laboratory. There is a lot of metal on Red Tank's body. After the other party broke into the laboratory, he had been sensing the position of the metal on Red Tank's body, but now, he found that Red Tank had stopped. Obviously, the big guy had been defeated. Turning around, Eric looked at the few remaining soldiers and ordinary mutants, as well as the group of X-Men who were still invincible among ordinary mutants, and realized that he should take action. John, it's time. Understand. John, the living man who was kept by Eric's side, limped forward. The shot in the thigh by Frank still left him with considerable sequelae, but his ability was to control fire anyway, so it wouldn't have much impact if he walked slowly. When John was in position, Eric immediately waved his hand and controlled a large number of abandoned private cars on the bridge behind him to fly up, using them as weapons to smash the X-Men below. John's task was to ignite these cars with flames when they flew over their heads, turning these private cars from ordinary heavy objects into cannonballs. As these burning cars continued to bombard the ground, the explosions completely destroyed the last resistance of the human soldiers. Even the X-Men did not dare to withstand such an attack head-on. They could only use their agility to hide in bunkers and avoid the explosions. The combined firepower of Eric and John was too strong. They couldn't keep hiding like this, but facing Eric who was in a dominant position and surrounded by a lot of metal, they really didn't have any good solution. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the water under the bridge. As the cold air spread, Iceman Bobby suddenly jumped out from behind John, hugged him and rolled to the side. Good chance. Scott, who had been paying attention to the situation, immediately realized that this was an opportunity, so he immediately looked at Ororo. Ororo, Fog. Understand. The two men, both Charles's original students, had perfect coordination in the battle, and Ororo realized Scott's plan with just one sentence from Scott. My eyes were once again covered by white mist, but after a few seconds, the thick white mist enveloped the entire island where the laboratory was located, reducing visibility to less than a few meters. Are you planning to fight like this? Eric also realized the other party's idea, but he had no ability to control the weather and could only fight head-on. He could only sense the metal on Wolverine Logan's body, and since the others had no obvious metal objects on them, his perception was not very sharp, so he could only walk into the fog and fight with everyone. At this time, the battle between Bobby and John had already begun. Coward, you finally dare to fight. Then I'll show you what I learned outside. An obedient little dog. John's tone was still full of sarcasm. In his opinion, how could Bobby, who had always lived in a greenhouse, be his opponent? The ignition device emitted a flame, and then under his control, the small flame transformed into a huge vortex of flames, wrapping towards Bobby. John, stop it. As Bobby spoke, he also sprayed cold air from his hands to resist the sudden attack of fire. But gradually, Bobby felt overwhelmed. Indeed, just as John expected, the gentle training in the academy was too light compared to the brutal special training with Eric. The temperature produced by the flames controlled by John was far stronger than the cold air sprayed by Bobby. Gradually, the cold was suppressed and Bobby's body was gradually enveloped by flames. You are too weak. You should go back to school and date your girlfriend instead of going to the battlefield. John taunted as he increased the intensity of his control over the flames. During the 3 years with Eric, he had already learned what ruthlessness was. Killing was the only thing he could do as long as it made him feel good. No. It's you who should go home. And at this moment, Iceman's body changed. If Eric taught John how to use his abilities to fight, then Charles taught Bobby how to control his abilities. Therefore, in this moment of crisis, Iceman's abilities underwent a second evolution. Not only could his hands spray out frost, his entire body turned into crystal clear yet extremely hard ice. What's going on? At this moment, John discovered that his flames were completely powerless against Bobby's icy body. That body, which was close to absolute zero, could no longer be shaken by John's flames. Bobby thrust his hands out and grasped John's wrists. Without deliberately releasing cold air, he froze John's hands and the lighter simply by relying on the low temperature of his body. You shouldn't have left school. Bang! Bobby hit John on the head with a heavy headbutt, knocking him unconscious and announcing the end of the battle here. On the other side, the battle between many X-Men and Eric also began. As for Jean, who came here with Eric, she was still watching coldly. She had no intention of helping either the X-Men or Eric. Piotr, throw me out like Clark did in training. Understand? Hiding behind the bunker, Logan and Steelman Piotr immediately discussed countermeasures. In another direction, under the cover of fog, Hank ran to the side and took out the healing potion from the soldier's abandoned gun and held it in his hand. At this time, the attack was launched. Piotr threw Logan at Eric like a cannonball, and it seemed that Logan was going to knock Eric down with this blow. But Logan, with his adamantium skeleton, was too conspicuous in Eric's perception. Eric simply waved his hand and pinned Logan to the ground, unable to move. You never seem to learn what it means to be calm. Logan on the ground struggled to turn over, looking at Eric's mocking expression. He smiled. Actually, I've already learned it. At this moment, Hank suddenly jumped out from the mist behind him, holding a healing potion in his hand, and he only needed one attack to kill the enemy. Just when everyone thought that the battle would be won, Eric smiled slightly, and the gravel at his feet started to move on its own, beginning to spin rapidly around Eric's body, directly knocking Hank, who was trying to get close, away. How come? Logan didn't expect Eric to be so alert. After repelling Hank, one of the stones rotating around Eric suddenly shot out and attacked Ororo, who had not yet reacted. Careful. Scott reacted in time and immediately used a laser to smash the stone to protect Ororo, but he was hit in the chest by another stone and fell to the ground. Ororo was also hit by Logan, who threw him randomly as a projectile. Logan, who weighs almost twice as much as a normal person, hit Ororo so hard that he lost his ability to fight. The last remaining steel man, Piotr, wanted to fight back, but before he could reach Eric, he was restrained by steel bars flying from all directions and fell to the ground, unable to move. Hateful. Suddenly, all the X-Men were defeated, with only Logan standing up again. Aren't you only able to control metal? That's how it was originally. Eric admitted this. In fact, he had already entered a period of declining abilities and could only control metals. This was just a reflection of his weakened abilities as he aged. Charles actually knows very well. When I was young, I could control all the materials on the ground by controlling the iron element. As long as the stones contained iron, I could use them as weapons. It's just that I'm old now. There was a hint of sadness in Eric's voice. He had fought all his life, but still could not see the future of mutants. Now I am unable to control these trace metal elements, and it will put a great burden on my body. But since you want to help humans destroy the future of mutants, then why not risk my life? In just the time it took to say these few words, Eric's blood vessels were already bulging. As he said, his old body no longer allowed him to use his strength in this way. Just like a person can run freely when he is young, but when he is old, he finds it difficult to even walk or stand. Mutant abilities are the instinct of mutants, not a power that becomes stronger with age. Base? All his teammates were defeated, but Logan still did not intend to give up. He stretched out his steel claws, ready for a final fight at any time. But at this moment, a voice came from the air. That's enough. Stop it. Time moves forward a few minutes. In X Academy, Charles, who had become a vegetable, was sleeping quietly on the bed. Beside the bed stood a tall figure. The black cloak fluttering in the wind behind him and the black and gold S logo on his chest revealed the other person's identity. Clark is back. He returned from the sun, but what he saw was his old friend sleeping forever. Through the X-ray vision, he could see the damage to Charles's brain. Fortunately, through Kryptonian technology, he could heal the injury to Charles's brain, but now was not the time. You are finally back. Emma pushed the door open and walked in. As she stayed at the academy on behalf of the X-Men, she naturally noticed Clark's return. But Emma's actions came to an abrupt stop the moment she opened the door. As the golden portal opened, Ancient One walked out of it, and time was frozen at this moment. Only Clark and Ancient One could move freely. Being able to move in suspended time, your speed. Clark nodded. Yes, my speed has reached the speed of light. In many cases, the speed of light is used to refer to the speed at which time passes, and the fact is that it is not much different. When Clark's speed reaches the speed of light, conventional events are suspended and have little effect on him. Guyi could also concentrate his strength and let the power of the Eye of Agamotto be concentrated on Clark, so that he could still pause time for him, but such a wide range of time pause would no longer have any effect on Clark. So, ask your questions, Superman. The reason why Ancient One came here was very simple, which was to answer Superman's questions. Clark nodded and asked directly without any extra words. Master, do you have any idea about the energy in the piano? Is it the power of the piano itself, or something else? Guyi nodded. Clark's question was exactly what she expected. And facing such a powerful Superman, there was no need for her to hide anything. The power of the Phoenix, or rather the fragments of the power of the Phoenix, that is the power within Chine's body. Phoenix Force. Clark shook his head slightly. He had never heard of this name, but it was normal. Although Clark was very powerful at present, his range of activities was still limited to the solar system. There were still many things he didn't know. Guyi had no intention of keeping the audience in suspense and started explaining directly. The power of the Phoenix comes from the primordial universe, born at the beginning of all things. It is a chaotic yet immortal, eternal but impermanent existence, and is also one of the symbols of the universe. In other words, the Phoenix Force is a special kind of energy? Then why? Why can the power of the Phoenix give birth to intelligence and even form another personality within Jean's body? Ancient One quickly gave the answer. Because the Phoenix Force is the embodiment of cosmic life and spiritual power, it symbolizes life and emotion. Even in its most primitive invisible energy period, it has its own perception. Until in a certain universe, the Phoenix came to Earth and met a magician named Vernon. His inner worship of the Phoenix prompted the Phoenix Force to finally choose the image of the Firebird as its own appearance. Later, after some unknown experience, the Phoenix power turned into countless fragments and appeared in various universes. In some universes, the Phoenix Force is still independent, traveling in the universe in the form of a phoenix, while in other universes, just like Jean today, she is chosen as the host of the Phoenix Force and possesses incomparably powerful powers. After hearing this, Clark clenched his fists. Just a fragment, can it have such powerful power? At this time, Clark already had the confidence to fight against this Phoenix Force, but in the end, he found that it was just a fragment of the Phoenix Force. I have one last question. Clark cheered himself up. Not to mention that the Phoenix is now scattered in various universes. Even if one day the Phoenix really recovers to its original state and comes to Earth, that is a matter of the future. Now he needs to focus on the present. Please say. Guyi nodded. He came here to get rid of his doubts, so naturally he would not feel the slightest bit of impatience. If the Phoenix Force leaves, will it harm Jean? You have a plan. Guyi was shocked for a moment. He could see the future of other people, but he could not see Clark's future, so Clark's choice at this time did surprise him. But after a moment, Ancient One, who had calmed down, answered Clark's question. Jin and the Phoenix Force have been fused for too long. They are now like one individual. If the Phoenix Force leaves, I think Jean will feel like she has lost a part of herself and will fall into a long-term weakness. However, there is no danger to her life. In that case, I understand. Clark nodded and planned to leave. Time was running out. The Phoenix riot was inevitable, and he had to appear in the laboratory as soon as possible. Superman. Finally, Ancient One also opened the portal, but before leaving, Ancient One gave Clark one last reminder. If you want the Phoenix to leave Jean's body, you need someone who is more adapted to the Phoenix Force and can defeat Jean, who is controlled by the Phoenix. However, even with a superhuman will, it is not easy to fight against the chaotic and complicated emotions in the Phoenix. Please remember this. Clark nodded wordlessly and left, pushing the door open to leave the room. And the next moment, Ancient One also disappeared here, and time began to flow again. Emma pushed the door open and suddenly found that Clark, who was in front of her, suddenly appeared in the corridor behind her. Before she could be surprised, Clark said directly, Emma, stay here and protect the professor. I will give the future of mutants to you, but there are more important things to deal with now. It is good. After learning about the characteristics of the Phoenix Force from Ancient One, Clark, who had a plan in mind, came to the gate, but when he was about to leave, he bumped into two people head-on. Or rather, two agents. Hello, Superman, nice to meet you. The people who came were Coulson and Nick Fury. The current situation is too tense. Even Clark chooses to enter the Sunday. Nick Fury, who knows about this, naturally cannot sit idly by. After thinking about it, he chose the most direct way, which was to directly ask Superman whether he needed help and what kind of help he needed. First time meeting? Actually, that's not right. This isn't the first time we've met each other, you or me. What? Clark's calm expression and words shocked Nick Fury for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Have you been aware of our existence for a long time? Clark didn't move, just replied calmly. If you could sit in the United States and hear what the people in the capital of a great eastern country were going to eat for breakfast, then you would also be forced to know a lot of secrets. I generally don't like to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, but unfortunately, you are too close to me, and there are too many movements. Clark was never completely ignorant. At least he was very concerned about his own affairs. The reason why he had been letting it go was just a kind of tolerance. But now that Nick Fury came to him on his own initiative, there was no need for him to continue the spy game with them. So, I know that my Uncle Richard's disappearance was actually due to your actions behind the scenes. Clark's words shocked Nick Fury again, and the idea of establishing a good relationship with Superman was declared a failure before he even said it. He simply couldn't understand how Superman could have any good feelings towards them when he knew that it was their compulsion that caused Richard to disappear. Yes, I really don't have any good feelings towards you. Once again, Clark spoke through Nick Fury's inner thoughts, causing this king of agents, whose heart is darker than others, to instinctively feel fear towards the Kryptonian in front of him. He was sure that the expression on his face was not out of control, and he didn't know how the other party could see it. You can control your expression, but you can't control your blood flow, hormone secretion, and a series of micro-reactions in your body. Time and again, Clark used a method that could almost be described as crude to undermine Nick Fury's inner support. Even he himself did not realize that the pager used to practice Captain Marvel had been tightly grasped in his hand. In his eyes, Clark was now a greater threat than anything else. What is even more terrifying than Charles's psychic ability is Superman's ability to see through people's hearts with just his own eyes, without relying on any mysterious power. Put away your pager that can transmit signals throughout the universe. I know where my uncle has gone and how to bring him back. The reason I left him alone was just waiting for you to contact me. If you have any questions, just ask directly. Finally, Clark let go of Nick Fury, who was beginning to tremble uncontrollably, and started talking about business. What do you want to know? Who? Nick Fury took a deep breath, and Coulson didn't dare to speak at this time. They had to admit that they were a little too naive. Obviously, based on investigations and character profiling, they had already discovered that their superhero's personality was completely different from that in the comics. However, the position of director is a high position after all, and Nick Fury still has a sense of pride towards Superman in his heart, which is inevitable even for a calm person like him. I understand. The best news is that Superman is not pursuing the matter of forcing Richard to disappear. In this case, it is better to be honest now and not to make unnecessary tests until the matter is over. Superman, is the mutant war so serious that you need to enter the sun to absorb energy? This is why Nick Fury came to find Clark this time. Even Charles only had a vague understanding of the Phoenix power within Jean's body, let alone him. With their intelligence, he could only barely know that a battle had broken out between mutants again, and nothing else. Clark nodded, understanding the other party's reason for coming here, and did not hide too much. Among the mutants, there is one who has a powerful energy parasitic from the universe in her body. Now she has been controlled by this energy. I am going to fight her soon. Need help? Or, what can we do? Nick Fury did not question the truthfulness of Clark's words, not only because of his understanding of Clark's character, but also because he knew that there was no need for Clark to deceive them. Help? There really is. Clark said after thinking for a moment. I will try my best to move the battlefield between me and the enemy to the universe, but you should be able to tell from my attitude that the enemy is very powerful, so be prepared for evacuation and rescue, and it's best to act immediately from this second. After saying that, when Nick Fury wanted to continue asking some questions, such as who the parasitized mutant was, he turned around and suddenly found that Clark had disappeared without a trace. Where's Superman? Director, while you were thinking with your head down, Superman had already left. Damn it. Nick Fury cursed inwardly. He's obviously Superman, but why does he talk like Batman? Coulson, summarize the information you just got from Superman into a report. I need to talk to those guys in the Security Council right away. It's time for them to take this seriously. That's enough. Stop it. After leaving, Superman arrived at the laboratory in the blink of an eye. Coincidentally, he encountered the scene where the X-Men were all killed by Eric's desperate move, leaving only Logan to face the enemy alone. Clark. Seeing Clark coming, Eric felt his head, which was already a headache due to overdrawing his abilities, become even more painful. So you've made a choice to side with humans and exterminate mutants together? Is this Superman's choice? Clark slowly landed on the ground and shook his head at Eric's question. I don't belong to any party, and I have never thought about exterminating mutants. Then what are you doing now? How is it different from extinction? 40 years ago, you talked about the future of mutants. After 40 years, I haven't seen anything at all. Clark's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that Eric also remembered what happened 40 years ago. You didn't expect it, Superman? I once took off my helmet for the future you talked about. But 40 years later, the terrible reality made me remember it again. You are an outright liar. You don't have the ability to give mutants a future. Even you are being watched by the whole world. You will only be more restricted than the mutant community. Clark was silent. Eric was right. Compared to the mutants, he was the one who was truly being watched by the whole world. Everyone was watching his every move. After all, no one could accurately judge whether mutants could destroy the world, but Superman definitely had the ability to destroy the world. You're right. Clark admitted this, but quickly changed the subject. But that was my past. Now there is only one thing I need to do, which is to stop this meaningless fight. In that case, Eric's upper and lower teeth clenched together, making a harsh crackling sound. Then let's fight for our lives. Yelling and roaring, Eric launched the attack with all his strength. When he was young, he also possessed the power to threaten the entire world. He was able to shake the foundation of the entire Earth at the same time and reverse the Earth's entire magnetic field. But now, even if he risked his life, he could only make this isolated island carrying the laboratory begin to tremble continuously. His ability to control the magnetic field had become so weak. The sand and stones on the ground seemed to have nothing to do with metal on the surface, but because they are mixed with metal elements, they can be used by Eric at this time. These stones rushed towards Clark one by one at a speed faster than a missile, and hit Clark directly without dodging. But in front of Clark, who can rely on his strength to crack the earth, the consequence of these stones and metals hitting at high speed is that they will be torn into pieces. Then, Eric once again manipulated the metal elements that were exposed on the surface due to the broken stones, transformed them into molecular-level sharp blades one by one, and attacked Clark again. But the attack that Clark had spent a lot of effort to avoid 3 years ago was now impossible for him to get close to. These blades could not even break through the biological stance and broke in midair. Asshole! 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 Roaring, Eric spat out a mouthful of blood, and the power of the magnetic field increased again. It was obvious that he had overdrawn his body even more. The entire laboratory on the isolated island was torn into pieces, turning into countless pieces of rubble, attacking Clark from all directions. Clark completely ignored such attacks and instead turned his attention to the scientific researchers hiding in the buildings. In just less than a second, Clark rescued all the researchers who were in danger because of the attack, transferred them to a city far away from the isolated island for refuge, and returned to the original place. But Eric knew nothing about this. He manipulated countless stones and metals to wrap Clark up, forming a huge rock ball. Moreover, as new metals and stones were constantly added, the pressure in the center of the stone ball continued to increase. But everyone, including Eric, knew that this level of attack would have no effect on Clark. Gradually, Eric discovered that the stone ball was no longer under his control. It was not because his ability to control the magnetic field had weakened, but because there was a more powerful force inside the stone ball that surpassed the force Eric was using at the time. Die, you bastard, die. No matter how hard Eric tried, or how big the stone ball got, it still slowly flew into the air. With a loud roar, the stone ball exploded and turned into countless pieces of gravel that fell to the ground. Clark, who was among them, easily resolved Eric's life-threatening attack by just moving his arms. Hank. What? When Hank heard Clark suddenly calling him, he didn't react for a while, until he found that he was still holding the needle of the healing potion in his hand. Then he realized it. Understand. As he said that, Hank threw the needle at Clark, who caught it steadily. You want me to become an ordinary person? I tell you, I would rather. Eric reused the rubble to create a barrier around him, and after looking at Clark's actions he knew what the other party wanted to do. But he didn't even finish his words, he just stood there in a daze. I can't see it. I can't see it at all. The three-layer barrier created by the magnetic field controlling the gravel was broken almost instantly. Clark had appeared in front of him, but he was unable to react at all. It turned out that the other party had the power to kill him easily from the beginning, but he just didn't want to kill him. Bow down. Eric saw the needle stuck in his chest. He could feel that the mutant abilities that had accompanied him since he entered the Nazi concentration camp were gradually fading. As the rocks and metals suspended in the air around him fell to the ground due to the force of the magnetic field, Eric also fell to his knees. He is no longer a mutant, just an ordinary old man who is about to turn 80. Eric collapsed to the ground and tried to raise his head to look at Clark's face looking down at him. Why, don't you kill me? What I have done is enough to make you want to kill me. I know very well that you are not the naive Superman in the comics. Why? For Eric, losing his ability is the most unacceptable thing compared to killing him. Clark's answer to this is very simple. He looked down at Eric and spoke softly. I said I won't let anyone die, including you. After getting Clark's answer, Eric fell into a coma. He had already overdrawn his life force in the battle, and after losing his ability, he soon lost consciousness. Clark. Seeing that Clark finally won, Katie, who had been hiding with Jimmy, also came out and jumped to run to Clark. Katie, don't come over here. However, everyone's joy was broken by Clark's words. The battle isn't over yet. Clark stared at Sheen, who was still standing on the bridge and watching coldly. You all, evacuate this island, it is very dangerous here. As soon as Clark finished speaking, a large number of troops arrived behind the bridge. The moment they saw Sheen, they launched an attack with their guns, shooting a large number of needles filled with healing potions at the other party. In fact, JYN is not afraid of this kind of potion at all. Although JYN is also a mutant, she has been integrated with the power of the Phoenix for so long that she can no longer be affected by this ordinary human technological creation. But the absence of threats does not mean that there is no hostility. In other words, the Phoenix, who controls the life and emotions of the world, can clearly feel the hostility of these soldiers towards her. All the needles were frozen in the air by telekinesis, and disappeared into ashes the next moment. What also turned into ashes was not only the needles that were shot, but also the guns in the soldiers' hands and the soldiers themselves. Sheen? No. Logan and Scott shouted at the same time, trying to stop Jean's behavior, but Clark, who understood the current situation better, was more decisive. Before these soldiers' bodies were about to be decomposed into primitive particles by the power of the Phoenix, he once again transported all the soldiers to a distant city to protect their lives. Clark, what happened to Jean? Do you know something? Hearing his companion's words, Clark nodded. Now, the one standing in front of us is not Jean, but a chaotic and unpredictable personality named Phoenix. But don't worry, I will take care of it. You should leave quickly and protect the ordinary people in the city. This time, everyone did not hesitate anymore and flew away under the storm controlled by Aurora. At the same time, in a car near X College, Nick Fury is still conducting a video conference with the Security Council representatives. Director Fury, you want us to believe that a being that can destroy the Earth is about to start fighting in a laboratory and prepare for the worst. Don't you think it's too far-fetched? According to the research of our researchers, Superman today does not have the power to destroy a planet. The British and French representatives can almost be ignored, as they generally agree with the American representative who is speaking today. As for the Russian representative, he doesn't like to express his opinions. His job is not to influence Nick Fury's judgment or give him advice, but to obtain the intelligence given by Nick Fury and send it back to the country intact. Those researchers of yours are shit. At this time, Nick Fury was so angry at these idiots that he didn't care about any etiquette at all. Watch how you speak, Chief Fury. The American representative was also very angry about Nick Fury's words. You should know that 70% of your funding comes from the US government. What the hell can you see besides money? Just because Superman doesn't use his powerful strength doesn't mean he doesn't have powerful strength. In the comics, there has never been a limit to Superman's strength. How come you can make such an obvious judgment about someone you've never met? Doesn't Superman use his power to destroy the world to fight those shitty bank robbers mean he can't destroy the world? Nick Fury's patience was completely exhausted, and he didn't want to hear anything more from these idiots. I've already told you that Superman has just returned from the sun. Those of you who have read the comics should know what this means. Two enemies that both Superman find difficult to deal with have appeared. What you should do is not to question me here, but to report the news to the top leaders as quickly as the representatives of the Eastern Power do and make preparations quickly. During the time they were arguing, Nick Fury has already received the news that the army of the Eastern Power has begun to mobilize and can respond immediately if any unexpected situation occurs. This is what a government should be like and the judgment it should make. The government of the Great Eastern Country puts the safety of ordinary people's lives first, and then the truth of the news. Now, Nick Fury finally understood. Although the Eastern Giant had shown rejection of Superman's actions from the beginning, it was the first country to have direct contact with Superman and the first country to gain Superman's trust. I think this action can be used as a reason. Nick Fury's words were harsh, but they worked. No matter how stupid these representatives were, they were not so stupid that they could not see the reality. Nick Fury has already provided clear evidence of Superman entering the sun, and the country has also discovered in the past few days that the sunlight shining on the Earth has become significantly weaker. It was originally thought to be caused by natural causes, but now it is confirmed to be the work of Superman. I understand, Director Fury. I will report the news truthfully to the Emperor. The Russian representative was the first to speak. I believe that the Russian army will take action soon. Thank you very much for sharing this news. Having said that, the Russian representative unilaterally hung up the call. Obviously he went to report the news. Unlike the United States, which planned to use this spy organization for its own purposes, the Eastern superpower directly turned the table over and established its own spy organization. Russia is more neutral. They only regard Nick Fury's agent organization as a special source of information. Now that they have obtained important information, there is naturally no need for them to stay any longer. Russia's fraternal behavior also influenced the remaining three representatives to a certain extent. After the British and French representatives successively stated that they would report the intelligence, they hung up the call. The US representatives eventually made the same choice. Now that the other four countries have chosen to believe, no matter what he thinks, he can no longer remain indifferent. It would be fine if everything was fake and Superman was just exaggerating the facts. But if what Superman said is true, the disaster will really come first on American soil. He who chooses to ignore this news will definitely become the biggest sinner. He cannot bear this responsibility. But Director Fury, I hope you realize that you are also responsible for the truth or falsity of this news. I am not you. I will not shirk my responsibilities. After being scolded by Nick Fury again, the American representative hung up the phone angrily. After everything was over, Nick Fury slumped in the car seat and said to Coulson beside him, Coulson, have Hawkeye, Natasha and the others lead all the agents to gather in New York. I have a feeling that there will be serious damage there, and Superman's family is there, so we must protect them. Humans who cannot even perfectly resolve the mutant crisis have no confidence to face a Superman who has lost his family and is in grief and pain. Even for the sake of humanity itself, Superman's family must be protected. At this time, on the isolated island that was razed to the ground in the battle between Eric and Clark, only Clark and Phoenix were left. Thank you for your hard work, Jean. Clark smiled at the other party, not at Phoenix who was now controlling the body, but at Jean who had been trying to suppress Phoenix in her subconscious. Others did not have such keen perception, but Clark could see that when he appeared, Phoenix had already wanted to attack, because Jean was afraid of hurting her companions in the X-Men and innocent people, so she had been trying to seize control of the body. The Phoenix was too busy to attack immediately. But leave it to me now. The words fell. The Phoenix seemed to have lost its restraints and slowly flew into the air. The golden Phoenix flame gradually wrapped around his body, releasing a strong pressure. Obviously, Jean chose to believe Clark at this time, handed everything to Clark, stopped fighting for control of her body, and accumulated strength in her subconscious. There was not much communication between Clark and the Phoenix. With the cry of the Phoenix, the other party took the lead in launching an attack. His body wrapped in golden flames rushed forward and collided with Clark. The strong impact instantly sank the isolated island beneath their feet, and at the same time generated a huge tsunami that hit the surrounding cities. But this tsunami, which could not be stopped even in modern society, broke into pieces the next moment. Clark's Black Phantom and the differentiation turned into golden flames that kept shuttling and colliding in the air. In less than a second, they collided no less than 1,000 times. The impact directly dispersed the huge tsunami, thus defusing the crisis in the surrounding cities in disguise. But this is just the beginning. The two collided violently in the air, and the impact caused all the glass in the city to shatter at the same time. After the collision, it flew backwards, smashing several buildings and flew into the sky. Everyone, hurry up and rescue. The X-Men in the city reacted one after another. But when they were about to rescue, they suddenly discovered there was no one in these buildings that were destroyed by the battle. Instead, there were many ordinary people on the ground with confused faces. Could it be that Clark? The battle continued. Clark was caught up by Phoenix and hit by a ball of golden flame. The next second, the two crossed the Atlantic Ocean from the United States to London, England. Clark fell from the sky and crashed directly into St. Paul's Cathedral. The entire church was reduced to the ground. In the smoke and dust, Clark slowly stood up, punched upwards, and collided with the Phoenix's fist that fell later. The fragile ground took the impact of the punch instead of Clark, and as a result, deep cracks stretching over 1,000 meters in all directions appeared on the ground, centered on the ruins of St. Paul's Cathedral. Everything around it collapsed. The British government suffered such a huge loss without even reacting. Damn it. Clark gritted his teeth and used the technique of leveraging force to draw the Phoenix's impact to his side, allowing the Phoenix to rush directly into the ground. He then disappeared on the spot. The huge shock affected the whole of London. He turned into a black phantom and shuttled between cities, rescuing all the citizens who were in danger due to the battle and placed them in a safe place. All this happened in a flash, and ordinary people didn't even realize it, but for Phoenix, it was the best opportunity to attack. The moment Clark completed the rescue, Phoenix's attack followed. Clark, who was hit head-on by the flames again, flew backwards again and crashed directly into the English tsunami, arriving in France from under the sea. The strait that separated Britain and France was, at this moment, split apart, revealing ground that could lead between the two countries. It took several seconds for the separated sea water to slowly fill the huge gap. It was not until then that people suddenly realized how powerful the Superman who often appeared in their lives was, so powerful that he seemed like a being from another dimension. Clark's battle with Phoenix shocked the world. During the battle in France, the Phoenix flame used by Phoenix to attack Clark reduced the towering Eiffel Tower to ash. One of the symbols of human civilization is so vulnerable in the face of the power of two people. And France and Britain are just the beginning. Clark, like he and Nick Fury said, has been trying to lead the Phoenix into the universe since the battle began. But when the real battle started, he realized that the Phoenix's attacks were so violent and disorderly, and almost every strike could cause extremely serious damage. Clark could only keep rescuing those affected by the battle, and this way, he had no time to move the battlefield. The only way is to go to another city before one place is completely destroyed by them. Although this caused considerable damage worldwide, at least no city was razed to the ground. And when almost the whole of Europe was affected by the fight between the two, Phoenix punched Clark again and knocked him out. That country is. During the fierce battle, Clark had been paying attention to the situation around him, and now, their battlefield was about to reach that great oriental country. No, the population density of that country is too high, I can't save them. No one could have imagined that in such a situation, Clark, the Superman, never worried about his own safety, but instead considered ordinary people who could not help the battle at all. As the country with the largest population in the world in 2006, the population density of that eastern giant was too high. If it was just an ordinary disaster, it would be fine, but his enemy was Phoenix, and in this case he could not save so many people at all. At this moment, Clark's super hearing picked up a voice from the capital of the eastern great country. Superman, can you fly to the new province? We can help you. Superman recognized the owner of this voice. It was the voice of a senior military official in the Eastern Power. He also knew where the new province was. It was the largest province in the Eastern Power and also the province with the smallest population density. Soon, Clark figured out the plans of the top leaders of the Eastern Power, and flew to the new province without looking back. At the same time, in a secret military base near the capital, the senior military official who spoke directly out of thin air and informed Superman of the news turned his head and looked at a thin man beside him. Director Zhang Xian, what are your plans? Sir, 5 nuclear bombs with a TNT equivalent of 1962 million tons are ready. But do we really want to do this? You know, humans haven't seen nuclear bombs used in attacks for decades. The most recent one was the nuclear bomb launched by the United States in. Such behavior is likely to cause sensitivity in other countries. Even if these nuclear bombs are not used to attack other countries, even if these 5 nuclear bombs are exploded on the homeland of the Eastern superpower, but as long as they are used for attack, as the most powerful technological weapon currently possessed by mankind, every launch will concern the whole world. We can't hesitate at this time. The military chief's answer to this was very concise. We once said like Superman that our soldiers and police could protect our country. But now, an enemy we cannot defeat has appeared. Even if we have to rely on Superman's power to fight, we must not do nothing. Understand? Being said so directly, the man named Zhang Xian had no objection. On the other side, Clark had already arrived above the new province. He looked around with his supervision and found that there was no one around the sparsely populated new province, so he felt relieved. If someone was nearby, innocent people would die. Clark would rather take a few more attacks from Phoenix and get injured than agree to this plan. Where do you want to go? At this moment, Phoenix flashed to Clark's side, and the latter immediately reacted, turning around and punching to collide with the opponent's attack. The powerful impact, accompanied by raging Phoenix flames, dyed the entire sky golden. I just want to show you the resistance of human beings. After forcing Phoenix back with one punch, Clark looked at the opponent again. At this moment, 5 missiles equipped with nuclear warheads shot out from behind him. Is this the resistance of mankind? Phoenix sneered at this. You are so weak, yet you still want to attack me? At this time, the Phoenix was filled with anger, because he could feel the hostility in the hearts of humans. As the embodiment of emotion, the Phoenix was easily affected by these emotions. Naturally, the Phoenix showed extreme disdain for humans at this time. With a wave of her hand, she wanted to use her Phoenix flame to burn the nuclear bomb to ashes before it exploded. Don't even think about it. At this time, Clark finally used his speed of light to attack. He appeared behind Phoenix and grabbed the other's body tightly. No matter if you get hurt or not, just take this human's counterattack. Clark, holding the Phoenix, collided head-on with 5 nuclear bombs, and a total of 250 million tons of TNT explosive power exploded at one point. Not only the explosion, the intense nuclear radiation even affected the surrounding environment. Perhaps in the next few decades, this place will become a restricted area in the new province, or even a special missile test site. The nuclear bomb that had once shriveled Clark's body in 1962 no longer posed any threat to Clark. He slowly flew out of the explosion, looking at the center of the explosion with serious eyes. The Phoenix's aura did not disappear, nor did it show any signs of weakening, but this was also within Clark's calculations. Before he entered the sun, there were already countless nuclear bomb explosions. There was no reason for Phoenix Haihu to be harmed by this force. While all the top leaders of the Eastern Power were expecting this attack to achieve effective results, Clark, the person involved, actually already had the answer in his mind. Sure enough, the effect of the nuclear explosion had not disappeared, and before the aftermath had time to occur, the Phoenix, covered in terrifying Phoenix flames, crashed straight into Clark. This collision caused the two of them to cross the territory of the Great Eastern Country, cross the entire Pacific Ocean, circle the Earth, and return to the United States and the city of New York. At this time, the people of New York, who had just learned from the news that Superman was fighting an unknown enemy, had not yet realized that their city was about to become a battlefield.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.